9 to 12 months, I think that is going to be a sweet spot or higher, if not lower. So either you stick to stocks which are giving breakouts, you book out on 5%, 10% gains, or you keep a 1 year horizon, because this 3 to 4 months, nobody knows whether this time correction is going to end in a month or two, or whether this will linger for another quarter or so. So in that premise, and that is what the comment that we are also giving to our clients at Incred, that we are not too sure that the momentum, the rapid momentum that one generally waits for would start right away. We have seen consolidation happening, and historically we have seen generally when the consolidation or time correction happens, it happens for 15 to 18 months. So we are there, almost there. 2 or 3 months of more time correction is very much likely. So on that premise, I would suggest that slightly expand the horizon to make better gains.
All right, we have a caller, but then Sridevi, just hold on. We'll come back to you after this break. And before we go to the break, though, let's do the first round of rapid fire. Gentlemen, this is as many questions as I can throw at you over a period of 2 minutes. The first one's from Rao, and the question is on Max Estates. Is this a good stock to invest in for the long term? Saurabh, what's the view?
Good to invest.
Okay. Tata Steel is the name of the counter. 152 is the buy price. Significant quantity. Prasham Shah from Gujarat wants to know whether to hold. Gaurav?
I would recommend a hold.
Hold. Okay. So we've got the next one on Satin Credit Care, which Ramakrishnan has bought at levels of 259. It was in the news. It sold bad loans to an asset reconstruction company today. It's not doing too much. Saurabh, would you hold on to this?
Wait for quarterly earnings and then decide.
Okay, KNR Construction, buy price is 355 rupees. Would you wait for a year? Chandan Jain from Hubli wants to know. Gaurav?
I would, but keep a strict stop loss of 180.
Okay, Varun Beverages, bought at levels of 514 in mid-August. Would you hold on at this point for the long term? Satish Kumar wants to know. Saurabh?
Exit.
Exit. All right. HCL Tech. We've got a viewer, Gaurav, who's bought at levels of 1,404, seeking a view for a 1 to 2 year time frame. Saurabh, would you hold?
Hold.
Okay. All right. We've got a question from Satyan. Satyan wants to know about NoSil. Bought at levels of 175. Would you book out at this point or not? So, Gaurav?
So I don't see any reason that one should be too gung-ho about it. It's seen a channel breakdown. It's made a retest and again falling down. So at best, what I would suggest, if somebody wants to hold on, keep a stop loss of 160. But any uptick in the price should be used to exit the stock.
Short answer, please. Tata Elxsi, bought at levels of 9,100. 200 shares have been bought. Anand wants to know whether you would hold. Saurabh?
Book profit.
Venus Pipes, bought at levels of 1,400 for a period of 2 years. Avinav wants to know whether to hold or not. Saurabh?
Hold.
Okay, and one last. We've got Nuvama Wealth. Would you hold for a period of 1 year plus? 7,077 is the buy price. Gaurav?
I would hold.
Hold. Apologies for rushing you. That's the format that we've decided to go with. Saurabh, Gaurav, we'll slip into a very quick break. We'll take more queries that will give you a little more time to answer after the break. Do stay tuned. Viewers, we'll be back before you know it.
बहू, आज जो कुछ हमारे पास है सब इनकी देन है। एक अगरबत्ती की दुकान से इतना बड़ा बिजनेस खड़ा किया है।
प्रणाम दादाजी।
दादाजी, ये तो पुष्पा अगरबत्ती के मालिक हैं, घनश्याम दास। इनके स्टॉक्स में इन्वेस्ट किया था, इसीलिए आज ये सब कुछ है।
जो आगे की सोचते हैं, ग्रो करते हैं। डाउनलोड ग्रो फॉर स्टॉक्स, म्यूचुअल फंड्स एंड IPO।
और ये कौन सी कंपनी के मालिक हैं?
ये तो दादाजी हैं।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
गोल्ड प्लस क्लियर ग्लास, पार हो या नियर, सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर।
The world's defining stage. Leaders, visionaries, decision makers, confronting the challenges of our time.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी, सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
NDTV World Summit 2025, Edge of the Unknown, 17th to 18th October, only on NDTV.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं। उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit, a show where you get all your stock related queries answered. This is via WhatsApp or even calls that we can do so. You know, with us we have our guest Saurabh Jain from SMC Global Securities, along with Ajit Mishra, SVP Research of Religare Broking, now joining us as well. But before we go to the guest, let's welcome in our caller right now. Sridevi is calling us from Chennai. Hi Sridevi, how can we help you on the show today?
Hi team, I'm around 28 years old and I have a fixed deposit that is currently maturing at around 10 lakhs. Now I know it wouldn't be a smart decision to put that back in the FD because I really want to, grow my wealth. So if you could suggest some equity stocks that I could purchase for this amount and hold it for maybe an horizon of 10 years.
Sridevi, just a couple of questions over here. Is this the first time that you're marking your entry in the stock markets? Just want to understand that.
I have bought a few, but never thinking at such a long term. I realized like I should be working towards wealth creation, and so that's what I'm looking at.
Okay. With that, let me go across to Saurabh first of all. Just, Saurabh, you heard about Sridevi, what she's just said. Want to understand, like the 10 lakh in equity markets for a long-term perspective, it's wealth building that she's looking for. How can she invest this?
I would suggest her to maybe go for maybe active as an active investor, but go through mutual funds because parking 10-year money needs to be a regular monitoring. Finding that maybe she is new to the market, I would suggest her to park money maybe in the PSU ETF, bank PSU ETF, or banking and financial services mutual fund. Some money in the gold ETF, some money in the silver ETF, and large cap diversified fund. I think this would be a good idea for her to park money for 10 years.
You know what, Sridevi, are you still on the line, Sridevi?
Yes, very much on the line.
Okay, so normally we speak about individual stocks on this program, but on other shows during the day we also speak about what your strategy should be in the mutual fund space. So you don't have equity investments right now, right?
Well, I'm already holding a few mutual funds because you brought that about LTETF and a few equity stocks, but nothing with such large sums of money.
Yes. Okay. So what I would encourage you to do is then look at your overarching portfolio and decide what according to you, and you're 28. So there's ample room for you to have risk assets. So equity is something that you can invest in quite aggressively. But look at the goals that you might have beyond 3 years or 5 years and identify why you're doing this in the first place. And you know what? We will discuss this maybe later in this week on the show in the evening at 5 o'clock. That is Your Money Matters. In fact, I'll take your question to start the show, maybe on Wednesday or some other time. And what we'll do is we'll take your number and we'll send you a message when we do that show, because you should watch that and you should plan your mutual fund investments as well with a little bit of consideration as to what you want to achieve. So hope that answers. I know that your specific question has not been answered, but hopefully we will be able to answer it in due course. Let's take the next question. Let's take the next question and speak about GAIL, because this is a question coming in from Shrikant. He's speaking about something that was referred to by the oil minister recently in comments that were made about a discovery in the Andamans. Is this a good idea to buy GAIL at this moment? I'll come to you, Saurabh, on the fundamentals for this stock. Would you buy?
See, if you look at the valuation, it comes to the value stock, and it's a good dividend play also. They have regular income, and the business is quite good. So from the long-term perspective, yes, it is good to hold.
All right, it's good to hold is the view on GAIL. But would you buy fresh?
Keep on adding.
Keep on adding. All right. Shankar is calling us from Chennai. Shankar, thanks so much for calling us. How can we help you today?
Hello sir, how are you?
Very well. Shankar, how are you?
Oh, I am very fine sir. For carrying the NDTV's guidelines, I am always fine.
Okay, good to hear that. How can we help you today?
Definitely sir. I am regularly watching Reddington. The Reddington share 240 to 310 is range, I think. So shall I buy at current levels for short term and as well as long term?
Okay, but when you say short term, what is the definition of short term?
Short term means just I told you 240 to 310 is range bound.
No.
So whenever it comes around 250, 2 months maximum sir. Time limit 2 months.
Yeah, but okay, 2 months, because it could well take a year for it to reach that mark. Who knows? But I got your point. Ajit, I'll come to you on this one then. What's the view on Reddington for a 2-month time frame?
Yeah, good morning, Alex.
Good morning.
Alex, yeah. So as you rightly mentioned that, it's good to have a target in place, but at the same time, you should also be aware of how the stock usually trade if the view is very short term. And you have already pointed out that he's been closely watching the stock, means 250, 310 is broadly the range. So he's right that from almost like 2.5 months is something that we are seeing the stock trading in this range. So we have already tested the upper band, and now we are currently trading in the middle of the same. So at the same time, it's a highly volatile stocks. So again, one needs to be very strict with the stop losses if the view is less than 3 months. So here 255, 248 is the base area. So 20 points means 10% on the downside. If you are okay with that, definitely you can consider accumulating at current levels. Around 300 to 310, the upper band of this range, you can look to book.
Okay, so that's the view for Reddington. Well, I hope, Shankar, that answers the question for you. Now, next we have Siddharth Chaturvedi writing to us from Jaipur, and his view is on IT and shipbuilding stocks. Now, what he's saying is whether he should sell LTI Mindtrain Happiest Mind in place of shipbuilding counters, which are, buzzing in trade in the last few sessions as well. Now, a couple of headwinds that we've already addressed in the IT sector regarding the even the international outlook in terms of what's happening over there. So just want to understand from you, Saurabh, what is your view? Are you still invested in these IT names, or would you rather switch to some of the shipbuilding counters like Garden Reach or Cochin or Moscow, for example?
A lot of negativity is there with the IT stocks, and some kind of a technical buying was seen when the interest rate got cut in the US. But thereafter also there is a problem with the IT. I mean, after the higher visa fees and all. Out of the two sectors, yes, shipbuilding is certainly better. There is much more certainty about the earnings growth and the earning visibility. So if he wants to shift in, yes, I'll suggest to shift.
Suggest a shift is the view. Let's take our next caller. We've got Sanjay calling us from New Delhi, incidentally also on the IT space. And Sanjay, thanks so much for calling us. How can we help you today?
Morning. I'm having this Infosys 100 shares. And when I find it, they have about this buyback also at 1850 levels.
Right.
So I went for it and I bought 100 shares of Infi at 1502. And my view is till Christmas.
Till Christmas. Okay. All right. So let me get you a technical view on that one. That's what you're looking for, right, Sanjay?
Please.
Yes. Okay. Ajit, I'll come to you on this one. Of course, since the announcement of the buyback, it's been a torrent of bad news for the sector and quite a bit of selling even last week, right? At the index level, you're seeing cuts of about 7%, which is why he's lost ground. But are there prospects on the upside? Where would you put the target for the end of the year?
So Alex, every now and then we are seeing attempts of recovery, but mostly the moves fizzle out. And, despite this positive development of buyback, we are not seeing any kind of strength as such in Infosys also means at the higher end, around 1540, 1550 area. We are seeing multiple resistances. On the downside, 1400 is the zone where we have this immediate support. So consolidation is more likely. And since his view is less than 3 months, I believe that the consolidation with slightly on the negative bias might continue. And since we have this buyback in place, the downside could also remain capped. So prudent approach is to not to waste time in case, because we all know the kind of acceptance ratio basis the overall retail holding by the end of this period will turn out for the investors. So the ideal approach is to focus on the sectors which are basically doing well. So be it metals, auto, select PSU's name from the banking space, OMCs. These are the space that one should continue to focus on in the current market scenario.
Okay, so that's the view for Infosys. Now, next we have a question from Kushal, who's writing to us from Mumbai and wants to understand the viewpoint for Marksans Pharma. Ajit, let me come to you on this one as well. What are the entry and exit points that he should be watching out for?
So Marksans, sharp correction, and now we are closer to the strong support area on the weekly charts. Roughly around 158.59 is what the 200 days of weekly exponential moving averages are placed. So there could be a bit of consolidation or a pause, but it's not an ideal time to look for a fresh buying until we see a sign of reversal. So for any buying, one should wait for a decisive close above 175. Then only you should consider, going long with the 160 as a stop loss and positional target of 210, 215.
Okay. All right. So that's a view on Marksans Pharma. We've got a next question on actually the wind energy companies for a period of 2 years. And Seema Jain from Jodhpur wants to know whether to buy Inox Wind or Suzlon or any other, or maybe both. Saurabh, on the fundamentals, would you buy one of these or both?
We like utility space, especially the solar or maybe the hydro power companies. Both the companies are looking extremely good. Sigachi has recently got some good orders also. They have restructured their balance sheet very well. I suggest her to move with both the stocks.
Okay, so that's the view for Suzlon that we are looking at. In fact, all the wind energy counters which are in focus. Now, coming to the next question, what we are seeing is from Rajan Iyer, and he wants to understand whether Force Motors or even if you look at Mankind Pharma, whether these are good investment options right now for a period of 3 years. Saurabh, let me come to you on this as well.
Yeah, both the stocks are good. Force Motors got re-rated in the last few months, and the valuations are a bit high now. But I would suggest her to suggest him to buy Force Motors in a staggered manner. With respect to the Mankind Pharma, I think this company is doing great. They have various vertical and always some kind of a new launches coming in. They have done some acquisition also recently. So from the 3 years perspective, yes, both the stocks are looking good.
In the rapid fire round that we did at the end of the first half hour, we asked Saurabh what his view on Varun Beverages, and because it was an elevated level that our viewer had bought at, I was wondering what he would say, and he said to sell. But we've got Pakshal from Ballari who's bought at levels of 453. Would you still hold that view, which is very close to the current market price, Saurabh? And why did you say sell? Would you still say sell?
See, these 6 months are actually good for the company like Warren Beverages, and this time around, these months did not turn well for these companies because of the erratic monsoon and all. And above all, there was some GST complications also. And the next 6 months will not be that great for that company, for Warren Beverages, especially. The valuations are also high even after the correction. That is why I suggested to suggest for the exit.
Okay. All right. Instead of Varun Beverages, would you suggest another counter that they can invest in?
I would suggest him to maybe go for the companies in the transmission sector like Kalpataru or KEC International.
Got it. Understood. All right. We've got our next caller from Vimal. Vimal is calling us from Hubli. Vimal, hi, morning. How can we help you today?
Yes, very good morning. Good morning, and nice to hear you. Thing is that when I bought the shares of Lloyd's Enterprises for 70 rupees 70 paise,
okay,
and still I'm incurring the losses of 75,000.
Right.
So what should I do? Whether should I hold or else sell? Could you please assist with this?
When did you buy this stock, Vimal?
Yes, so just 20 days ago. 20 days ago I bought this share.
Okay, and what was the time frame that you had in mind?
I do have time frame of 1 month in my mind.
Okay. All right. And why did you buy 10,000 shares of this counter?
Because of the seeing upcoming trends of the steel industry. So looking at aspects, I've been bought those shares of 10,000.
Okay. The only reason I'm asking is it's a pretty substantial quantity. It's a very large quantity. As a percentage of your overall portfolio, is it maybe more than 20-30%?
Yes, I was expecting 20-30% in the very short time.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking as a percentage of your overall stock portfolio, is this a very substantial share?
Yes, it is a substantial share, exactly.
Okay. All right. So, since it's a trading bet, I would actually suggest that you reduce the size of trading bets and you have your longer term portfolio as longer, but then that's what most of the experts say. Ajit, I will come to you on this one. 70 rupees is the buy price. 10,000 shares have been bought of Lloyd's. What would you do with this one?
So Alex, you rightly mentioned that it's easy to get carried away, especially in the market. If we talk about a couple of weeks ago, in fact, in the mid cap and small cap space, we were seeing most of the stocks are doing exceptionally well. In fact, Lloyd also at that point of time was seeing noticeable buying interest. But when it comes to trading, the most important aspect that in case if you are breaking discipline, then you should know at least your exit point clearly. Means in case if you are very bullish or you are expecting a very strong, then you should have like a clear stop loss also in place. For Lloyd, it was around 70 area, which was the zone basically where it formed the base. Now we are seeing gradual drift. Volumes are dry. Major support now at 59, which is like 4 points down from the current level. So my recommendation is to utilize any recovery toward, let's say, 65, 68 zone to reduce your position first, in the interim, do maintain a stop at 59 now. In case if it fails to see any rebound and continues to decline, then probably it's set for the fresh leg of the down move below 59. So overall, sideways to negative bias is something that the stock is indicating. So use recovery to reduce your position.
Okay, so that's the overall technical check in terms of what's happening with Lloyd's Enterprises. Now, next question is from Chandra. His question is regarding JSW Energy, who holds about 85 shares of the stock, and this is at a price of 401 that he's invested in. Currently, his stock up around the levels of 528 or odd. So, wants to understand whether he should exit and switch to CG Power instead, or continue to hold this for a longer time. So let me come to you, Saurabh, on this one. What's your view? Should he continue to hold JSW Energy or switch to something like a CG Power?
Very positive view on the utilities. This year, the utilities have not performed because of the erratic weather season. But overall, if you look at the valuations and the future outlook, it is great with the JSW Energy. They have good capex plan and the money to achieve also, and the money to achieve. On the valuation side also, it is quite comfortable valuation. So my sense, it is good to hold. It is good to hold.
To hold JSW Energy is a view, up about 1.6% in trade today. Baswaraj is calling us from Karnataka. Baswaraj, thanks so much for calling us. How can we help you today? Okay, we've just lost the line. And it was an interesting question, so I'm going to take it up in any case. 18,400 is the level that he's bought Force Motors at. And this is another situation where I think Baswaraj has tried to ride the rally. Because pull up the 1-year chart for Force Motor and you will probably see what I'm talking about. The stock has moved from strength to strength, 122%, but it's lost a little ground from the top, and that's exactly what Baswaraj has experienced. Ajit, I'll come to you on the charts. Current price is sub 17,000. So he's lost value and he's got 38 shares, which is, for a retail investor, pretty substantial quantity. What should he do? What should his strategy be?
So, Alex, it's a textbook distribution pattern the stock has been forming, means a head and shoulder pattern. And the confirmation below 16,600 will confirm that this buoyancy or the trend is going to fizzle out. Usually, we don't see such a pattern, eventually materializing, considering that it's very clear and obvious, on chart. So usually we see the negation. So as of now, still I would recommend him to at least maintain stop at 16,600, because there's no point, arguing with the market. And, there'll be clear confirmation below this 16,000 mark. So in any case, below 16,000, he should definitely exit. For negation, 18,300 would be the area where I guess it's closer to his buying price also, where we have the resistance. So in case if he gets any bounce before that, means before we test 16,600, he should definitely utilize this opportunity to exit if the view is short term.
Okay, so that's the view for Force Motors. Next, we have a caller joining us, and this is Anudeep calling to us from Bangalore. Hi, Anudeep. How can we help you today?
Yeah, hi. I'm looking for Dixon Technologies. So from past 2 sessions, the stock is falling. Should I am holding 5 shares from Jan. Should I add up more? I'm looking for a 1-year period. Should I add up more or book the profit now, and once the stock reaches likely around 11,000 price I have to add? Since according to Morgan Stanley, it says it will be reaching to 11,000.
Okay, Anudeep, just want to understand, at what value did you enter in this particular counter?
Yeah, I entered at 15,000 in January this year.
Okay, 15,000, and you're planning to invest further in this for a period of 1 year. Saurabh, let me come to you on this one. What is your view?
The company, the potential for growth is very much there after the GST cut, but a company like Dixon Technology is hugely expensive, trailing at 85 times to its trailing earnings and more than 40 times to book value. I find this stock extremely expensive. My sense, it is better to exit.
Okay, all right. The next question is from Ashwin, and Ashwin says, wishing you a very happy Dashera in the week ahead. Wish you and your family the same, and thanks so much for the kind wishes that you've sent us. Nucleus Software is the name of the counter that he's holding at a price of 1,435. He wants to know whether he should average it at the current levels for a period of 15 months, 1 year to 15, or actually for a year. He's already held it for more than 15 months, he says. So I'll come to you, Ajit, on the charts. 1,007 is the current market price. It's much below the buy price. What is the indication on the charts?
So Alex, of late we had this strong recovery attempt, but post the initial surge, in the last 2.5 months, we have almost surrendered the majority of the gains. We are currently trading below the major averages. So, but yes, the good part is that at least the downside seems capped, because now at least around 970, 980 area is something the stock has been finding support or buying interest. For fresh buying or addition to his existing position, he should wait for a close above 1,080. Then only we can consider the stock out of woods, and possibly for a recovery or a rebound, with 1,200, 1,250 being the first target area. At the same time, 950 on the closing basis should be his stop loss, because below that, it might again fizzle out towards 800 or maybe lower.
All right. So keep a stop loss and bear that in mind. We have to slip into the rapid fire round now. This is more or less the end of the program, but we'll try and fit as many questions as possible over the course of the next 2 minutes. I hope, gentlemen, you're ready. The first question is on Poonawalla FinCorp, and Neha from Bengaluru is making 30% profits here. She's wondering whether to hold for the next 1 to 3 months. Ajit, should she do so or book right now?
Hold with stop at 480 and target of 530.
HBL Engineering for a period of 1 to 2 years, bought at levels of 156 rupees. This is Surya. Should he hold on, Saurabh?
Book partial profits.
ITC, bought at levels of 405. Ramya wants to know whether to hold for the short term or the long term. What's the view? Ajit?
Hold with stop at 395, 420, 25 target zone.
Chennai Petro, bought at levels of 757. Gaurav Baheti wants to know whether to hold for a target of 800 rupees. Is that possible in the short term? Ajit?
Hold with stop at 350, 758, 810, 825 position targets.
Okay. Acme Solar, bought at levels of 245, I believe. We've got a viewer, Venkatramani, who wants to hold for a period of 15 months. Should he do so? Saurabh?
Book profits.
Okay, book profits in Acme Solar. KNR Construction, bought at levels of 355. Would you hold for a period of 1 year or exit? What's the view, Ajit?
Exit, it's an underperformer.
Ambuja Cement, would you buy at the current price or not? Sudeep wants to know. Saurabh?
Buy.
Okay, okay, we've got NOSIL already. Just give me a second. Aster DM Healthcare, should you buy for the long term? Dr. Rao from Hyderabad wants to know. Saurabh?
Buy in a staggered manner.
Okay. Marico, for the long term, we've got Narsimha Reddy, who's bought at levels of 627. Should he hold for the long term? Saurabh?
Hold.
BSE Limited, bought at a price of 2,200. Would you hold for the short term? Ajit?
Maintain a stop at 2050 and then use rebound to reduce your position around 2,300.
Okay, so we've got quite a few questions, nearly 40 questions done. Saurabh, Ajit, thanks so much for taking the time. Absolute pleasure having you on the program. And from Anushi and myself and the team that put this show together, as always, thanks so much for tuning in. Hopefully, the questions that we got answered for you today helped you, even if your specific question was not answered. Anushi, say bye.
Goodbye, viewers. It was great being a part of today's Ask Profit. Yeah.
And it was absolutely fun having you as well. Do stay tuned. Up next is Know Your Company, and Anushi, you're going to be back, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay, so stay tuned.
आज जो कुछ हमारे पास है सब इनकी देन है। एक अगरबत्ती की दुकान से इतना बड़ा बिजनेस खड़ा किया।
प्रणाम दादाजी।
दादाजी, ये तो पुष्पा अगरबत्ती के मालिक हैं, घनश्याम दास। इनके स्टॉक्स में इन्वेस्ट किया था, इसीलिए आज ये सब कुछ है।
जो आगे की सोचते हैं ग्रो करते हैं। डाउनलोड ग्रो फॉर स्टॉक्स, म्यूचुअल फंड्स एंड IPO।
और ये कौन सी कंपनी के मालिक हैं?
ये तो दादाजी हैं।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
गोल्ड क्लास ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
The world's defining stage. Leaders, visionaries, decision makers, confronting the challenges of our time.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
NDTV World Summit 2025, Edge of the Unknown, 17th to 18th October, only on NDTV.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो NDTV सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The markets move fast. And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching KYC. We're talking about a company which is into defense, a lot of other aspects in and around it as well. And yes, we're talking about PTC Industries. I'm Hiral Dadia. With me is Anushi Vakaria. It's an interesting company to watch out for with the kind of growth and capacity expansion that they are doing, Anushi. But let's quickly address the few key questions to which we want answers to. First up, what is that strategy looking like? What are the barriers of entry for this company, as titanium and alloy manufacturing is the key for this one as well? So this is a question that we are going to ask the management. Moving on, if you talk about the big capacity expansion that they are looking at, the plans there and the kind of revenue potential that the company is looking out for on the back of the capacity expansion. And very lastly, you're seeing aerospace casting facility and vacuum arc resmelting. That is VAR, that is what is of significance from here on. The third important aspect that we're going to consider is the significance of the strategic materials technology complex, which is built in Lucknow for the sector as a whole, because PTC Industries does operate in this segment as well.
Well, Hiral, this is the key aspect as to the growth prospects of the company as well. But other than that, what we are looking at is the recent acquisitions also which are in focus, and that has played the impact in the first quarter as well. So how these recently acquired companies have done, and the future also, if there are any plans or such, is something that we'll be seeing. Apart from that, we are also looking at opportunity from leading global OEMs in focus, and this includes the likes of Safran and Kineco as well, because significant order opportunities from here onward. Now, what's important is, considering these high capacity additions are taking place, what is the guidance for not just FY26 but for the next 5 to 7 years of outlook as well? 3 year, if we see, it's 20% or so, but the main takeaway is the next 5-year picture in perspective. Along with that, the order book target for, with these new orders coming in from BrahMos as well, what's the kind of outlook that we'll see for future next 5 years or also is something that we should be watching out for.
Strong questions to ask the management.
Absolutely.
But let's tell our viewers what the company is all about. It's a company incorporated back then in 1963. They're mainly into manufacturing of engineering components, and this is of steel and titanium castings. These components are actually used for aerospace, defense, and the industrial sector. If you talk about the products and materials, they specialize mainly in compounds which are made from advanced materials like titanium superalloys, which is nickel and cobalt based, stainless steel, and duplex steel. The key industries they serve is very interesting, Anushi.
Absolutely. We are seeing titanium as a niche product which is being made, and PTC playing a big part in it is something which is beneficial for the aero and defense segment. Now, a lot of these new orders coming in from HAL, and PTC playing a big part in this is something that we should be watching out for. But other than that, we also have oil and gas, LNG processing, along with that even marine pulp paper in focus. So these are a couple of industries, Hiral, that we are looking at which are in focus.
And a strong global presence is what we're talking about over here when it comes to PTC, because they're exporting nearly over 75% of their products to global customers, and you have global clients like Rolls-Royce, Siemens, GE, and Alstom. These are the key companies that they cater to as well.
But just on to the clients that we are looking at, they've had some recent agreements as well in focus. Now, this includes them signing a MOU with the Safran aircraft engines as well. Now, this is to develop military aircraft engines that we are seeing. Along with that, Kineco is another MOU that we are seeing in focus, wherein the company will be developing these value-added aerospace components as well. BrahMos, they've had an association since 2019, and they've recently also announced 100+ crore of an order from there. So these are, a couple of other interesting aspects that we are looking at.
Right. So with all of this, let's quickly understand, what are the key parameters that we at NDTV Profit are going to consider from here on. First up, you're talking about the income statement. That is going to be a key that we will be looking at. Balance sheet, cash flow, and return ratios. Apart from that, in terms of your other ratings, you have shareholding patterns, street credentials, valuations, and your street coverage and outlook. These are the ones which we will be dissecting as well. But moving on, if you talk about the income statement, the strong and positive trend that we've seen in the income statement is over the last 3 to 4 financial years, from FY22 to 25, This has mainly been driven by growth in revenue and a significant expansion that's come in terms of profitability as well, from 42 crores to 61 crores, a 3-year compounded growth of nearly 68%. Now, the strong growth in revenues with the operating profit, which is nearly doubled from FY22 to almost 73 odd crores in FY25. The net profit has also seen exceptional growth, which has increased nearly 10 times. So that is a key positive. This has led to a rise in the EPS of the company. The margins have improved, which is actually indicating that the new advanced manufacturing and technology focus, which is especially in titanium and super alloys for aerospace and defense, is commanding higher margins. And their focus on critical and supercritical applications is niche is clearly playing out. So that's with regards to the income statement, and over the past 3 to 4 years, it's showcasing a strong growth and a transformation phase, and hence a thumbs up.
Well, Hiral, these improved financials in terms of your net profit is also reflecting in the balance sheet as well, and that's the second component that we are bringing to your thumbs up over here as well. You're seeing a significant uptick in terms of your other equities, which is also there. In fact, you can see the book value, which has been rising consistently over the years. Along with that, if you look at the borrowing, now that has come down from a 177 crore of a figure that we saw in FY23. This is now reduced to about 61 crore. This is against the cash balance, which is in focus, which is on the other rise, increasing from a 30 crore. We are looking at about 382 crore of a cash and bank balance. So a thumbs up is what we give the balance sheet.
Right. Let's look at the cash flow. The company is in the face of aggressive capital investment, primarily funded through a major injection of financing, including equity. In fact, the cash flow from investment is consistently negative and dramatically increasing in magnitude, which is a sign of a company in a major growth and expansion phase. In fact, the CFF has been strongly positive, accelerated rapidly as well. And if you talk about FY25, we are almost talking about 550 odd crores. But the picture that you see in terms of the net cash flows, that is a strong number at 55 crores. It actually went up to almost 127 odd crores in FY24 as well. And in FY23, you saw a single digit, and hence a neutral rating that comes in from our side.
In terms of return ratios, if we are looking at now here, we are seeing a downtick from how the FY23 to FY25 trajectory has been from a double-digit number. Now that has gone down to about 6 to 7% of a range that you're seeing for FY25. We've given this a thumbs down right now, but do keep in mind that there's a lot of ongoing capex for the business. We'll talk about the capital expenditure plans as well, with the complex that the company is building in Lucknow. So for now, while there is a downtick that we are looking at, it's the upcoming fiscals, where we should be focusing on more in terms of how these return profile pans out. So that's the overall take on return ratios that we are seeing.
Absolutely. In fact, the promoter holding, which is the shareholding pattern, is the key from here on. Largely stable in the recent quarters. Crucially, if you talk about the percentage of pledged shares also by the promoters is reported as 0, which is also a very positive sign. FIs and DIIs. Now, this segment has shown a consistent, healthy increase in the recent quarters, which is often seen as a positive indicator of increasing confidence in the company's long-term prospects. And that's the reason why we've given it a thumbs up.
Absolutely. Now, coming to the street cred part of it, we've given this a thumbs up as well. In the 1 month to 6 months, it's on 7 to 9% of a return potential, a return upside that we've seen. But in the last 2 years, a significant multi-bagger for all those investors out there, with the stock surging more than 5 times. So, it's a thumbs up that we've given for this one, right?
And let's look at the valuations. Now, a primary indicator of the market valuation, which is relative to earnings, that has experienced a massive expansion, climbing up. You can see on the screens, you're talking about a PTC Industries where 1 year forward is around 238 times. The 2 year forward normalizes at around 34 times. In fact, it also ballooned to 372 times in the recent past. This signifies a dramatic increase in the investor confidence and expectation of future growth of the company. If you talk about the market, which is willing to pay a significant higher price for each rupee of the company's current earnings, is suggesting that the stock is actually perceived as a high growth, high potential investment. The valuations do appear very expensive when compared to the sector median or historical norms as well. And this is likely attributable to your exceptional earnings growth, the multifold increase in net profit and EPS that the company has delivered as well, and the strategic developments that we are seeing.
In fact, you'll just hear in some part, with the kind of revenue potential seen in the next 5 years, why these valuations are so expensive, and 2 years, what's the trajectory. But onto the outlook forward, now what we are seeing is that the company has already commissioned about 1,500 tons per annum of their vacuum arc melting capacity in Jan 25. 5,200 is the overall size that we are looking at. And this is by the end of the fourth quarter that we are seeing. So significant capex plans over here is what we are looking at. Now the company is also creating a whole titanium ecosystem in terms of, from capacity. They want to control all aspects of it, for which they've also signed a MOU with Odisha. So that is another interesting part. While analyst coverage on this particular counter is low, around 2 buys is what we are looking at, with a 24% of an upside potential. So that's the overall take in terms of how the analysts are seeing the stock and what's the kind of outlook forward that we're looking.
Thanks for that, Anushi. In fact, let's quickly look at the overall ratings that NDTV Profit has given a PTC. A 6 on 8, which is a very strong rating that PTC Industries has got from NDTV Profit, and we've already taken you through the various parameters. Meanwhile, Anushi also spoke to Sachin Agarwal, who's the chairman and managing director at PTC Industries, to understand the business outlook, the capex plans, and the guidance and the growth that they have going ahead. Let's listen in.
This is a very, very niche area, but a very, very highly potential and profitable area. So when we're looking at our company, there are basically two streams. One is our titanium materials and component stream, and the other is our superalloy stream. In the titanium, as you rightly said, there is very huge barriers, both technological barriers, know-how, as well as capacity, as well as investment barriers. This capacity that we are setting up is a full end-to-end value chain, starting from manufacturing of titanium alloys, materials, into various, and then conversion to various forms, right from various mill products, from bars, rods, sheets, plates, forgings, and to castings and machining them as well. So it's a very, very big investment covering for the first time in the world at a single site this entire value chain, from material manufacturing all the way to machined components which are ready to fit in any aerospace as well as defense applications. Titanium, as you know, has a huge application throughout the civil aviation and aerospace sector, as well as throughout all the platforms in defense, whether it be land-based, sea-based, air-based, in aero engines, as well as space, as well as strategic systems. So this whole strategic initiative that we have taken is being set up in our new strategic material technology complex in Lucknow in the UP Defense Corridor. It has a huge investment, but the potential for this is the capacity for material side of the titanium is being set up for around 6,000 tons to 6,500 tons annual capacity as phase one. Then we have a huge capacity for castings. So the potential in the next 5-6 years is that we probably in this sector alone in titanium stream would be in the region of around $300 to $400 million in top line. Again, it's a very niche area. So as I mentioned, there are very, very few players globally. Hardly 4 or 5 companies in the world make titanium materials, and hardly 3 or 4 companies in the world make titanium castings. So again, very, very niche area that's leading itself to a very high EBITDA margin as well.
Mr. Agarwal, just want to understand on that, in the next 3 to 4 years, while we are seeing a big outlook in terms of these new capacities being on stream, in September only you've described about the recent commissionings. Talk to us about that. For FY26, what's the kind of outlook that you have in terms of capacity addition? And in phases also, if you can describe about 27, 28 as well.
Yeah, very good. The recent announcement we did, very back-to-back announcements within a month, is one setting up of a capability of vacuum induction melting for large superalloy castings. Then what we did last week, about a week, 10 days back, is commissioning of our large titanium casting facility. Now, if you're looking at as India's aspiration, as Prime Minister Modi has said, that to make aero engines in the country. Now, aero engines require certain type of materials. For aero engines, almost 70 to 80% of the materials that go on any aero engine is either titanium or superalloy or nickel-based or cobalt-based. Now, when we are talking about making the country self-reliant in aero engines and production of aero engines in the country and things like that, strategic systems like that, then certain technologies, core technologies, become very important for the country. One of them is being able to make these large titanium castings and superalloy castings, which go on the engine on both sides, on the turbine side as the turbine rear frame, and on the compressor side as the fan hub frame, as well as in the middle, which is the intermediate casings. These are large precision investment castings in titanium and superalloys. There's only one other company in the world which has the capability to make large titanium and superalloy castings. That's in the US. And we become the second company in the world to have both these capability for making large titanium and superalloy castings. So it's a very significant milestone for the country. I believe that is where the country is heading towards, and to make the country self-reliant in true sense. These are the core technologies that we are setting up and making the country on par with the rest, with the best in the world.
Mr. Agarwal, while I do understand the area is very niche in particular and there's applications across end user industries that we are looking at, just want to understand on the overall investment size that you have in plan, what's the kind of capex that we are looking forward? How much is it, how much of that has been utilized in FY26? What's the kind of outlook that you have for 27? And even in the near term, if you can give us a picture.
Yeah, so CapEx that's ongoing currently in our strategic material technology complex in Lucknow in the UP Defence Corridor is in the tune of approximately 1,000 crores plus. Though this 1,000 crores is what we are saying, but all these equipment were ordered more in the COVID times because they have like 3-4 year lead times. And because of that, we got very good pricing. So anybody who wants to set up such a current investment currently would be in excess of 3,000 to 4,000 crores. That's how the prices have increased. So first of all, our investment size, even at around 1,000 crores, is equivalent to actually an investment of in excess of 4,000 crores in today's time. In terms of and other terms, in terms of 26, 27, our investments in this entire strategic material technology complex, we are setting up currently 4 facilities. One of that is titanium and superalloy melt facility. Another is titanium and superalloy forging and rolling mill facility. Then third is titanium and superalloy and airfoil, including single crystal castings and DS casting, another very important core technology required for aero engines and that's the third facility, casting facility, and the fourth is the machining facility. So all these facilities will take by the end of 26. 3 facilities will be ready, and the machining will be ready in year 27.
Right, and just a quick take on, how is this, capex that you have, it's a big number that you've given in context. How is that being funded? Do you see any other fundraising on table for this particular area?
In the current capex that we're doing, we are fully funded. All the money we have, either through debt or equity that we raised. So we are fully funded for the current investment cycle. In the future, if other opportunities come by, we will take a look at that time. But currently, for this project, we are fully funded.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Now, if we come to the financial performance, in the last 3 fiscals, we've seen about a consistent performance in terms of how revenue has shaped up. But just want to get a sense in terms of the larger picture, which is there in the next 5 years, in the 7 years, what's the kind of revenue potential that you have on table, considering these huge capacities are going to be on stream from FY27 onwards, the majority of that being taken in effect from that year onwards. So if you can give us an outlook in terms of the revenue number that we are projecting. Also for FY26, if you can get us an outlook in terms of what's the kind of growth that you anticipate, since you already want 100% of a jump because of the recent acquisition also that we are looking at.
Yes, Nishi. So for this FY25-26, as I mentioned previously, we are looking at almost close to a 90 to 100% growth compared to the previous fiscal year for this financial year. So we'll probably almost close to doubling what we did in the previous year in this financial year. But looking forward, I think in 5 years, 7 years time horizon, there's going to be a major hockey stick kind of a growth coming from at that time. In this 5 to 7 years, we are looking at close to 10x to 15x growth compared to the previous financial year in the top line, and a very solid EBITDA margin on top of that as well.
Just let me get this straight. 10x to 15x is the kind of projection that you have over FY25, I believe.
That's right.
In the next 5 years or 7 years, right?
That's right. That's right.
Well, that's a huge outlook in terms of what's happening with PTC Industries. Just want to understand, with this 10x, 15x growth that we are seeing, what's the kind of margins also that we'll watch out for? If you can give us a blended range in terms of margins also. For FY26 also, I want to understand, because, in the first quarter, we had seen a dip in because of, the track precision which was there. So just want to get an overall perspective on that front as well.
And very good, Anish. Yes, you're absolutely right, because Track Precision is the company that we acquired in UK. Because of that, the blended margins were reduced. But Track Precision is undergoing a massive increase in capacity. We are investing significantly over there as well. We are winning many orders. In fact, Track Precision is also, we are planning to almost triple the revenue in Track Precision in UK over the next 5 to 6 years. Are going on. Of course, for the next 1 year, there's a lot of changes that are happening, which will keep on pressurizing the margin over there. But overall, blended margin over the next 5 to 6, 7 years is in the region of excess of 35% as a blended margin overall in the company when we have this 10 to 15x growth.
Strong commentary from the management. A 10 to 15 times jump in revenues over the next 5 to 7 years, margins to exceed 35% in the long term, and order book of 1,000 crore to rise substantially going forward. That's the key takeaway from PTC Industries. Completely out of time with that. It's a wrap on this edition of KYC, only on NDTV Profit, for your profit.
बहू, आज जो कुछ हमारे पास है सब इनकी देन है। एक अगरबत्ती की दुकान से इतना बड़ा बिजनेस खड़ा किया।
प्रणाम दादाजी।
दादाजी, ये तो पुष्पा अगरबत्ती के मालिक हैं, घनश्याम दास। इनके स्टॉक्स में इन्वेस्ट किया था, इसीलिए आज ये सब कुछ है।
जो आगे की सोचते हैं ग्रो करते हैं। डाउनलोड ग्रो फॉर स्टॉक्स, म्यूचुअल फंड्स एंड IPO।
और ये कौन सी कंपनी के मालिक हैं?
ये तो दादाजी हैं।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
समझो जरा भी प्यास जिसके हम ना हो।
जान रहा दिल ये तो जान दी है तू।
मेरा जो रिश्ता है NDTV के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
The world's defining stage. Leaders, visionaries, decision makers, confronting the challenges of our time.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
NDTV World Summit 2025, Edge of the Unknown, 17th to 18th October, only on NDTV.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, द बेस्ट ऐप टू यूज इज द एनडीटीवी ऐप।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Cautious start to the week for Dalal Street. Nifty slips below 24,700. Banking heavyweights drag on benchmarks. Most sectors in the red. Defense FMCG lead losses. Meanwhile, the Oil Minister Hardeep Singh Puri's comments on AMC's 8 stocks. Minister says that cap on crude realization cannot be cancelled in an ad hoc manner. Also highlights key growth levers for the sector. Walkout is the one that is up over 9% in trade after European Union and Japan evade Trump's tariff shock. Zenec to not be impacted by Europe tariffs that are capped at 15%. And on to an NDTV Profit exclusive. Then auto major Hero Moto expects record festive season sales. Showroom footfalls double since the beginning of Navratri. Good afternoon. You're watching Markets at 12 with me, Shreyansi Singh. And first things first, let's take a look at what the markets are up to at this point in time. And when you take a look at Nifty, the picture is not looking all that well. As far as the Nifty is concerned, holding on above, just below that 24,700 level thereabout is what the Nifty is doing. When you take a look at the Sensex, marginally in the green at this point in time, but the sectoral picture, in fact, is largely tilted in the favor of red at this point in time. You do have most sectors holding on to a tinge of red. Losses are led by media and defense. On the flip side, what is resilient is oil and gas, PSU, bank, realty, as well as metal sectors. So those are some of your sectors that are doing okay at this point in time. In terms of the key losers, then let's take a look at the losers from within the Nifty 50 pack as well. And it's Axis Bank that makes it to that list. 2% cut coming in on that one. Maruti Suzuki, Tata Consumer, Kotak Bank,
L&T as well as Tech Mahindra are the ones that are on the back foot, down anywhere between 1 to 2% at this point in time. What's doing well right now is an IndusInd Bank. It did have that brokerage note coming in. You do have an upgrade as well as a hike in the target price as well for this one. BEL, Titan Company, Eternal, Hindalco, Sun Pharma, some of your other gainers from within the Nifty 50 pack as well. But that's largely the kind of picture that we had in terms of stocks, and getting a little more stock specific then. In fact, let's also talk about Wockhardt, in fact, because that particular counter is buzzing away in trade. You do have a very big booster shot coming in for this particular company. The stock is up about 8% in trade, 7.9% they're about to be precise. The European Union, in fact, and Japan spared from Trump tariffs, and that is in fact the key trigger coming in for this particular counter due to existing trade agreements. You do have Varsha who's joining in with an update on why exactly this is positive when it comes to this counter. Varsha.
Well, thank you so much for that. We all know that on Friday that Trump had announced 100% tariff on patented drugs, but now that has been spared. So EU and Japan has been spared from Trump tariffs due to existing agreements. So EU, if you see the tariffs for EU is already capped at 15%. Now this move is to aim or to push pharma companies to set up facilities in US. Now, why Wockhardt is in focus and why this is positive for Wockhardt? One is their Xenic, which is their novel antibiotic product or drug. The Xenic will be actually manufactured in EU. So earlier there were fears that because of this 100% tariff and Xenic being manufactured in US and approvals are awaited, Xenic being manufactured in Europe and approvals are awaited in US, Xenic might get impacted. But because of EU tariffs are now capped at 15%, the Xenic, which is a blockbuster drug, will not be impacted. And currently, if you see Xenic, Xenic is under, so companies waiting approval when it comes to Xenic in the US. So overall, because of this 15% capped tariffs in Europe is one of the reasons why Wockhardt is up today.
Absolutely, and thank you so much, Varsha, for joining us with that entire update. As far as Wockhardt is concerned, that particular counter is buzzing away in trade. In fact, speaking of counters that are buzzing away in trade, let's also take a closer look at Paradeep Phosphates, because that particular stock is up about 6% in trade. You do have Dollar Industries that is in good shape, as well as Azad Engineering on the back of a 5-year contract. We do have Jasmeet joining in with that entire list. Jasmeet, which are the stocks that make it to your list then?
Well, right, thank you for that. Starting off with Dollar Industries, well, the stock nearly touched intraday high of 7% and now it has settled in trade. Now, why the stock is buzzing is because 9 promoter group companies have been merged together. Well, these companies include programs like distribution, trading, yarns, and etc. Well, the aim for this is to simplify the overall group structure. Well, secondly, if you look at the structure of the group, the hosiery business of the Texmoron, even that has merged with the group. Well, with this overall, if you look at the impact on the group, we say the promoter and public holdings have changed. The promoter holdings have reduced up until 72.21%, while the public holdings have increased to 27%. Now, if you look at why this is positive and why the market is reacting positively for this would be to enhance the efficiency of the group, simplify the overall structure of the group, and also would simplify the legal and corporate structure. That's why the stock is reacting positively in trade today. If we look at the next one, we have Paradeep Phosphates. Well, the stock is nearly up 6% in trade today. Well, the reason is because there are a couple of reasons. Firstly, the NCLT has approved the merger with Mangalorean Chemicals. Secondly, if you look at the company has commissioned 1,500 MTPDA of assets, while the total expenditure for this particular project was 510 crores, and this has increased the overall capacity of the group from 4,200 MTPDA per day basis up until 5,700 MTPDA. The next one will be Azad Engineering. If you look, stock is nearly up 2% in trade today. While this comes in the back of when the company has received an order for over 5 years, the order is worth 651 crores. And the order is to supply of high engineered complex rotation devices. And this order is from the Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. If you look at the overall region where the order is coming from, is for the advanced gases and thermal power projects. These are 3 stocks in my radar today and it's buzzing in trade.
Well, absolutely. Thank you so much, Jasmeet, for joining us with that entire list. So those are some of the counters that are buzzing away in trade. As you can see on the top of your screens, Paradeep Phosphates is the one that is the clear outperformer there. 6% uptake coming in on that particular counter. But let's also take a closer look at some performance coming in as far as HUL is concerned, because they're expecting flat to low single-digit growth in the second quarter of financial year 26 on the back of GST rate cuts. Now, this is mainly because the company expects temporary disruption in its business. But what do the brokerages make of this particular analysis as well? In fact, we do have Somit joining in with that entire brokerage verdict there.
The most important announcement that has come in from HUL side is the fact that they're expecting the second quarter of FY26 revenue growth to be flat to low single digit. Now, this is largely because of the fact that they have passed on the GST benefit or GST rate cut benefit to consumers. Now, because of this GST rate cut, there has been inventory destocking that the company has witnessed in the second quarter, because of which they are seeing this lower revenue growth. Now, this lower revenue growth, as per the company, could continue in the month of October as well. And they're expecting a recovery to happen only in the month of November. So that is the another key announcement that has come in. Now, what are brokerages saying about this key announcement that HUL has done? Now, as per Jefferies, they expect a similar impact to happen for other FMCG companies as well in the second quarter of FY26. However, they are saying that the quantum of this impact could be different for every other company given the size of the company and the portfolio. Apart from that, they are expecting that in the medium term, there could be a big boost that could come in on the volume front, and Q3 they are expecting that to be much better compared to what Q2 of FY26. Apart from that, they also believe that the revenue growth for other retailers and quick commerce company that could also get impacted in the second quarter of FY26. Now, when it comes to Morgan Stanley, they are saying that the consolidated business revenue growth that they are looking at, which stands at around flat to low single digit, now this is much lower than what the company or what the analysts were expecting earlier. However, on the positive side, they believe that the company has first time ever released such kind of a pre-quarter update, which should be taken positively by the street.
Well, absolutely, that's one counter that is in focus for sure. But let's also talk about Bharat Electronics on the back of that mega push coming in as far as air defense missiles are concerned. You do have that 30,000 crore order, and you're talking about that Anand Shastra tender as well. So let's take a look at the key triggers coming in as far as this particular counter is concerned. Let's take a look at the tender as well, the details when it comes to this Anand Shastra tender as well. And Anushi is joining in with that update there.
Well, thanks for that, Shreyanshi. So, this is not a surprise that we are looking at 30,000 crore of an issue size in terms of, the Indian Army, which they've issued the tender for is the QRSAM project, which, BEL has constantly talked about in the previous few quarters as well. Now, this includes buying of around 5 to 6 of Anand Shastra air defense missile systems, which is the QRSAM that we are talking about. And this is to strengthen the air defense system along the lines of the borders, which is Pakistan and China. Now, what considerable effect does this order bring? Now, we already saw that the company is targeting for, 27,000 crore of inflows for FY26. With the addition of this, it would be a 57,000 crore of inflows that we are looking at. In fact, Motilal Oswal also came out with a note on this, saying that the RFP is issued for this much awaited QRSAM project. In fact, with this order in place, the order book enhanced to about more than 1 lakh crore plus from the 77,000 crore levels that we'd seen earlier, with expected execution to commence from FY27 onwards. Now, they also expect this award to benefit other counters like Bharat Dynamics as well, which is a key player in the air defense missile system, alongside Bharat Electronics as well. Other order wins to be in focus for Bharat Electronics includes the likes of NGC, that's next generation corvettes, along with that electronic warfare related orders. Along with that, the recent order win for HAL for the 97 MK1A Tejas that we are looking at, so some bit of a benefit for BEL for that as well. So this is the overall picture that we are seeing for this 30,000 crore of tender issued by the Indian Army.
Well, absolutely. Thanks, Anushi, for getting us that update there. That is the overall picture as far as BEL is concerned. And as you can see, the stock is clearly cheering that up about 1.7% for that particular counter. But let's move on. Let's shift gears quite literally then. It is time for NDTV Profit, an exclusive, in fact. And Hero MotoCorp anticipates record festive season sales exceeding 16 lakh units, surpassing last year's 15.8 lakhs. So that's the kind of quantum of growth that you're looking at. This will largely be driven by sharp day-on-day bookings and also massive consumer inquiries. We do have Danish bringing in all of those very important details. Danish, over to you.
Well, you actually stole the number that I wanted to really mention about. But that's true. In an NDTV Profit exclusive, Hero Moto has told us that they are expecting the current festive sales to be record breaking. And let me remind you that in 2024, the festive season for Hero Moto was also good, and they had achieved record 15.98 lakh vehicle sales. And they're expecting that even this time this could rise. And there are many reasons, not just GST, but since Navratri, they are witnessing almost double the footfalls in their showrooms. Their inquiries have doubled up, and as far as the digital inquiries and digital site visits are concerned, even that has tripled in comparison to the previous year. And as far as demand is concerned, they are receiving demand across products, across segments, and it is not just the rural market that is doing well, but also the urban market is doing well. While the rural market is looking at they have great demand for 100cc and 125cc segment bikes, but the urban cities, they are seeing a great demand as far as the premium bikes are concerned. So for Hero Moto, it's a good festive season start for them, and they're hoping that they will be crossing some milestone this time. And moreover, they also expect the rural market to outperform the urban market as the harvesting season approaches. So all in all, if we see, it's a very positive development for Hero Moto, and it is one of the few two-wheeler players that have come out in the open, and they have said that they are seeing a good amount of demand as soon as this festive season began.
Well, absolutely. Thank you so much, Danish, for getting us that update as far as Hero Moto is concerned. Currently, that counter is a little bit on the back foot at this point in time. In fact, the entire auto pack is not doing all that well, just on the back foot. So is media and defense. So those are your top sectoral losers. When you take a look at your gainers, oil and gas, like we told you earlier as well, that's the entire pack that is buzzing away in trade. Realty, PSU Bank, metal, as well as energy and pharma also make it to that list in terms of some of your resilient sectors. So that's what you're looking at in terms of the sectoral picture as well. Let's also take a closer look at OMCs as well, because you do have some key commentary coming in. And that is one pack that is in fact buzzing away in trade. Hardeep Singh Puri conducted a meeting with analysts as well on Friday. And we do have Somit, who's going to be joining in with the key takeaways and to decode which part of the commentary in fact was positive and which is negative for these players, and we'll get to that shortly. But of course, you do have some of your counters that are buzzing away in trade from within the banking pack as well. So an IndusInd Bank makes it to that list. So does a BAL, as well as Titan Company, Eternal as well, Hindalco, Wipro, and even an ONGC makes it to that list. That counter is up about 1% in trade as well. Sun Pharma, M&M, NTPC, Tata Steel, some of your top gainers from within the Nifty 50 pack. But as promised, let's also go to Somit for those key takeaways, because that entire OMC pack is buzzing away in trade. Somit, take us through the key triggers when it comes to the commentary coming in from the oil minister.
The reason behind the move that we are seeing when it comes to the entire oil and gas PSU segment today is because Hardeep Singh Puri, the petroleum minister, met multiple analysts on Friday, and the primary objective about this meeting was to address the issues that are affecting the valuations of the PSU oil and gas companies. So what are the positive takeaways that have come in from this analyst meet? Now, for ONGC and Oil India, removal of the cap on crude realization has been enacted by law, is what the management has is what the minister has said, and this cannot be cancelled in ad hoc manner going forward. So that is one positive commentary that has come in for oil explorers like ONGC and Oil India. When it comes to oil marketing companies like IOCL, BPCL and HPCL, the minister has clearly said that under recoveries on LPG or any other product other than retail fuel, that is petrol and diesel, will be compensated to the oil marketing companies in phased manner. So this is the positive commentary that has come in for the oil marketing companies, because this removes the overhang of under recoveries and will not get compensated going forward. That overhang moves out for the oil marketing companies. For in general oil and gas PSU, the key commentary, the key positive commentary that has come in is the fact that the minister has clearly said that cost cuts, improving operating efficiencies and focusing on capital expenditure is a common theme and an ongoing theme for all the oil and gas PSU. So that is the positive commentary coming in for the entire pack. But on the negative side, what they have mentioned is the fact that for the oil marketing companies specifically, is the fact that the government is preferring to stick to is preferring to stick to the current petrol and diesel prices, and they're not given any commentary on by when they plan to start the fortnightly or the daily changes that we used to see earlier when it comes to petrol and diesel prices. And as per analyst, this implies that marketing margins segment could continue to remain volatile even going forward based on how the crude price movement is. So that is the only negative commentary that has come in from the meeting that was held on Friday. Now, if you look at the valuations and the return potential or the expected return potential from the oil marketing companies or the oil and gas PSU companies, for GAIL the return potential stands at 22%, but again that stock is also trading at a higher valuation compared to its historical averages. The current 12-month forward valuation is at a 12% premium compared to its 5-year average price to earnings. Only Petronet LNG and BPCL are trading at a discounted valuation. Apart from that, all the other oil and gas PSUs are trading at expensive valuation compared to their each historical averages. Now, and when it comes to return potential, Petronet LNG has a return potential of 22% based on the consensus target price. Oil India has a return potential of 21%. ONGC, BPCL, HPCL and IOCL have a return potential of anywhere between 10 to 17%. But again, do remember that the valuations are expensive for most of them compared to the historical averages. The only two companies that are trading at a discounted valuation is Petronet LNG and BPCL.
Alright, and there you go. So that's the key commentary coming in from the oil minister as well. Even when you take a look at those stocks, thank you so much, Samit, for getting us that update. Then when you take a look at some of those counters, HPCL is the one that is buzzing away in trade, 2.9% uptick coming in on that counter. Even BPCL, that's the one that's up 3.2% as we speak as well. Gains coming in for Indian Oil Corporation as well, up to the tune of about 2.5%, that particular counter. And even when you take a look at Oil India, that's up about 1.5%, and so is ONGC, 1% gain coming in for that one as well. So those are the kind of gains that you're seeing on some of these counters that Samit has talked about. But let's move on then. Ports and logistics is the one that is in focus. And you do have JM Financials, in fact, that has come out with a note on the industry as a whole. And we do have Puneet, who spoke to Priyankar Biswas, who's industrials and logistics research analyst at JM Financial Institution Securities. Let's go across and listen in to a slice of that conversation then.
Let me first start off with what you see essentially as a key positive catalyst in terms of port volumes over the next few years, because we have some really strong targets in terms of expansion from a lot of listed players in the port space. So talk to us about what are the growth aspects that you see for ports. Essentially, let's start off with that and then we'll get to logistics.
Thanks for having me. So firstly, what I would want to highlight here is that generally the volume growth at ports is typically linked to the real economic growth. What this has been a consistent trend, so it grows accordingly to that. And based on the assumption that the economic growth continues, like let's say at a 6% then one can expect at least a similar level, close to 5 to 6% rough volume growth at the ports level. Now, having said that, there are a lot of dynamics within this. So Indian economy is actually going more into like higher end goods, and so probably we would have more containerization for that matter. And this is where you see companies like Adani Ports principally focusing on. Then there are other aspects like, for example, we want to reduce the import of, let's say, thermal power, thermal coal from outside. So for that, there is an increased movement of coastal coal, so on which JSW Infra is playing. So these are some of the broad trends that we are seeing. Of course, we are also seeing that most of these large corporates that are there, like be it an Adani's, JSW or DP World, are also expanding inland into railways, inland logistics. So that's also a mega trend that is happening.
In terms of the picks, as you rightly mentioned, right, for Adani Port specifically, it's one of the largest port operators in the country. How do you see the capacity expansion plans as well as that translating into the financials as well?
So Adani, I would say right now, usually what it used to be that the volumes used to dictate essentially what is the sort of revenues and EBITDA that will come through. but that is no longer the case. So today the volumes, like last year, was reported something around 453 million tons. The group has an aspiration to be close to 1 billion tons in volumes by FY 2029. Now, of course, that's a credible target, but the growth in terms of Adani's earnings and EBITDA would be actually much more than that. That is something what we have written is what is generally missed by investors and the street as well. So there is a significant growth in, let's say, logistics segment as well in Adani, for which I don't think the stock is getting adequate attention on that respect.
And Mr. Biswas, in terms of the dedicated freight corridor, that's the other key aspect, because it is going to be the next growth driver essentially for the industry. What is the impact of that coming in over the medium term do you expect for the industry as a whole?
See, the dedicated freight corridor was supposed to have a significant positive impact. Now, unfortunately, that has not really translated out that much. So already the ports of Mundra and Gujarat people are already connected to the dedicated freight corridor, so as to speak. And yet what we have seen is that the rail share in the traffic has not really witnessed much material changes. Now the hope is that the DFC connects to the last major port remaining, that is JNPT here, and there is an uptick in the volumes as well on the rail. But what I believe is it may not translate to a lot. I mean, that's one thing we are trying to highlight, that it may not be that big a boost as it is generally anticipated, because the traffic here in JNPT actually moves more along the non-DFC route rather than the DFC route. So the impact may actually be not that great.
All right, and that's the entire outlook when it comes to the ports and logistics space. But in fact, that's all the time that we have on this show. Thank you so much for tuning in to Markets at 12. Do stay tuned for Profit Buzzers that is up next.
बहू, आज जो कुछ हमारे पास है सब इनकी देन है। एक अगरबत्ती की दुकान से इतना बड़ा बिजनेस खड़ा किया।
प्रणाम दादाजी।
दादाजी, ये तो पुष्पा अगरबत्ती के मालिक हैं, घनश्याम दास। इनके स्टॉक्स में इन्वेस्ट किया था, इसीलिए आज ये सब कुछ है।
जो आगे की सोचते हैं ग्रो करते हैं। डाउनलोड ग्रो फॉर स्टॉक्स, म्यूचुअल फंड्स एंड IPO।
और ये कौन सी कंपनी के मालिक हैं?
ये तो दादाजी हैं।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
गोल्ड ग्लास, क्लियर ग्लास, पार हो या नियर, सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर।
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
जान रहे दिल ये तो जान दी है तू।
मेरा जो रिश्ता है NDTV के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
The world's defining stage. Leaders, Visionaries, decision makers, confronting the challenges of our time.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
NDTV World Summit 2025, Edge of the Unknown, 17th to 18th October, only on NDTV.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आप बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी सब विदेश जाते हैं। The best app to use is the NDTV app.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
buy
CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're joining us in this special broadcast where we are talking about the Tata Capital IPO. It's an IPO that has been anticipated for a fairly long time. And of course, now it's going to hit the market in the week. October 6th, the IPO opens. It will remain open till the 8th. The company is looking to raise about 15,511 crore. This includes an OFS as well as a fresh issue component. I have with me Mr. Rajesh Sabharwal, the MD and CEO of the company. Mr. Sabharwal, welcome to this conversation. I want to start first with the idea of Tata Capital coming to the market. There's been a lot of conversation over the last 2 years because the RBI came out with a list and it said that these NBFCs need to list ASAP if they are not already listed. Of course, if that list did not exist in September of 22, would September 25 or October 25 be the date when you come to the market?
We've been getting full support from Tata Sons in terms of whatever capital we need every year for growth. This trigger of September 25 happened because of RBI placing us in the upper layer. If probably this wouldn't have happened, we wouldn't have been there in the market at this point of time, but would have been there at some point later.
Okay, fair enough. The price band of 310 to 326, that's something that you've now come out and advertised. People point out that the unlisted space values you about 50% more than the value that you're currently quoting. Is this deliberate? Was that even part of the consideration when you're thinking about the pricing of this IPO?
Absolutely not. We do not consider anything on that side. In fact, the way we go about is we meet investors, take their feedback. Our investment bankers, their teams look at, what's there in the market. And based on all that feedback, the board finally decides what needs to be done. And yesterday, the board took the decision on the price band of 310 to 326.
Okay. I want to understand from you, 17th company from the Tata stable to come to the market now. There's a lot of expectation riding because this is probably one of the larger financial services businesses that is coming to the market and a sizable IPO. What is your expectation as the leader of this company? And how are you going to address, say, the market expectation, which is that it's a Tata Group company, it's got a fairly large book, 2.33 lakh crore. You've got a very well-established business. This should actually fly off the handle.
Actually, we are very focused on building a company which will last for generations. And our approach there is to create a business model which will grow at a high pace and also deliver one of the lowest credit costs. And that is what we have built at Tata Capital. If you look at our growth rate, we've been growing over the last 3 years at about 28%, and our credit costs have been below 1% before the merger with Tata Motor Finance. The model which we have built is more resilient because our spectrum of products is most diverse in the industry. We are present in all segments of lending, consumer, housing, SME, as well as corporate, where consumer, housing, and SME form close to about 90% of our total asset book. And within that, also we have a number of products. Each product is of scale, and each product has a strong growth engine, which allows us to moderate our growth in different segments such that we can capture the India growth opportunity in the most optimal manner and also ensure that our credit cost remains the least.
Okay. Coming to the credit cost point, because you've mentioned it now, at 2% gross NPA, or stage 3 assets, however you want to call it, that tracks with the best in the industry. Having said that, there's been a bit of a spike as of June, right, compared to the last year. I'm assuming this is because of the Tata Motors Finance merger that happened. But in terms of the asset quality of the portfolio right now, is that anything that is a bit concerning? We've had a period of auto loans defaulting more than the other retail assets, but something that you're looking at.
The way I look at it and the way you see our company, before the merger, we've always had credit cost of sub 1%, which is amongst the best in the industry. The merger approvals came in May of this year, but it incorporates the financials as of March 25. We do believe that the segments in which we operate today are in a much good situation, and in terms of credit costs, we've seen the worst behind us. In fact, each segment is behaving very well, whether it is unsecured, whether it is secured, whether it's housing. Each of these segments is behaving very well, and we foresee that we will always be in a region where we can keep our credit costs as amongst the least in the industry. If you look at housing, which forms the largest book for us, that's about 71,000 crores. That's our subsidiary housing finance company. It has credit costs which are less than 10 basis points. And it is growing at a pace of over 30%. I think the use of technology, the use of digital and analytics has allowed us to build models which are resilient with large growth. And managing both growth and keeping costs low has worked very well for us.
Well, that was the management of Tata Capital. Thanks so much for joining in to Profit Buzzers today. My name is Puneet, and over the next half an hour or so, we'll tell you everything about the markets that you need to know. Actually, a few key stocks also that we're going to put the focus on as well. But let's first look at how the markets are doing, because we did see some slight recovery happen between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, and then again it's been a sideways momentum. So while the implied open today was over 100 points, we've sold off all of those gains, and right now trying to get back into the green, but we are still down about 12 points in the red for the Nifty 50. We're continuing with the pressure that we saw on Friday, and that will be the other thing to watch out for. Where do we end in the last 3 hours of the trading session today? Let's quickly look at the contributors for the Nifty 50. We might see an even Steven on the gains and the losses. So while we have something like an Eternal and HDFC Bank in the green, we are seeing pressure across stocks like Axis Bank as well as ICICI Bank today in trade as well. When you look at the advance and decline ratio, that's again been a trade where we have seen chop and change across the board from over 2:1 in favor of advances in the morning. We've now moved into a stage where the declines are almost 1.5 times essentially of the advances. So 1,300, almost 1,400 stocks, and we've crossed that crisscross happened about an hour before that, in terms of the declines continuing to put pressure on the index. When you look at the mid cap and small cap, that's the other one to watch because continuing with the pressure on the benchmark indices, we've tried to have some kind of positive momentum on the mid cap 150, but failing to do so, still slightly in the green, while the small cap has now slipped into red from the day's high. It is down 0.2% now as we speak as well. So that's largely the texture of the market, continuing with its, essentially its stage where we are continuing to see pressure as well. But let's look at the Nifty Auto very quickly as well, because I want to put focus and on Hero MotoCorp as well, because since September 22nd, we have seen essentially a lot of key stocks that are in focus because of the GST rate cut amongst others. Nifty Auto right now down 31 points. Let's look at the constituents very quickly before we put the focus on Hero MotoCorp as well and why we're tracking this counter. Something like a Bharat Forge and M&M are in green, but largely continuing the pressure in the red today. And Hero MotoCorp is down 0.8%, but it's time for an exclusive on this one as well, because Hero MotoCorp is anticipating a record festive season. Now, my colleague Danish is now joining in to give us why that could be the case. Danish.
Well, you actually stole the number that I wanted to really mention about. But that's true. In an NDTV Profit exclusive, Hero Moto has told us that they are expecting the current festive sales to be record breaking. And let me remind you that in 2024, the festive season for Hero Moto was also good, and they had achieved record 15.98 lakh vehicle sales, and they're expecting that even this time this could rise. And there are many reasons, not just GST, but since Navratri, they are witnessing almost double the footfalls in their showrooms. Their inquiries have doubled up, and as far as the digital inquiries and digital site visits are concerned, even that has tripled in comparison to the previous year. And as far as demand is concerned, they are receiving demand across products, across segments, and it is not just the rural market that is doing well, but also the urban market is doing well. While the rural market is looking at they have great demand for 100cc and 125cc segment bikes, but the urban cities, they are seeing a great demand as far as the premium bikes are concerned. So for Hero Moto, it's a good festive season start for them, and they're hoping that they will be crossing some milestone this time. And moreover, they also expect the rural market to outperform the urban market as the harvesting season approaches. So all in all, if we see, it's a very positive development for Hero Moto, and it is one of the few two-wheeler players that have come out in the open, and they have said that they are seeing a good amount of demand as soon as this festive season began.
Well, thanks so much for that, Danish. But let me now introduce Prashant Tapse, the Senior VP Research Analyst at Mehta Equities. Prashant, a very good afternoon to you. Thanks so much for joining in. We've spoken to you over the last few weeks about how auto has been one of the biggest gainers. Given what's happened in the last week, we've had Maruti come out with a number of 18,000 bookings. Now the number on Hero MotoCorp as well, a very strong festive push. Do you have any specific preference within two-wheelers and four-wheelers, or do you like the pack as a whole?
I think overall the pack looks very good, but I think the way how the consumption story is rising, the four-wheeler segment can do better than two-wheelers. So obviously people want to upgrade themselves from a two-wheeler to four-wheeler, and the way the discount is being presented by Maruti, Tata Motors as well as M&M, I think it is better to have a exposure towards a four-wheeler stock. I think M&M still looks good for me in the four-wheeler space, and if you want to focus more on the two-wheelers, I think TVS looks very good for me at this point of time in terms of valuations.
Got that view, Prashant. But let's put the focus now on the pharma space, because a big booster shot is coming in for Wockhardt. EU and Japan spared from Trump tariffs due to existing trade agreements is why we're putting the focus on the stock. Is up 8% right now. Now, why this could be positive for Wockhardt? My colleague Varsha is now joining in to give us more perspective on this one. Varsha, over to you.
Well, thank you so much for that. So yes, the stock is up. Now, we all know that on Friday, Trump had, imposed an 100% tariff on patented drugs. And but now the EU and Japan has been spared from the Trump's 100% tariff. And as we all know that this is because of the existing agreements, and EU drugs are tariffed at almost 15%. The tariffs are capped at 15%, and this move is to the aim is to push pharma facilities in US. Now, why this is positive for Wockhardt? The point is the Wockhardt's blockbuster product or drug, that is Zenic, will be manufactured in Europe. And earlier there were concerns that because of this 100% tariff, the Zenic will be impacted, because Wockhardt is expecting an approval in US. Rather, they'll be filing for approvals in US soon. But now, because of the US tariffs are capped at 15%, that Zenic, the impact on Zenic would not be there, and the tariff will be regular at 15% versus 100% which was expected. And this is one of the reasons why Wockhardt is up almost 8% today. And just for the benefit of viewers, Wockhardt will be filing for Zenic in US coming soon.
Well, thanks so much for that, Varsha. But Prashant, let me come to you. Do you have a specific view on Wockhardt?
Yes, very positive on the Wockhardt as a sector stock in the pharma segment, but technically very positive looking at the news which we got yesterday, the exemption of the Zenic as a product which will be manufactured out of India, and it will not attract the tax what has been implied for India. So overall, very positive on this stock. I think the surprise opening of today 8% is totally discounting the news, but there can be a limited upside up to 1550.
Got that view, Prashant. But Prashant, let me also just expand the question a little bit on the larger CDMO space as a whole as well, because we have seen some key pockets like the hospital space that's been doing well. Diagnostics have come back, and the CDMO space has been roaring, to say the least. So within these three as well, any top picks that you are watching out for?
I think Alembic. No, there is some stock which was listed very recently. I don't remember the name right now, but again, CDMO as a business, I think there will be some kind of concerns going forward. The business model is still under pressure, until unless we don't get a clear picture about how things are going toward the CDMO business model. So this sector will see some kind of pressure in terms of near-term margin pressure as well as the top-line growth. But overall, the sector will grow once the clarity comes out with respect to the tariff plan.
Prashant, were you talking about Anthem Biosciences? Is that the one you were talking about?
Right. So I think Anthem is my favorite pick at this point of time. I think the way they are into the bioscience as well as in the chemoscience. So this stock can do better than the other CDMO businesses in this space.
Got the view, Prashant. And the other key aspect on Wockhardt is that continuing positivity that Varsha also mentioned, that they'll be filing for Zenic in the US very soon as well. But the other stock in focus is Bharat Electronics. We've essentially seen a revival of the defense theme back over the last week, and this one is the forefront again. Stocks above 400 again. We saw the slight blip a couple of weeks ago, to say the least, but it's in focus after the Indian Army has issued a tender worth 30,000 crore rupees. Anushi joins in with more details on why it is important to track this one as well. Anushi, over to you.
Well, thanks to that, Puneet. So, this is an important order in consideration, because this one in particular has been discussed in the last few of the quarters as well. Now, 30,000 crore is the size that we're looking at, the much awaited QRSAM order in place, and for the same, the issue has been tendered by the Indian Army. Now, what this means for Bharat Electronics, they'll be playing the role of an integrator over here for the same. Again, this order that we are looking at is for buying 5 to 6 Anand Shastra air defense missile systems systems that we are looking at, also the QRSAM, which is it was earlier called as well. This is to strengthen air defense system along the borders, that's China and Pakistan as well. Now, what this essentially means is that, with this order in place, the company's order inflows, if we look at, if it does realize over the FY26 period, then it would rise up to about 57,000 crore. Now, do note that the company had given a projection of around 27,000 crore of inflows, with the addition of this order being there or not for this fiscal year is what we are seeing. Motilal Oswal in fact came out with a note wherein they've maintained a buy call on the stock and with a target price of 490 that we are looking at, implying about a 24% upside, saying that this order enhances company's order book to over 1 lakh crore of value also that we are looking at. Along with that, they expect the execution to start from FY27 onwards. So realization in terms of top line would be something that we should be watching out from FY27. Other than that, the QRSAM order that we've discussed in the last few quarters, there are other couple of big orders in focus as well. This includes the likes of 14 to 15,000 crore of next generation corvette orders as well. With that, even the HAL recently announcing 97 Tejas order as well for the LCMK-1A that we are looking at. How BEL stands to benefit over here is something that we should be watching out for as well. This order that we are looking at for QRSAM would also directly benefit other companies like Bharat Dynamics as well. So this is the overall picture that we are seeing so far.
Well, thanks so much for that, Anushi. Prashant, is BEL one of your top picks in the defense space, or is there something else that you like as well?
We continue to have a very strong outlook on BEL at this point of time, despite the valuations are a little bit expensive. The way how the order books are building up almost 4x the last year's sales. So that gives a very strong visibility. And again, I think the margin improvement in last 2-3 quarters is giving some kind of very strong positivity in the stock. So overall, it should be considered as a portfolio stock for long term. Short term, you may see some kind of profit booking attempt again back to 330 levels, 380 levels and all. So overall, we remain very positive for long term.
Let me also put the focus now on a bunch of EMS stocks, and it's one of the key things that President Trump has come out with some key comments that's impacting this sector today. You're seeing that pressure largely on Dixon Technology as well as Avalon Tech, while the others are seeing some kind of negative reaction like Cinema amongst others. But Trump administration is reportedly planning to impose tariffs on foreign electronic devices. Now, this will essentially impact the exports of electronics from India to countries like the US. This fee will be calculated based on the number of chips which are there in each product, and it is a move for likely localizing of all of this production as well, especially which involves chips manufacturing in the country. Now, the proposed plan is aiming to put pressure to shift the production back into the United States, and hence the Commerce Department in the US would enforce a tariff which will be equal to a percentage of the estimated value of the product as well. Now, electronics export from India was around $3.8 billion in essentially in 526 is what the number is. Now, the key aspect is, while for Dixon Technologies, it's only 5 to 6% of its current sales, it was expected to rise exponentially in FY26 to almost 15 to 16%. And hence, we're seeing that sharp reaction on Dixon rather than the other EMS stocks. Motorola is one of its key clients in the mobile space, and hence you're seeing that stock giving that biggest reaction. Others like Keynes Tech have the advantage that they have acquired a company in Canada, so they will have their local manufacturing there. If this exemption does come through on production in countries like Canada, that will be beneficial. For Avalon Tech, while US does contribute 40 to 45% of the company's revenues, they do have local manufacturing in the United States as well, and is the only EMS company to do so. So while it is seeing a negative reaction of down 2.2%, it can shift some production essentially to those facilities and can probably navigate that part as well. So overall, company has guided for 25 to 30% growth. That's for Avalon Tech specifically is what I'm talking about. While for Dixon Tech, the growth has been stronger than any other peer in the EMS space, and that's largely led by the mobile division. Stocks down 4.2% as we speak as well. But Prashant, your view largely firstly on the EMS space as a whole, and what do you make of this notification? Because Dixon as a stock is not cheap by any means. Would you sell out based on this, or would you wait for further clarification?
I think waiting for a further clarification would be a right way to look at these kind of headlines. We have seen how the visa effect and after effect of this clarification we have seen on the IT stocks. And again, last week on the pharma as a sector from the Trump administration. So these are the news right now, but I think we need to wait and watch for the clear paper how it will be impacting the sector. But overall, the export from India to US would be very minimal to $4 to $5 billion. So I think that can be alternately looked how it can be managed by having a manufacturing unit in US or sending it to EU and all. So I think overall the near-term impact would be obviously discounted right now, like 5 to 10% on the current market price or impact on the EPS. But again, wait and watch would be a strategy for the investors who are invested in these kind of stocks.
Prashant, just a quick specific view on Dixon as well. What do you suggest?
I think wait and watch. I think the pressure is more on the charts right now. I think the stock can go towards 1500 or 1550, 15,500 level can be a level to watch.
Got the view, Prashant. Prashant, we leave it at that. Thanks so much for joining in, giving us your views across a bunch of spaces as well. Beneficial to our viewers, to say the least. But, we started the show with putting the focus on something like a Hero MotoCorp. Let's also put a space on a premium and luxury auto dealer. Landmark Cars is what I'm talking about. It's in focus after the company has actually seen an uptick in sales due to the festive season. And they've also seen an increase of almost 30% in its inquiries as well. Listening to a slice of conversation I had with Araman Thakkar, who's the executive director at the Landmark Group. He spoke about the other key insights that he's seeing because of the GST reduction as well. Listen to what he had to say. One question I had was on, the input tax credit, and that was a big issue for dealers as well. And, we spoke to a lot of them and they were like still awaiting clarity from the government of what could be done about the input tax credit. What has been your experience with the communication gone to your dealers, as well as if any with Federation of, with FADA essentially at this particular point of time?
So we do believe that this was possibly an inadvertently miss by when the new policy was being rolled out. And as you rightly said, FADA as well as CM have put forth representation to the government for clarification on this point, and we do hope and expect that this will come through sooner rather than later. So I think that is something which will happen, and for the benefit of the entire industry.
The one key aspect also that we've seen is, essentially over the last year or so, you had multiple new showrooms launched across the country, across brands as well. Yeah. And a lot of them actually have gotten to the point where they are like 3 to 4 quarters in now. And that seems to be a very important for you, because then they start breaking even essentially. Could this be the year where we see Landmark Cars having a very strong expansion, at least in terms of margins, and if anything that you can guide investors as well who are watching NDTV Profit?
So you are right. So the last 2 years we had 40 new outlets come up. In the last year itself, we've added almost 25% of the organization. It takes around 3 to 4 quarters for new outlets to break even, and that is the pace that we have been seeing. Every quarter we have been giving the breakup of new as well as old outlet as they transition to the break even point. And apart from, of course, the break which came in September, waiting for the cuts to come through, I think we are broadly on track to meet break even for all our outlets by the timelines which we have guided for. What I will also say is that I think the GST cuts, apart from helping the customer, for Landmark as well, I believe the capacity has already been put in to benefit from this growth, which we expect will last for a long time to come, and the industry expansion which will happen due to the move that the government has.
Well, we'll play out the conversation throughout the day as well, but that was largely a key aspect, right? The input tax credit loss which will happen to dealers. And that was Araman Thakkar's view of Landmark Cars as well. But, we'll slip into a very short break. A very interesting conversation lined up on the other side. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
आज जो कुछ हमारे पास है सब इनकी देन है। एक अगरबत्ती की दुकान से इतना बड़ा बिजनेस खड़ा किया।
प्रणाम दादाजी।
दादाजी, ये तो पुष्पा अगरबत्ती के मालिक हैं घनश्याम दास। इनके स्टॉक्स में इन्वेस्ट किया था, इसीलिए आज ये सब कुछ है।
जो आगे की सोचते हैं ग्रो करते हैं। डाउनलोड ग्रो फॉर स्टॉक्स, म्यूचुअल फंड्स एंड IPO।
और ये कौन सी कंपनी के मालिक हैं?
ये तो दादाजी हैं।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
गोल्ड क्लास ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
समझो जरा भी प्यास जिसके हम ना हो।
जान रहा दिल ये तो जान दी है तू।
मेरा जो रिश्ता है NDTV के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
The world's defining stage. Leaders, visionaries, decision makers, confronting the challenges of our time.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
NDTV World Summit 2025, Edge of the Unknown, 17th to 18th October, only on NDTV.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो NDTV सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं। उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
the markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
buy
ICICI
CDSL
for the long term? Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live. Ask.
Good evening. Welcome to this special broadcast on NDTV Profit. I am Somit Sarkar. The Union Cabinet on Wednesday approved a comprehensive package worth nearly 70,000 crore rupees, and this is to revitalize India's shipbuilding and maritime ecosystem. What does the scheme aim to do? Now, the government plans to focus on 4 factors. First is on increasing the domestic shipbuilding and capacity. Second is to long-term financing for the sector. Third is to promote technical capabilities and the skill with policy reforms. And the fourth one is to create a robust maritime infrastructure in the country. Now, if you look at India comprises of a significant size maritime sector with nearly 12 major and 200 plus non-major ports. These are situated along the 7,500 kilometer long coastline and a vast network of navigable waterways. Nearly 95% of the country's trade volume and 65% of the trade value is being undertaken through the maritime transport. So what's the government's plan to further develop the shipbuilding sector? Let's bring in Mr. Sonwala, the Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Mr. Sonwal, thank you for joining us on such a short notice. My first question to you would be, how will the 70,000 crore package help in reaching our goal of becoming the top 5 country by 2047?
According to 2047, we want to become one of the top 5 shipbuilding nation in the world. So to arrive that particular stage, we'll have to create an ecosystem here. And all kind of facilities, whatever is required for shipbuilding, whatever financial support needs to be extended to the shipbuilders, whatever shipyard we are to develop in the world-class standard, that is to be developed, and whatever other equipments and apparatus required to build a ship, all kind of, important accessories, an important institution, an important like a kind of MSME sector will have to be strengthened. And that is why financial support mechanism is very, very important. And to compete with the best of the best shipbuilding nation in the world, we'll have to extend our support to those stakeholders who are expressing their willingness to develop ship in the country. So that is why this all three like shipbuilding financial assistance scheme and maritime development fund, and also for the capacity and capability, like all these 3 important components have been brought into place. And we are confident that after the budget announcement, whatever response we have got from across the globe is very, very significant. And whatever shipyard, shipbuilders we have in the country, they are also having a lot of important discussion with those globally leading shipbuilders who have expressed their willingness to put their investment in India. So this is how we are developing the environment, and we are creating such an ecosystem through which we could make India as one of the most favorable global destination for investment in the maritime sector, in the shipbuilding, ship repairs and recycling. So that is what we are planning for, and also we are aiming as, because you also know that 95% exempt cargo is handled by the foreign like ship liners, because there ultimately we are to pay more than 6 lakhs crore for those foreign shipping lines. To save that amount, we'll have to create such an ecosystem through which we could become the owners of our own ship, and we will have our own Indian flag vessels. So that is how we are planning for. Ultimately, as per the targets set by Honorable Prime Ministers, we are confident that we are arriving that, and ultimately we could able to protect, save our kind of kitty more than 4.5 lakhs crores through this approach. And I believe this is what the vision all about. And Honorable Prime Minister in the last 11 years, whatever he did for this sector is unique. It's amazing. And because of his transformative measures, because of his strong vision and leadership, this particular ministry is shining and this prospering in a faster way, and ultimately helping India to grow as a leading economy in the world. And as today India is rated as one of the fastest growing economy in the world, so in this particular process, I believe this particular ministry, Port, Shipping, Waterways, and whatever kind of component we have in the ministry, if as set by this particular kind of plant, we could able to reach with our splendid success, and definitely we are confident that India will become one of the leading maritime nation in the world. Because as you know, the legacy we have of the 5,000 years old is very, very unique. Because 5,000 years back, India used to become the global leader in the maritime sector, whether it is global business or whether it is shipbuildings. In every sectors, India used to become the leaders. But now, in the some centuries, because of the for so many regions, we could not able to rise to the occasion. But now we have leaders like Narendra Modi ji, who is the most capable leaders, most honest leaders, and most powerful leaders, and most visionary leaders. That is why, because of his accurate policy, program, initiative, and support, and untiring effort, this particular journey is going to become a grand journey.
Right. So, how much or what are the kind of investments that you're expecting because of these announcements to come in now going forward?
As you know, we are expecting that more than 1.82 lakhs crore investment will be possible in this shipbuilding sectors and maritime sector.
Also, what is the mechanism of how this package will be given to the stakeholders? Any details on that front if you could share?
Yeah, in the maritime development fund for the maritime industry as a whole, whether it is port, whether it is inland or coastal shipping, or whether it is kind of shipbuildings in all the verticals of the maritime sector. From this particular maritime development fund of 25,000 crores will be utilized in that sectors. And on the other hand, shipbuilding financial assistance policy will extend full support and enhance the financial support system to the shipbuilders, so that Indian shipbuilder can get lot of support and encouragement, and out of which India could increase the numbers of ships of its own. So this is also one of the sector. And capability and capacity in that sector also, whatever greenfield kind of shipyard, and also the brownfield in every sectors, the financial support will be given, so that the clusters we are going to develop for the shipbuilding and ship repair will be developed in such a manner that any kind of ship of any size India could able to build within the country. So this will ultimately generate the shipbuilders and also the entire ecosystem, because earlier there were so many stakeholders who were reluctant to invest in this particular sector, because ship has never been considered as infra kind of component. But now, because of this announcement that ship will also be included in the infra component, so out of the announcement, lot of optimism has come up in the mindset and also generated a lot of confidence among the investors. So that is why they are also coming forward with an open mind that yes, India has become now a very, very conducive and also very, very favorable destination for all of the shipbuilders and also the stakeholder involved in this maritime sector. So that is why everywhere, whether it is in India or abroad, everywhere, particularly the kind of stakeholder involved into this particular sector, they are highly encouraged and they are expressing their willingness to join hand with the Indian company to build ship in India, and also for ship repairs and also recycling. In all others sectors, they want to become the partners with India.
Okay. So now what is your vision when it comes to reduce the import dependence for shipbuilders on marine engines and other technology?
Now that is why we are developing the technology institutions here. India Shipping technology centers we are developing within the country, because we do not want to become independent, dependent. We want to become independent. Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is the principal line. That is the principal line we want to adopt for our faster growth, better growth, quality growth, and sustainable growth. So this is how we are developing the entire plan and program. And to monitor the entire proceeding, there will be missions through which this particular proceeding will be monitored effectively and ultimately add more dimension to our approach and journey. And this is what we are planning for, and we are confident that this initiative will going to become a very, very inspiring one for all of us involved into this sector.
Now, when it comes to Atmanirbhar Bharat, in times of tariff attacks and global headwinds, how crucial is it to become Atmanirbhar?
Now, this is a very strategic sector. This ministry is also very strategic, and for the national security also concerned indeed. So that is why we are to be ready for all kind of eventuality in the geopolitical situation. That is the reason why we want to become Atmanirbhar, because if we have more numbers of ships within ourselves, then it will be under our control. Under the given any critical situation of emergency, then Indian ship will carry all the critical mineral from one part to the other parts. So that is the reflection of Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliant India. That is why in this sector we want to be self-reliant. And it is very clear that in our journey towards 2030 and 2047, we are going to become that level of nation, that kind of maritime nation which will govern the global maritime sector.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us and sharing your perspective and the way forward for the shipping industry for the country. Well, viewers, that was the Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Mr. Sarbananda Sonowal.
The Ministry of Defence has actually signed contracts worth 62,370 odd crores with Hindustan Aeronautics, and this is for the procurement of 97 light combat aircrafts for Indian Air Force. The program will actually help the Indian Air Force to replace its fleet of MiG-21. Dr. D.K. Sunil, Chairman and Managing Director of Hindustan Aeronautics, joins in. Dr. Sunil, welcome to the show, and always a pleasure to speak to you at NDTV Profit. My first question coming to you is, and before that, congratulations is what I would want to tell you. 97 aircrafts is what you're talking about. If you could help us understand details in terms of the timelines of delivery and the way you're going to plan the execution, because in the previous order that you got for 83, the major concern was execution.
Thank you for having me. This order adds up to the order of 83 that we got at 21, totaling to 180 aircraft. We have already started execution of the first order. We have 10 aircraft in the flight line. They're already ready for delivery. That means we have put a Cat B engine, tested it, and it's ready. We have got 3 Cat A engines from General Electric, as you know, and those 3 aircraft are ready. So today we are at a situation where we are doing the missile testing, the firing, because finally it is a weaponized platform. So that testing is going on, and we expect that in the coming month we will be able to have a good result on the missile firing, both the air-to-air missile and the beyond visual range missile, which is called the BVR missile. So as far as the earlier order is concerned, I think the execution has started, and we are on our way. We have been engaging with General Electric for solving this supply chain issue. They have had their own issues. Now we understand that these problems from supply chain are behind us, and the deliveries will start happening. They have promised us 12 engines in this financial year, and we are confident that 12 aircraft will be able to deliver in this financial year. So next year they will be giving us 20, and they will ramp it up further. So I think this is the missing element in this whole delivery schedule, and once this gets fixed, the deliveries will happen. And adding the 97 to the 83, the total 180 we will be completing by FY32, FY33 max. So it's a question of the deliveries ramping up from GE. Otherwise, the basic aircraft has been built with all the equipment tested, and the integrations we hope this month in October will complete. And my own optimism is that 2 aircraft we will deliver, the first 2 aircraft we will deliver in the coming month.
Hi, Dr. Sunil. This is Anushi joining in as well. You've given an outlook in terms of what's the kind of delivery schedule that you are looking forward for FY26, as well as what's the kind of outlook in terms of the delivery timeline till FY32 that we are looking at. Just want to get a deeper sense of understanding, with the supply from General Electric, what's the kind of situation that we are seeing for the next year onwards, because this year the target is around 12 engines or so. You expect this to ramp up from FY27 onwards. Just want to get more detailed outlook on this. Along with that, you also have a MOU in place, which is expected in October of this year as well. Just want to get an update of that as well.
You see, we have 2 lines in Bangalore which produce 8 each, and the 3rd line we commissioned last year, and now the first aircraft from the 3rd line at Nasik is ready. And in the coming part, the first aircraft from the Nasik line will roll out. It's already ready, we have tested it, and we will be formally inaugurating it in the coming month. So we have spent almost 2,000 crores to enhance the capacities and adding capacity at Nasik. And with our vendors, we have invested time and money with our vendors to increase the capacity. So effectively, HAL has now 3 lines for manufacturing aircraft, which is 24, and our industry partners are producing parts of the fuselage, the vertical fin, the rear fuselage, the wings, and the center fuselage. These are coming from our private sector partners, and we have invested a lot of time and money with them, and I'm happy to say that this year we received the first set of wings from L&T. We received 2 center fuselages from WEM Technologies, Hyderabad. We have received the first rear fuselage from Alpha Tokol, and we are getting supplies from TASL, which is the vertical fin. So that's a very heartening development, and as their capacity ramps up, I expect that in a couple of years we will be getting up to 6 and maybe more fuselages from the private partners. So our capacity will go up to 30 by 2027. So I think we have fixed the capacity issue in this fashion. That is adding a line in HAL, additional line, and also developing our industry partners. With this, I think the capacity issue has been tackled, and we will be able to deliver this. So whatever timeline I'm indicating over the next 8 years, if we have 25 and 30 aircraft being built, then meeting the target of 180 is not going to be an issue. Perhaps the critical element in this whole thing is the General Electric engine. They have assured us that they will ramp up beyond 20 to 24 and maybe more, but we have to wait and watch. But right now, next year they have promised us 20. This year is 12 and next year is 20, and if they ramp it up to 24, 25, then definitely deliveries of 25 plus can definitely happen. So I think the capacity from our side has been done. This critical element of the engine, we will have to keep pushing to get the maximum. So the 180 aircraft in this by 32, 33 is definitely doable. There is no problem with that.
Right. So Dr. Sunil, that's the best case scenario that we're looking at. I'm going to take a 2-part question with you first. When you talk about the LCA Mark II, which is the Light Combat Aircrafts Part 2, Mark II, I beg your pardon. In terms of the manufacturing prototype stage, where is it? And the first flight, if I'm not mistaken, is targeted for the first quarter of FY26. Are the timelines right on this one? And part two, everything said and done, you've said you could be on track because you've solved the constraints with regards to capacity. What could be the worst case scenario that everyone should bake in as well?
Coming to the LCA Mark II, there is a difference between the LCA Mark I and the Mark II. Though it's called light combat aircraft, actually it is an 18-ton aircraft. The LCA Mark I is a 13-ton aircraft made as a replacement for the MiG-21s which were retired earlier today. But it is an 18-ton aircraft which is closer to the Jaguars of the Mirage. It will be a replacement for those. Notwithstanding that, we have already started the prototyping. The center fuselage, the wings are already at an advanced stage of completion, and we expect that by the second quarter of next year, the aircraft will be coming to a stage of assembly, and then we will do the power on and testing. So we should be flying in January 27, December 26, January 27. That is the expectation. And coming to your other question of capacities and what is the worst case scenario, as I said, the big question mark is the engine ramp up. GE has assured us that they can go to 24 and beyond. So even 24 or 25, if they give us engines per annum, I think that's the number we are looking for. We will have a capacity of up to 30. But if you wanted a worst case number, I would say 25 aircraft per annum is what we will have. But definitely the capacity exceeds that. So we will be pushing General Electric to get more engines. And as you are aware, for the 97, we are buying 113 engines. And we have concluded the contract already with them. Not concluded in the sense the price negotiations have been done and the contract will be signed in the coming month. So I think there is a large incentive even from General Electric that today we are buying more than 210 engines. And it's a big business. And as the numbers ramp up, I'm sure this aircraft will go beyond 180. Within the country as well as in exports. So there's a huge market for General Electric in terms of supplies as well as repair and overhaul. So they are definitely now interested and taking it seriously. I know for sure that the CEO herself is monitoring this on a regular basis. So I'm confident that with these technical and supply chain issues out of the way, GE will be able to supply those kind of numbers. I do know for a fact that they have a capacity of 100 engines for the 414. So these kind of numbers are not new to GE, but perhaps this engine was shut down in between. We gave an initial order for the 40 aircraft. And later there was a gap and they shut down the line and they had to revive it. And in aerospace, when you shut down a line and you revive it, you have to recertify all the processes. So I'm confident that GE is now well into this and they will support us. So I would say not less than 25 is the target.
Dr. Sunil, just on that, you mentioned about the importance of GE that they've played over the years. Just want to see the picture ahead. How can we see, government playing a pivotal part over here to reduce some bit of that dependency which is there? How, we can increase the domestic focus in terms of jet engine technology in India as well?
The dependencies will reduce. You see, as we indigenize more and more stuff in the country. For example, today the avionics and the software, we are self-reliant. We don't need any help. It's the engine technology we don't have and certain maybe critical parts like actuators, even those we are now indigenizing. In the 97, the mandate is to have an indigenous content of about 64, but we are targeting around 70%. So I think the indigenization thrust will go ahead, and HAL itself is investing a lot of money. We have a dedicated fund for indigenization, and we have pumped in almost 1,000 crores into the indigenization. The government has issued the positive indigenization list, 5 of them. So we are working on all these indigenization projects, and we are putting a lot of money into that. We are working with our partners both in India as well as we are working with the international OEMs, where we do either a co-development or we could do a production, TOT production. So I think we are attacking this obsolescence and indigenization on multiple levels, and putting in enough money to ensure that it is a success.
बहू, आज जो कुछ हमारे पास है सब इनकी देन है। एक अगरबत्ती की दुकान से इतना बड़ा बिजनेस खड़ा किया।
प्रणाम दादाजी।
दादाजी, ये तो पुष्पा अगरबत्ती के मालिक हैं, घनश्याम दास। इनके स्टॉक्स में इन्वेस्ट किया था, इसीलिए आज ये सब कुछ है।
जो आगे की सोचते हैं ग्रो करते हैं। डाउनलोड ग्रो फॉर स्टॉक्स, म्यूचुअल फंड्स एंड IPO।
और ये कौन सी कंपनी के मालिक है?
ये तो दादाजी हैं।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
जान रहे दिल ये तो जान दी है तू।
मेरा जो रिश्ता है NDTV के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
The world's defining stage. Leaders, visionaries, decision makers, confronting the challenges of our time.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
NDTV World Summit 2025, Edge of the Unknown, 17th to 18th October, only on NDTV.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो NDTV सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
maritime
CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Good afternoon, you're watching Small Cap Buzzers on NDTV Profit with me Somit Sarkar and my co-anchor Anushi. In the next half an hour of trade, we'll take you through all the most important small cap stocks that have been buzzing in trade today. But before that, Anushi, if you look at the markets, we have come off from the day's highest point, but we have seen some kind of strength at the 24,600 levels. The market has gained nearly 100 points from the lowest level in trade today.
And this is some bit of a relief that we are looking at from compared to the previous week as well, where the markets were under pressure. In fact, if you just, Somit spoke about what's happening with the benchmark indices, but let's also see how the mid-cap and the small-cap indices are doing. So if we currently look at the mid-cap indices, over here also we are seeing about a 0.4% of an uptick. For small cap 250 also similar kind of a picture is what we are looking at. But it's the stock specific action which is interesting to look at in terms of small cap companies which are buzzing in trade today includes the likes of MRPL. In fact, if you look at all these oil and gas counters today are in focus post the commentary also from the minister as well in terms of the issues revolving it. Along with that, Usha Martin is something which is in focus now. Just recently promoter had increased stake in this company as well. So today seeing about 5% of an uptick. Ujjivan Small Finance Bank also up over 4%. While what's not doing so well in the small cap space is something like a Tanla Platforms. Even the first source is what we are seeing down about 5% each. While if you look at Garden Reach also, some of the shipbuilding companies which had gained in trade last week is seeing some bit of that correction this week. However, some of the active counters also that we are seeing Stalin, India Specialty Restaurants along with the new listing in focus which was Atlanta Electric up over 9 to 13% is what we are looking at. Couple of other stocks which are buzzing on the back of higher volumes. Now this includes the likes of GTL Infra, Vascon Engineers as well as something like a Mangalam Global as well. Now this is these are the stocks that are in focus. Vascon Engineering in fact up over 18% in trade today. But other stock in focus is Sigachi Industries, and this is in focus after the recent expansion in Gujarat. But before we go to the management, Varsha joins us with more details.
Well, thank you so much for that. Just starting with the stock performance in the last 1 month, the stock has seen uptick of almost 23%. While today, if you see, volumes are at almost 0.11x of its 30-day average. Let's talk about what this company does. This company makes excipients. So 80% of business comes from MCC, which is a cellulose-based excipients. What are excipients? They are used in your pharmaceutical drugs. That is. So basically what excipients does is it help active ingredient to reach the body and perform its intended function and also enhances the taste and color for children's use. Now talking about the revenue contribution as of Q1 FY26, MCC, that is the microcrystalline cellulose contributes 80% of their overall revenue. With API, if you see, the contribution stands at around 7% and operation and maintenance contributes almost 10% to the overall business. On to the recent news, if I were to talk about, they're expanding their MCC project, wherein initiated civil works for their new 12,000 metric tons per annum MCC project, and this is expected to be operational within 9 months. And because of this, the total capacity will move up to 30,000 metric tons per annum. Lastly, on to the products and financials, they're expecting H2 FY26 to be good growth. While this is the recovery will be led by margin focused products, and because of that you will see the expansion in margins as well. And overall, if you see, they are expecting almost 550 to 575 crore of revenue in FY26 overall.
Okay, well, thanks for that, Varsha. With that, let's bring in the management and focus. Amit Raj Sinha, the MD and CEO of Sigachi Industries, join us. Hello and welcome to the show, Mr. Sinha. Let me start off this conversation by asking about the big capacity expansion that you have in focus in Dahej. Talk to us about that, as well as what's the kind of capex that we are looking towards.
We are looking at nearly 12,000 metric tons of capacity expansion, and we have given ourselves some very stringent targets of 9 months to delivery of the first batch. The capex for this is expected to be around 90 to 100 crores, and we are working to see how is it that we can finance this capex.
Right, sir, but any details on the financing front? What is the kind of total spend that you will have? Any internal, will you do most of it via internal accruals? Any fundraise that you have planned? Any details? You must have thought about that. Something you must have thought about that.
So, Soumit, we keep working on various options, plan A, plan B. At this moment, it is internal accruals and maybe some funding which comes in from the insurance companies.
Overall, what is the amount that you want to that you will be spending on this?
Around 90 to 100 CR.
Right. And what is the kind of incremental revenue that you could get after the plant is operational?
So that would be in the tune of approximately 250 crores or so.
Okay, so 250 crore is the kind of incremental revenues that you expect. Can you just give us a timeline? This is the peak revenue that you expect from which particular year, if you can give us more details on that?
Yes. So for it to touch peak revenue, it will at least take us another 24 months after commissioning. Because it's a gradual process and you can't really jump into the full capacities on day one. It will be first be a commissioning, trial and commissioning, and subsequently we will commence increased capacity utilization. And I believe in 24 months we should be able to touch peak revenue.
Okay, with this also, MCC has continued to remain the core focus of your business. About 80% is the kind of contribution. Now with this capacity addition in place, with this 250 crore of more of these revenues coming in, just want to understand the overall mix going forward, because for API also that you're making another, you have another capex in place as well. So just want to get a picture in terms of how the contribution from each segment would shape up.
So API is definitely going to increase in terms of percentage contribution, and MCC also is going to increase. Historically, we have seen MCC in the range of 80%, probably in a 3-year span. I believe it will come down to 70%, and a major chunk of it would be the API segment.
Right. Going back to the conversation that we were having on the expansion front, 250 to 300 crore is the revenue that you're expecting, I guess, 3 years down the line. What is the kind of margins that one could see? Any the margins can that be on the higher side?
Definitely, it will be on the higher side because we already have certain capacities in place. Certain fixed costs will be taken care of, and we will be making world-class products wherein we will be able to charge a better premium on our pricings.
Okay, so that's in terms of margins that you're saying, but overall, if you look at the blended margins, just want to get clarity in terms of FY26 as well as, FY27 also. What's the kind of range that we should be watching out for? Along with that, if you can help us with the top line guidance as well, 550 to 575 crore, if I'm not mistaking it, is the kind of guidance that you'd given, but it would be on the basis of further assessment as well. So where do you currently stand? Do you retain this kind of a guidance?
So just to give you an indication, we have had certain setbacks at our Hyderabad unit. So and that is nearly 20% of our top line. We are working to see how is it that we can get back the unit on track as soon as possible. And parallelly, we have taken a decision to invest into additional capacities totaling 12,000 metric tons. I believe we should be working towards maintaining our top line for the current financial year ending FY26.
Okay. So, okay, so that's in regards with the top line and the EBITDA margin guidance that you have. But, just want to understand going forward, what's the kind of margin picture that we'll be looking for? If you can just give us a range, because there have been a couple of more product additions that you're doing, which have comparatively higher margins. So just want to get your outlook on the same.
Absolutely. Our other product, which is cross-carbamylose sodium, has definitely better EBITDA margins than the MCC. And I believe once the capacity of cross-carbamylose is on track, we should have at least 200 basis points higher margins than what we are currently claiming.
Right, sir. Your company has always had a track record of a revenue growth of more than 25%. I completely understand that FY26 will be an aberration. 14% growth is what you have guided post the first quarter call. But given the fact that now second quarter is coming to an end, any chances of revising this guidance upward?
No, at this moment, things are still fluidic. We are still working to see how is it that we can get back the Hyderabad unit on track. So at this moment, I will maintain what I've said earlier.
Okay, Mr. Sinha, my last question to you is about the net working capital days. Currently standard at above 100, 151, 90 is the kind of range that we are looking at. You want to bring this down to 90 or odd. So just want to understand, how do you plan to do so?
So it's a long process, but we will bring it down. I don't deny that it is more than the industry standard, and we are working to see that we bring it down.
And is this the range correct? Below 90 is the kind of range that you're looking forward to?
Of course, below 90 is what is actually workable. Beyond that, I think it stretches.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much for joining and sharing that outlook in terms of Sigachi Industries, FY26, 27, what's the kind of strategy going forward for the business. But with that, let's welcome in the guest for today. That's Avinash Gorakshakar, Director Research of Profit Mart Securities, joining us. Hi, welcome Avinash. Just want to get your overall outlook in terms of Sigachi Industries. You heard the management commentary. It's FY26. There were a couple of setbacks that the management already spoke about in the first quarter con call. What's the outlook that one should watch out for forward?
No, I think outlook is definitely positive. See, Sigachi Industries makes a very critical input for the pharma sector. And I think in terms of scalability, in terms of the product quality, they are well recognized by some of the large pharma corporates. So my sense is that, once this expansion gets through, I think they get the benefit of volume. Definitely the company should do well. I think despite the setbacks, my sense is that if one were to look at business model, it's a very unique model, a very strong model where good amount of cash flows get generated. And I think the end customer is doing well. So I think, for the pharma sector, this is a very well established vendor. And that is the key reason, this business will flourish. So we continue to be positive, but, only over the, medium to longer term, because maybe in the next 1 or 2 quarters, markets would like to see what is the impact of margin recovery of the plant. And obviously, what kind of earnings numbers the company reports for the Q2, which is going to come very soon.
On to the next counter that we'll be focusing today. It's Shalimar Paints. The stock is up 12% in trade, was up 12% at one point of time on the back of strong volumes and the strong guidance that the management has given. Let's get in Mahima with more details on the same.
Right, so Amit, as you rightly mentioned, it's buzzing on the back of volume. There was also a AGM that was conducted on 26th of September, but that was mainly ordinary business. Now, just to give viewers a brief about what the company does, manufactures and sells and distributes, of course, paints and coatings, and provides related services as well. In terms of how the stock performance has been, today the stock is trading 3 times its 30-day average volumes. It touched an intraday high of almost 12%. 1 month it's up 15%, but in the past 6 months it's down 21%, 1 year down 40%, and in the past 5 years, the stock has merely done anything. It's just given returns of around 19% to its investors. Now, in terms of financial performance, this compounded sales growth for the past 3 years has been around 19%, but profit has seen a degrowth of around 21% where 3 years CAGR is concerned. Even in terms of the return on capital employed, that is also under pressure for the company. It's a negative 13% as of FY25. In terms of guidance, this remains strong for the counter. The company aims to grow at the rate of 20 to 25%. Aims to cross around 1,000 crores in revenue going forward in the next few years, what the management is indicating, targeting to have a gross margin anywhere between 35 to 36% and EBITDA margins of 5 to 8%, and plans to launch new products as well, and aims to be EBITDA positive and cash flow positive in the near future as well. So this is everything that one needs to know about Shalimar Paints as to why it's buzzing in trade today.
Avinash, in the paint sector, do you think Shalimar Paint at this moment, given its valuation, could be a good bet for investors?
No, I think, Somit, this company is a smaller player in the paint space, and despite the fact that they have been here for a long time, if you compare them with the other big players, revenue, profits have not been very significant. But yes, I think going forward, hopefully, if the management delivers on the numbers and on the, kind of targets the company has been mentioning, then I think the longer term prospects could be good. I would say that, it's better to wait for Q2 numbers, have a look at the quarterly numbers and the commentary which comes out, because clearly, I think within the paint market, business has become very competitive with Grasim and JSW now entering the market. Most of the players are facing, margin pressure. So I would say that it's a hold. Fresh buying, I think one could consider once we see the Q2 numbers and the commentary from the management.
So wait and watch is the current view for Shalimar Paints. So that's stock in focus. But let's also talk about Dollar Industries, and this is on the back of business restructuring that we are looking at. But to talk to us about more, Varsha joins us with more details.
Well, thank you so much for that. The stock is buzzing. Now the volume, if you see, the volumes are at 8x over its 30-day average. Now, why this move we are seeing? Because company is merging 9 promoter group companies into the listed entity, that is Dollar Industries. Now this move will simplify the structure and help with better financial positions. Also they're going to demerger their hosiery business from Deen Dayal and merge it into Dollar Industries. Company will issue 29.8 lakh new shares to the shareholders of merging entities, and all this structure basically when the final entity, when all the 9 companies will finally merge into Dollar Industries, this will save almost 2 to 2.5 crores for Dollar Industries every year. Now why the market is reacting positively to this news? One is the company will able to have a better financial statements. This will ease up the operation and will also help with the operational efficiencies as well, and this will also have a consolidated brand ownership and simplify legal and corporate structure for the company. So overall, because of this merger news of 9 entities into Dollar Industries is what making the stocks go past.
Okay, well, thank you so much for that, Varsha. Avinash, coming to you on this counter, what do you make of these, merger news that the company has, overall restructuring in place? What's your view?
No, I think it definitely adds a lot of value to the shareholders, because once the unit gets consolidated, all the companies will be coming under one group structure. I think we need to see how the earnings, shape up for the company in the next couple of quarters, because I think now cotton prices have stabilized. Last year was not a good year for the company, but hopefully if cotton prices are stable and I think the volumes increase, then I think you could see definitely a reasonable amount of re-rating on the stock. Within the hosiery and the innerwear space, Dollar is a very well-known brand, and I think it commands a decent market share. So we are constructive on the company, and we'll prefer to have a hold on the stock and review once the Q2 numbers are out.
The next stock that we'll be focusing is Panorama Studios. Now the stock was up more than 12% in trade, and this is purely on the back of high volumes. But let's get in Vansh if he has more details on what the company does and what could be the reason behind this possible move.
Yes, thank you for that. So if you look at the stock performance, we have seen a uptake of about 6% in the past 1 month. However, we have largely seen a decline of about 28% on a year-on-year basis for this particular counter. If I talk about the business of the company, now the company is engaged in production and distribution of media, entertainment and content. Also, if I talk about some of the recent announcements from the company recently entered into an agreement with Big Brain Productions. Now the agreement is for the exploitation of non-theatrical rights, and the non-theatrical rights is for a Marathi movie as well. Also the company has entered into an agreement with Motion Mingle Limited. Now the agreement is to exploit the airborne rights on exclusive basis. Now the airborne rights holds worldwide rights including India for Gujarati films as well. Also, if I talk about the Q1 FY26 performance of the company, if you look at the standalone numbers, the net profit we saw a decline of about 73% at 6.8 crores versus 25.4 crores. So this is how the overall picture is panning out for this particular counter as well.
Avinash, what do you think about this counter? Have you tracked this stock, Panorama Studios?
No, I think, Somit, we don't have active coverage, but I think looking at the kind of numbers the company has presented, I think, the Q1 numbers have not been very encouraging. I would say that, this kind of spike is obviously on expectation that some news flow or some corporate development is on the cards. But I think we'll prefer to wait and watch, and I think look at the second quarter, because typically, from the second and third quarter, the movie exhibition business actually takes off in a big way. So definitely, I think would like to see the Q2 numbers and then take a call.
Okay, so wait and watch for the second quarter for more assessment of this company. Now, next stock that we're talking about is Wheels India, and this is a part of the TVS group that we are looking at. Now, what has happened is the company has signed a technical collaboration agreement with a leading South Korean hydraulic cylinder manufacturer. But to talk to us about more about these agreement and other key details, Puneet joins us with more.
So it's definitely a key agreement for Wheels India, because this will be another product category that they're looking to grow in the near future. So as you rightly mentioned, they've signed a technical licensing agreement to get the technology from the South Korean firm SH Pack essentially, and now it's a leading hydraulic cylinder manufacturer in South Korea. They've also mentioned that this agreement involves the transfer of technology to Wheels India, which will undertake the manufacturing in the country. What's also important is that hydraulic cylinders is a key category which has been identified by Wheels India to grow forward in this particular time frame, and it's one of the strategic growth areas, including the wheel space that the company already operates in as well. Now, just a couple of points about the company. It is one of the leading manufacturer of wheels for construction equipment sector, as well as exporting it in the global industry. They are part of the TS Santnaman family, which is in lineage with the erstwhile TVS group as well. So So they have roughly about 11 plants in India and is a big exporter of its key products in Europe as well as in North America. When you look at some of the key products in the wheel space, largely that operates in the tractor as well as the earth mover wheels. So this does require the technology essentially of the steel frame of the particular wheel, and hence that's one of the key aspects which Wheels India operates in. They also have components for wind turbines, that's a new one, in steel as well as aluminum wheels, and hydraulic cylinder as I just mentioned. While the revenues were decent, 4,400 crores for FY25 with margins of 7.6%, the concerning part is the debt. Now they've raised debt of almost 726 crore. Because of that, the net debt to EBITDA level is now over 2 times. So one of the key aspects of this particular quarter will be how the debt reduction happens. But overall, this is a new growth area, and we'll see how the company increases this focus as well as execution will be something to watch out for.
Interesting. Thanks for that, Puneet. Avinash, coming to you on this particular counter, what is your view?
So I think longer term, I think this is a play on the automotive sector. I think they are the largest player of wheel rims, and with this hydraulic cylinder facility, they would be diversifying their product base. So I think from a longer term perspective, they should benefit because, obviously if the automotive sector grows, especially, in segments like tractors, commercial vehicles, passenger car, where they've got a large market share, the company should definitely benefit. And I think the company has been one of the most consistent players in the wheel rim space. So definitely, I think, on declines, one could definitely add this stock, but from a medium to long term horizon.
Well, thank you so much, Avinash, for joining and sharing that perspective on various of these counters that we have discussed. But that's all the time that we had on this edition of Small Cap Buzzers. Do stay tuned to NDTV Profit. India Market Close coming up next.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
जान रहे दिल ये तो जान दी है तू।
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
अरे और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी सब विदेश जाते हैं। The best app to use is the NDTV app.
The world's defining stage. Leaders, visionaries, decision makers, confronting the challenges of our time.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
NDTV World Summit 2025, Edge of the Unknown, 17th to 18th October, only on NDTV. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The markets move fast. And so should your portfolio. expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
maritime
CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Thanks for tuning into India Market Close right here on NDTV Profit. I'm Neeraj Shah, with me is Hiral Dadia, and the markets have stayed nearly steady at these levels for a better part of the day, at least in terms of the headline numbers. IT and pharma recovered a bit of lost ground at the start of the trading day today, and those indices will come up on your screen even as banks have done well. So IT has given up some of the gains, and banks were flat at the start of the trading day. They have gained steam. Nifty Pharma too has given that up. So clearly, while there was a bit of a pop on open right here around this area, that's gotten sold into, unfortunately. Mid cap and the small cap indices will come up on your screen, and individual pockets of weakness exist, and we'll talk about them. But by and large, this post the midday slump, a bit of a recovery for the mid cap index. The small cap index should come up on your screen as well. I would suspect identical chart, not as much strength, but yes, identical. And the market breadth too, which would have shown convergence or close to convergence, would have also recouped maybe some of the losses right here. So yep, convergence here, then more red, but now those losses have been recouped as well. Just the headline heat map for the Nifty 50 stocks before I hand it over to Hiral for what's happening at the broader end of the spectrum. Eternal stays true to its word, up 2% for a better part of the day. This has been the best performing stock. IndusInd Bank has some gains, some bit of strength in Wipro, but not true for a lot of other IT names. So not everything in IT is doing well, but Wipro is. Titan, M&M, BL, etc. doing okay. On the flip side, Axis corrects, HDFC Life corrects a little bit, and some bit of IT weakness exemplified by Tech Mahindra in the session today. Broader markets, Hiral, a set of winners and losers. We know that the EMS players are sulking. We know some of the pharma stocks have recovered, but how do you see the gainers and the losers?
It's very interesting, Neeraj, to watch out for what's happening, because clearly I think it's only stock-specific action that you are looking at in terms of the broader markets as well. If you talk about the key factors, Tuesday you have the Nifty expiry, Wednesday you have the Sensex expiry, which actually merges in with the RBI policy action as well. Again, your 2nd October is a holiday, and then you have your quarterly settlement that happens on Friday, because of which volumes are thin right now in the markets. There is that consolidation that is happening, and probably that will continue. In terms of individual names, as you know, Neeraj was mentioning, Walkard is interesting. 13 to 14%, and that is the stock of the day that you should be watching out for. Sanman Capital is another one which is really seeing very strong volumes in today's session. Paradip is another one which is seeing some good moves. MRPL is also seeing some smart moves in today's session. What is losing out? You have a Tanla Platforms which is trading under pressure. Apart from that, you talk about names like First Source Solutions. That's another one which is down in trade as well. You just look at the sectoral heat map, and that will also tell you the story as to where the action is. There is that some bout of confusion that's happening in the markets when it comes to consumption as a pack, because the commentary that we've started hearing from the likes of HUL are indicating that September, October probably will be weak. So, you know, high single digits is the kind of growth that they're expecting. But the PSU Bank Index, oil and gas, real estate are the ones which are seeing smart moves. It is interesting to see how the profit booking has come in again with regards to defense right now, as I see media under pressure and the consumption pack as well. So again, Neeraj, categorically, you know, no major trend that is emerging in the broader markets as well. It's a lot of stock specific action, smallest of the smallest news and good moves.
And if small moves can get good news, then imagine what will happen if the sales numbers are strong. And I think we've seen multiple sales notes and brokerage notes talk about that. MK over the weekend had published a note around how their channel checks with dealers are suggesting that there is strength in festive sales. Now we have an Equirius note which has come in which says that they, according to them, is a record first week of festive sales that they have observed in North India in particular. Let's get the other lines on the screen as well. But the point being this, that they believe that the overall growth for RAC, which is the room air conditioner segment where Voltas, Blue Star, etc. are all present, is near 25% in offline channel. They're effectively talking about the offline channel. So people going out to the stores and buying is a 25% growth. North market has registered more than 100% like-for-like growth. The problem is that while North has done exceedingly well thus far, South and West, maybe due to heavy rains, have been under pressure. But the point that I ask viewers is that if indeed this is subdued because of monsoons, once the rains taper out a bit, will we see what's happened in North happen in West and South as well? And therefore, are we looking at a very strong month of October for consumer durable sales, particularly room air conditioners? I think that is something that the street would want to believe in, and we'll try and get in managements and dealers to talk about this as well. But there clearly seems to be a great messaging coming in from the northern part of the country to the GST 2.0 ushering in, and the demand as a result of it on consumer durables and presumably autos. Let's take it to Hemen Kapadia. He joins in right now with his thoughts on the markets. Hemen, great having you. Thanks for taking the time out. A really pleasure talking to you today. And the start of the week, we've started off okay relative to last week, right? We're in the green. Can we build on from here, or is it a sell the rise market?
Well, good afternoon, Neeraj. Thank you for having me on the show. It's such a pleasure. I believe it's a bounce, a recovery in the making. The VIX went to 11.5. It's relatively docile now. Markets were oversold. There were three bullish gaps, Neeraj, on the Nifty daily chart, which I think we spoke, but all got covered. One shouldn't have, but that all got covered. Now, we have seen a bearish gap on the daily chart on the Nifty, Neeraj. I believe that should get covered up sometime this week. So yes, coming to your main question, yes, I think we can build on this. We look like building on this. About 24,800, we see some more upside. But if I look at the overall picture, it still seems like a recovery and not a rally. Too many sectors and stocks have broken relatively important levels. So I would say slightly cautious, and it's very selective. So one needs to play with individual stocks with a strict stop loss. We have the monthly expiry coming in tomorrow. Obviously, the open interest has gone down like what? Almost 30%. Yeah, I mean, that's natural. You have the open interest going down just before the expiry. So that isn't giving us any signals until we see the rollovers coming in. Long story short, 24,606 of today should hold. at least for a few trading sessions, one can play for a bounce. But once again, as of now, it's a bounce. Let's see whether that gets converted into a rally.
Afternoon, Hiral here. This is a bounce. Whether it gets converted into a rally is what we need to see. How important is the participation when it comes to Bank Nifty and the dichotomy that exists between Bank Nifty and the PSU bank space, and your top picks?
Hi, Hiral. This has been going on for some time. I believe the Bank Nifty is constituted of 70% private banks, so it's a lopsided thing. And like you said, yeah, there's a dichotomy between the Bank Nifty and the PSU Bank Nifty. The PSU banks are completely different in the sense. What I mean to say is, we saw a peak on 27th September of last year, Hiral, and we are on almost at the anniversary now at 26,277 as far as the Nifty is concerned. On the other hand, Hiral, if you see, the Bank Nifty posted an all-time high somewhere in July. So outperformance there. Now also there is relative strength as far as I'm seeing. And if you go back to the PSU Bank Nifty, Hiral, I believe they've been correcting for a year and maybe some more. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, next year is when I believe the PSU Bank Nifty will post a significant move, if not somewhere after Diwali. So as of now, and going, if you can give me 30 seconds more, stocks like Kotak Mahindra Bank, HDFC Bank, which were leading or moving market for the last 20 years or so, 23 years, they entered 4-year correction, so they did nothing. ICICI and Axis posted a fresh all-time high, so it's all over the place. But as of now, I believe the Bank Nifty is showing distinct relative strength vis-a-vis the Nifty. And coming to my stock picks, firstly, a buy call on UBL, United Breweries, giving an upward bar reversal, positive divergences, crossover buy by the mechanical indicators at 1790, stop loss 1750, target 1870. Second one is Matrimony. There is a possible rounding bottom formation happening on the weekly chart as far as Matrimony is concerned. Once again, it's made a base turnaround above 55-day exponential moving average, MACD, RSI, stochastic buy. I mean, what I mean to say is most of the technical boxes are being ticked. So a buy on Matrimony at 535, stop loss 500, target 605. Hiral.
Okay, so in fact, Matrimony currently trading at levels of around 550 is what we're seeing. But moving on to the stock of the day, a big booster shot coming in for a walkout. Now, we've been talking to a walkout since quite some time with regards to the blockbuster drugs that they have been coming up with. The concern right now was on the back of US tariffs, what happens to one of their portfolio drugs. I have Varsha who's joining in to tell us what is it that is working for a walkout. The stock trading at the day's highest levels, Varsha.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. So we all know on Friday, Trump had imposed 100% tariff on branded pharma products which will be exported to US. But now EU and Japan has been spared from this Trump tariffs due to existing trade agreement that they have. And if you see the trade agreement between EU and US, the EU tariffs are capped at 15%. Even Japan's pharma tariff, if you see, aligns with the EU rates as per the joint US-Japan. Now this move aims to push pharma manufacturing facilities inside US. That's the whole motto of this. But why walkout is in focus and why the stock is buzzing? Because if you see walkout's blockbuster medicine or drug, that is Xenic, will be manufactured in US, and earlier there were concerns that the Xenic might be impacted because of 100% tariff impact. But now the Xenic will be manufactured in Europe and will be sold to US, but because of that 15% tariff cap, Xenic will not be impacted. Also, they're going to file application for with US FDA in coming weeks. Now, onto the addressable market size of Xenic, if you see, stand at around $9 billion US dollars, so that this is a huge hit for walkout. Talking about the other highlights, the other products which will actually aid growth for the company is Mignaf, wherein they have launched this product in India in May, and the initial response have been quite well. Also, the second highlighting factor over here is the Novo Nordisk is phasing out their insulin injections, and this will actually be an opportunity for Wockhardt. This creates almost 600 to 800 crores of opportunity for Wockhardt. So overall, if you see the growth for next 2 to 3 years for Wockhardt is huge, considering Mignaf, considering Zenic, and of course the Novo Nordisk phasing out insulin. So overall, if you see the cap of Europe's tariff at 15% is what making Wockhardt bust today.
Okay. So no gap, Varsha. You are saying that there will not be a hit to Zenic, which is the blockbuster drug of Wockhardt, as a result of which this uptick has happened. Any other reason that could lead to this uptick today?
No. Today,
this has to be the Zenic and the clarity around tax
yes,
piece.
Yes.
Okay, strong moves. Varsha, thanks so much for this piece, and as a result of which Wockhardt has to be the stock of the day. Hemen, very choppy stock, fairly volatile, but when it moves, it really moves. Has it done the large portion of the move today already, or do you think there could be more in store?
Neeraj, I think most of it is done, because there is a virtual roadblock at 1580. Okay, we are at 1524, that's some bit away, but I agree with you. Most of, at least for the time being, seems to be done for today, because we also walked into the 55-day exponential moving average. And yes, it's not volatile, it's super volatile. That's totally agree.
Another piece, Hemen, that I want to ask you is some of these co-working spaces stocks, and there is a reason why, because we'll be talking to WeWork in just moments from now. But any thoughts on office or SmartWorks or some of the others which are now, I mean, it's a real sector now. Do any of them have some chart history which you can talk about?
Okay, I just looked at SmartWorks, Neeraj, while you were telling me. Once again, it's paucity of data. But
even office, maybe office space solutions, Hemen.
Oh, okay, SmartWorks is not much, but it's in an uptrend, and the office space stock I can't seem to find, Neeraj, on my software.
We'll try and take your view, Hemen. We'll give you about 5-10 minutes while we hear the management on this as well, and then take a chart check on office. But the reason why I brought this up is because co-working major WeWork is gearing up. WeWork India, remember, is gearing up to launch its initial public offer. Now, this is happening on October 3rd, and as per the draft papers, the proposed IPO is entirely an offer for sale of up to 4.63 crore equity shares. Karan Virwani, the MD and CEO of the company, spoke to me about the road ahead for the company and more. Listen in. So tell us a bit about the issue. As we understand, it's a 3,000 crore issue entirely for an offer for sale. What is the capital plan for WeWork, considering that this is not a capital raise, but more a listing?
Right. So, I mean, just to take a step back a little bit, over 8 years since we've been actually building the business out in India, today WeWork has grown, or WeWork India has grown to be the largest operator from, revenue and profitability standpoint. We operate almost 8 million square foot across the top 8 cities. And something that we've been highly focused on even pre-COVID is to make this business self-sustaining, where the cash flows of the business are able to sustain all of the growth requirements that the business has. And today, gratefully, we're in that position where, through this IPO, we aren't raising any fresh capital. That's purely because the cash flows that the business is generating today is more than enough to sustain all of the growth required for the foreseeable future. Just in January of this year, actually, Embassy as the promoter group, we invested about 500 crores through a rights issue into the business. So that all that capital was used to pay off a high cost debt. And post that, the business is at extremely low debt levels with high cash generation, which will continue to sustain the business from here.
Okay. And would it therefore be fair to assume that while you're doing this OFS, the need for funds for expansion may be limited? I'm trying to get a sense of how you see equity dilution for a presumably capital intensive business over the next 5 years.
Yeah, so I think for just the capex expansion or really business as usual for us as we continue to grow the business, we don't foresee needing to dilute equity to raise, to fund that capital, purely because the business today, on a monthly basis is generating enough free cash flow to actually sustain the capex requirement. The liquidity in the business is, extremely strong. By the end of this financial year, we'll actually be, pretty much at zero debt, and have enough cash to sort of sustain the growth plan. So unless we're looking at any large major investment outside of the business as usual scenario, we don't really foresee coming to raise equity to do that.
Very good EBITDA numbers as I see it. The question though is that the operational levers and cost controls that a business like yours might be putting in place to achieve profitability, because the sector has a history of a fairly high cash burn, right? And not just in India but everywhere.
So I think that we are definitely an outlier, and hopefully someone we've done some things right that have been able to get the business to a place where it is at EBITDA margins levels which are much higher than anyone else in the market. That has purely been driven by a few defining things. One being how we've de-risked the occupancy percentage in the business itself. So when you see our portfolio before COVID or at COVID, our break-even points were somewhere in the range of 70%. Today those break-even points are closer to 50-odd%. And we see that in the new centers, the new locations that we have ramping up, they're actually breaking even below those numbers. And at the same time, you see that our mature buildings, while at on a steady state of growth, are roughly at between 80 to 85%. We have centers that are upwards of 90, 95, even 100% in the portfolio. So if you just look at the break-even point to where the buildings mature, which even if you take at 85%, there's roughly like 30 to 35% of center level margins available in the business today, right? That is something that we see could be a possibility for the entire portfolio as it continues to ramp up. So as of last year, we were at roughly about a 22% EBITDA margin. This is both with mature buildings operating at the margins that I just spoke about, but also a high amount of centers that are still in ramp up, that are maybe suppressing that EBITDA a little bit. As those centers get to the maturity that the rest of the portfolio has, you will see that there's further margin expansion actually available in the business. Not only that, we've actually unlocked two very unique revenue streams that are very unique to WeWork itself. First being our services business. Our services business today is delivering almost 12%, of total revenue, which is almost 3 to 4% higher than anyone else in the industry. We also have been able to unlock completely new products, which we call our digital product suite. This is our on-demand product, our all-access product, and our virtual office product. What these products are, our on-demand product is allowing you to use WeWork just for the day. So think of it like a Uber model for your workspace, where through our app, without talking to anyone, while you're close to a building, you can actually just come, pay anything close to 500 rupees a day and actually access a WeWork. Our all access product, which is a subscription product, which allows you to access all 600 locations of WeWork globally just for one price, and through an access card that if you land tomorrow in London or in Tokyo or in New Delhi, you're able to actually just jump into a WeWork and use it. This part of our business is generating right now about 4% of revenue, but nearly 20% of our bottom line coming from our digital products business, which is another factor that is adding to the kind of margins that we're able to take, that we're able to make.
And do you think these expand? Part one of my question is that. Part two is this, that great EBITDA margins, but it's like I said, a cash burn business, therefore net losses over the past few fiscals. When does that change?
So honestly, actually, if you look at the business, there's two ways to looking at the business. An IGAAP accounting, which is Indian GAAP accounting, and now there's Ind AS accounting. So as you may know, in the Ind AS accounting, the leases get treated slightly differently, which is what is, on books showing that the business is actually, burning capital or is loss making. But if you look at the business on an IGAAP basis, you'll see that the business has been profitable, for the last almost two financial years, and this year also we will be profitable. But that said, on an Ind AS basis, in this financial year also, you will see us actually breaking operational profitability. Last year itself, in FY25, we actually closed the books at a positive 128 crores profit. So that change is happening, and it's honestly, it's purely driven by the actual accounting standard. But if you see the cash flow, the free cash and the operating cash that the business is generating, it's extremely healthy, and it continues to go back into growing the business.
Last question, short one, for an equity investor who's wanting to invest into the IPO, any kind of soft guidance that you can give around what's the growth rate that you anticipate for the next 5-7 years?
Look, I won't give any guidance. All I'll say,
give an exact number, but
going
some
back to
color.
my previous answer is, yeah, I'll give you some color. So if you look at just the industry itself, today the flexible workspace industry is growing at roughly about 18-20%. I think us being the market leaders in the space, we want to be a bit faster than that and continue to push the industry to also grow a little bit faster. So I think that is a growth rate that you can think is a very sustainable long-term type of growth rate that we will have.
Great.
And even at where we are today, 8 million square foot, right, on 880 million, as WeWork, we're under 1% of the entire market, right, while delivering this kind of numbers and this kind of platform. So you can see that even incrementally just increasing that share, there's still so much headroom for growth.
I mean, an interesting price band also, pretty much in line with what SmartWorks is trading at, and Office. If you see all the two together, you'll know what I'm talking about. Hemant, I'm sure you've looked at Office and SmartWorks. The kind of loss that an Office has given out to investors in the last 6 months, around 10 to 12%, SmartWorks has been really strong. 27-28% is the kind of up move that has come in on this one. Would you be a buyer of either?
Okay, I will duck the question on SmartWorks, Hiral, because like I said, data is limited, so I won't take a call. It's in an intermediate uptrend though. But if it goes from 390 to 580, I'd wait. Coming back to Office, where I have some more data, Hiral, ever since it peaked at an all-time high of 946 somewhere in August of last year, we've been posting lower tops, lower bottoms. There is very strong support between 550 and 560. Currently, we are getting just a bit oversold, but it's not enough. So if I were to buy Office, which I won't currently, Hiral, I'll buy it on a weekly close up of 620.
Okay, so that's with regards to Office space and SmartWorks. But I think it's time to move to a healthy meal. Neeraj, I think Zomato rolling out a healthy mode. I think this is going to be an interesting aspect, right?
Well, for everybody, Hiral, you and me included, who want to order some food and want to know what the calorie count, what the protein, etc. might be, I think there could be no better offering, and we are all now hooked to this ecosystem. So there's no going away from it, I guess.
Absolutely, no going away from this. And what is interesting over here is that last couple of years, since Zomato and Swiggy have come into the picture, a few of the restaurants have started giving the calorie count. What will distinguish a Zomato is that Zomato is going to do this themselves. So they're not really going to rely on the restaurants to do it for them. How big a game changer this is going to be, and how is India actually moving to that health or the nutrition category is what the data will actually tell you. In fact, let's get in Mahima to tell us more. What is this all about, Mahima? Because you're talking about meals that will be rated basis their nutritional value. What would it actually mean for a Zomato, and what are the plans?
So, Hiral, it's a bold move coming in from Zomato and a very helpful one to say the least, because this will. So, what they're trying to do is they've launched a healthy mode on their app, and this mode, once you turn on, every dish will then come with a healthy score on that particular dish. Healthy score will be from low to super, so that's the kind of rating that they'll give to each dish, and score will be based on protein, complex carbs, fiber, and micronutrients, and not just calories per se. So they're going to assess and give the score basis all of these parameters and not just calories. They've said that professional athletes can also rely on this healthy mode, so it's going to be that accurate, and they will be able to find food that works for them. So I think it's a very big move coming in, and especially for people who are very health conscious or people who cannot eat certain food categories, it's going to be very helpful for them. Right now it's live in Gurugram, but they've said that they'll expand very fast very soon, so it'll start rolling out in a lot of metro cities. Right now it's just not in launched in Gurgaon, so people in Gurgaon can definitely go and check it out, it'll be interesting to watch out for as to how this also makes people health conscious going forward as well. So it's a big move definitely coming in from Zomato.
Trying to understand, are you going to put in that filter when you make your next order on Zomato?
100%. Once it's live in Mumbai, I will do that.
The other thing is, an interesting commentary from Dipinder as well. The reason why he's doing this, he's saying, is that he actually carried the guilt that Zomato made it easy to eat. So I think there is some cause also associated with it now.
Yeah, but no, Hiral, I mean, now that you think of it, this was a logical move to happen maybe 1 year ago.
Possible.
But that they've gone ahead and done it is actually quite fabulous. And I'll be more tempted now to order from the Zomato or the Zomato app, yes, for sure. Not the internal app.
Consumer is happy, stockholder is happy, good gains coming in today.
Yeah, it's fabulous. Hemen, are you trading this and are you going to order from Zomato because of this filter?
I think so. Is that why restaurants brand Asia is down, Neeraj? Because this filter is coming in. But McDonald's and Burger Kings are going to be under pressure, Neeraj.
Okay, well pointed out. Fair call. But are you constructive, Eternal?
I think it has run up quite a bit, Neeraj. So I wouldn't be terribly excited. It's overbought. We've seen a short-term top happening. The medium-term picture is just a bit wobbly. A weekly closing below 320 would mean a not nice-looking few weeks after that. So I'd stay away. It's technically given a downward bar reversal last week. It applies and is valid only if we break last week's low, which it hasn't. So currently it's in a no-trade zone. A close below 320 could be in trouble, Neeraj.
Okay, anything quickly, Hemen, on a Swiggy?
Okay, as far as Swiggy is concerned, little bit of less data, but I mean, the charts look slightly similar. Short-term top in place, support from 55 EMA today. Weekly is a shade better than Zomato, but not looking very copacetic for positives here.
Okay, so basically no positive bets coming in on both these counters. Right now, let's see if anything turns later on. Let's quickly slip into a short break on the other side. We'll put the spotlight on the top gainers and trade calls today, and a spotlight on Dollar Industries in our bull versus bear case segment. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
The world's defining stage. Leaders, visionaries, decision makers, confronting the challenges of our time.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
NDTV World Summit 2025, Edge of the Unknown, 17th to 18th October, only on NDTV.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं। उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Welcome back. You're watching India Market Close on NDTV Profit. Let's quickly look at Nifty 50 and Bank Nifty, see what's happening. Clearly, I mean, you know, there is that buying interest that is coming back. We've taken a dip into the negative, but right now seeing gains of around 0.3%. 24,727 is where Nifty 50 is trading at. Let's put up Bank Nifty on the screens and the PSU Bank Index. A similar trend on Bank Nifty is what you're seeing. And if you have the PSU Bank Index as well, there you go, at the day's highest levels with gains of 2% coming in there. And I think that's the dichotomy that we've been talking about as well, that the kind of interest that the PSU banking space right now has, that is something what the street is eyeing. The pickup has to happen now from the private banking side as well. But moving on, let's now look at the top 3 or 4 buzzers in trade, which have been newsmakers of the day as well. Jasmeet standing by to tell us more. Jasmeet, what are you picking up?
Well, right, yes, thank you for that. If you look at my top 4 buzzers for today, starting off with Paradip Phosphates. Well, the stock is up nearly 6% in trade today, and a couple of news where the stock is buzzing. Firstly, the company receives an NCLT approval for merging with Mangalore Chemicals, and secondly, company has commissioned additional 15,000 MTPDA of sulfuric acids in Odisha. Well, this takes the gross capacity from 4,200 to 4,700, and a total project cost is 500 odd crores. The next one on my list is Supreme Petrochemi. Well, the stock is again up 6% in trade today. Well, Well, this buzz comes on the back of volumes. So look at the volumes of the particular stock. It's nearly at 158 times on a 30-day average. Let's quickly understand the stock performance over the last 6 months on YTD basis. Over last 6 months, the stock is nearly up 50 odd percentage, and on YTD basis, the stock is up 37 odd percentage. If we look at the next stock in my radar is Samman Capital. While the stock is buzzing in trade, is nearly up 12 odd percentage. While this buzz comes when the stock is released from the F&O ban. While after the removal of the F&O ban, they see a huge derivative entry and huge people coming into the stock for the F&O trading. That's the reason the stock is buzzing in trade. While this renewed demand pushes the stock price, and that's what we can see in trade today. If you look at the stock's volume, they are nearly 5.3 times the 30-day average. And last time the stock had buzzed this much was back in June. While the last one on my list is Vascon Engineering, well, the stock is nearly up 19%. This comes in when the company signs a 5-year agreement with Adani Infra as an execution partner, while the company aims to at least increase the turnover by 30% from the current turnover. And that's the reason the stock is nearly up 19% in trade today.
Okay, well, big move, 18%. And by the way, remember the stock started off about 10-11% higher, so it's gained from there. So quite a stunning move that has happened into Vascon Engineers for sure, and on good volumes as well, by the way. Okay, let's move focus to the auto space. A premium and luxury auto dealer, Landmark Cars, is in focus after the company saw an uptick in sales due to festive season. A slice of that conversation with Aryaman Thakkar, Executive Director at Group Landmark, to give us more insights.
One of the biggest aspects for the auto industry has come in last week with the GST rate cuts from September 22nd. Yes. What has been the major jump that you've seen essentially in terms of inquiries as well as in terms of deliveries, if you can tell us, across the brands that you operate in India?
Yeah, I think thank you once again for having me on your show. So as you rightly said, I think everyone was waiting for the GST rate cuts to come through. I think it was a fantastic move by the government to pass this through, as well as simplify the GST rates across the board. So what we have seen since 22nd, approximately across the spectrum of brands that we represent, is that it has been a 30% increase in terms of inquiries as well as showroom footfalls. And in some brands, it is even higher. So that is something that we are seeing. In terms of the deliveries, I think those have kind of just started because before 22nd, due to the Shraddh as well as the waiting for the GST cuts to come through, the wholesale as well as retail was paused temporarily. All of that has just started post 22nd of September, and we expect it to continue in till October, till Diwali at least.
Well, the one advantage at Landmark is that you have brands like Mercedes, and I can see the shiny new car behind me, but you also have brands such as M&M and Kia as well at your onset. So within that, have you seen customers actually upgrading because of the GST rate cuts? A lot of cars which they were planning to take has actually gone cheaper. So do you see that consumers are actually going above the bracket of what their earlier choice was? Or do you see that a lot of consumers are just grabbing the opportunity now because of the rate cut?
It is, I would say, premiumization has been an increasing trend in India for the last couple of years. And the price corrections have been across the board. All IC engine cars have gotten cheaper post the GST rate cuts. So we are actually seeing customers who are on the fence take that leap and move up a segment as well. And people who are possibly just waiting for the cuts to come through have acted quickly and taken the decision in this festive period. And we do see that this premiumization is going to continue, and people are waiting to move up a segment or two. And I think these cuts have enabled that to happen at a faster pace.
The one question I had was on the input tax credit, and that was a big issue for dealers as well. And we spoke to a lot of them, and they were like still awaiting clarity from the government of what could be done about the input tax credit. What has been your experience with the communication gone to your dealers, as well as if any with Federation of with FADA essentially at this particular point of time?
So we do believe that this was possibly an inadvertently miss by when the new policy was being rolled out. And as you rightly said, FADA as well as CM have put forth representation to the government for clarification on this point, and we do hope and expect that this will come through sooner rather than later. So I think that is something which will happen, and for the benefit of the entire industry.
So that's an exclusive conversation that Puneet had with Landmark Cars as well. But on to another NDTV Profit exclusive in the auto space. Hero MotoCorp anticipates record festive season sales exceeding 16 lakh units. The stock is at the day's highest levels right now, and this will actually surpass last year's 15.8 lakh number as well. I have my colleague Danish Anand who joins us to tell us more. Danish, what are you picking up from your sources? The stock is at the day's highs.
Well, you actually stole the number that I wanted to really mention about. But that's true. In an NDTV Profit exclusive, Hero Moto has told us that they are expecting the current festive sales to be record breaking. And let me remind you that in 2024, the festive season for Hero Moto was also good, and they had achieved record 15.98 lakh vehicle sales, and they're expecting that even this time this could rise. And there are many reasons, not just GST, but since Navratri, they are witnessing almost double the footfalls in their showrooms. Their inquiries have doubled up, and as far as the digital inquiries and digital site visits are concerned, even that has tripled in comparison to the previous year. And as far as demand is concerned, they are receiving demand across products, across segments, and it is not just the rural market that is doing well, but also the urban market is doing well. While the rural market is looking at they have great demand for 100cc and 125cc segment bikes, but the urban cities, they are seeing a great demand as far as the premium bikes are concerned. So for Hero Moto, it's a good festive season start for them, and they're hoping that they will be crossing some milestone this time. And moreover, they also expect the rural market to outperform the urban market as the harvesting season approaches. So all in all, if we see, it's a very positive development for Hero Moto, and it is one of the few two-wheeler players that have come out in the open, and they have said that they are seeing a good amount of demand as soon as this festive season began.
Right, thanks Danish for that. This is really encouraging to see the kind of numbers that are flowing in from auto dealers when it comes to the auto sales data for the festive season. And Equatorius also just put out a note which Neeraj did take us through when we started off the show, where they've clearly indicated some of the regions where the demand is absolutely strong. In fact, let's get in Siddharth Khemka, Head of Research, Wealth Management at Motilal Oswal Financial Services. Siddharth, welcome to the show and a pleasure to speak to you at NDTV. Strong festive demand already started to trickle in and showing in the numbers that your two-wheeler makers, passenger vehicle companies are giving you, and some bit evident in terms of your durables as well. What are you picking up and what would you put your bets on?
Hi, good afternoon, Neeral. First of all, wishing every NDTV Profit viewer a happy Navratri. I think, yes, the festive season has begun, and at least for some of the sectors, it has begun with a big positive note, especially after the GST rate cut. So auto is one such space where we have seen strong numbers. I think post the Prime Minister announcing the GST rate cuts, a lot of demand got postponed to avail of these benefits, and we are seeing a lot of demand in the entry level. So passenger vehicles segment, two-wheelers, these are the preferred spaces where we are seeing strong demand. So accordingly, what we like, in the passenger vehicle segment, both Hyundai as well as Maruti are our preferred picks to play this demand boost in the passenger vehicle segment. Within the two-wheeler space, in the entry level, we have Hero MotoCorp, which has a very large presence, also because of its entry-level presence in the rural segment. We are seeing demand because of the healthy monsoon that we have seen this year. The lower interest rate scenario that is also supporting the overall environment. I think if you talk about the consumer durable segment, there the trends had been a bit mixed so far and is yet to pick up. Our channel check suggests that maybe in the last couple of days of Navratri there can be some pickup, but so far the excitement is not yet picked up in the consumer durable segment.
Jay Bala joins in, of course, with his thoughts as well. Market technician and cash chaos. Jay, after good afternoon, and after 3 or 4 days of sharp pain, there's a bit of relief or some green on the screen, however you call it. Would you sell this, or would you believe the pain in the last few days takes care of the, the froth, and it could be a good idea to actually initiate positions from here on the long side?
Hi, Nilesh. Good to be here. I think the market had a bullish advantage, and that's been given up. And the market shouldn't have come below 24,750. So, but I would say you might want to lighten up on the longs and the profits that you've seen in the last few months, if you've seen. And it's not yet the time to go short. But what my opinion says is that if the markets were to break below 24,400. I think the bullish prospects will get nullified and there'll be a delay by a quarter for the bullishness to resume. From a medium-term perspective, I've been projecting 29,000. I still maintain that. But from a short-term perspective, we could have a Q4 correction for the markets. That will take the markets below the August low of 24,337. And then a sharp cut that holds above the April high. Somewhere, so the markets could drop below the 24,337 low, but hold up well above the April low of 21,763 odds. I don't remember the exact figure, but somewhere around that figure. So the market should not drop below 24,400. If it does that, the bullish advantage the markets had for the last several weeks, that will be completely given up. So be cautious on the long positions. Reduce fresh longs to something like a 25% of your original allocation. Then we can handle the risks appropriately.
So that's a slight bit of cautious note that's coming in from Jay. Jay, stay with us. Let's move on to a bull versus bear segment. We're putting the spotlight on Dollar Industries. Mahima, the kind of surge that we saw, it's cooled off now on the back of the merger. What are the pros and cons that you're picking up for a Dollar Industries, and where does it stand, in terms of valuations?
Right. So, Hiral, as you rightly mentioned, the stock has cooled off from its day's high point, of course, but it's been a good day for the counter per se, because in the past 1 year, the stock has not done anything. In fact, it's down 27%. With regards to where the merger stands, yes, the bull case here is that 9 promoter companies will get merged and a former listed company, and the hosiery business will get demerged. And this will, provide structural clarity of overall. So that's a thumbs up here. But in terms of where the promoter shareholding is concerned, that will get diluted to around 72%. So near-term pressure on the stock could be seen on because of that, and public shareholding will go to around that 28% mark. In terms of where the financial performance stands, Q1 has been a strong quarter for Dollar Industries. So overall, 19% of volume growth is what the company saw. Plus, the management has guided for 11 to 12% of sustainable growth as well. But competitive intensity is going up in this space overall. We've seen Page Industries, Rupa, Lux, Jockey, etc. giving tough competition to Dollar Industries as well. The third point that I'm going to talk about is premiumization, because premiumization and diversification has aided the margins so far for the business, but and right now it's 8% of their overall sales. But the EBO's strategy that they've taken up is kind of limiting the overall ticket size for them and kind of hampering the overall premiumization process as well. In terms of the operational performance, management has focused on debt reduction as well as overall operating cash flow positive position. Debt has reduced from 329 crore in March 25 to around 278 crore in June 25, and the company aims to become net debt free by FY28 as well. But working capital days is a bit of a concern here, because it's as high as 131 days for something like a Dollar Industries. Lastly, in terms of valuation, of course, cheaper than peers at around 22 times versus Page at 60 times and something like a Lux at 25 times. But overall return on equity, if you take a look at the past 3 years, that's been around 10.3%, which is not a very good number. So this is the overall view of a bull versus bear case if somebody is looking to invest in something like a Dollar Industries.
Mahima, thanks for that one. In fact, if you see in terms of the stock price as well, no major moves in the last 1 month. 4 to 5% is the kind of move that we've seen. It's cooled off quite a bit since opening. Jay, what would you advise investors to do with the Dollar Industries and your topics?
Yeah, I have two stocks for today. One is Vinati Organics and another one is TVS Motors. Vinati Organics has got a very nice setup on the daily time frame. It's gone up from the April lows to the July high in 5 steps and pulled back in a corrective fashion. And today it's rising sharply, signaling that the correction is over. So a stop loss of about 1645 with a price objective of 2100 for Vinati Organics. TVS Motors is the strongest auto stocks, and I've been bullish on autos from all through July to now. and the current pullback is an opportunity to enter for traders, not for investors. So it's a place to stop loss about 33.90 for a objective of 3,700. This is a short-term call, not an investment call.
Jay, anything on dollar industries?
Yeah, I haven't looked at it closely, so I'll give it a skip.
Okay, so a skip in terms of dollar, but it's interesting to see how the stock opened up, Neeraj, in today's session, and that consolidation was that everyone was thinking about. Absolutely, it's weaning off now.
For IT, for pharma, for all exporting names, I think that's been the story today. I wonder if they feature in the list of what dealing groups are recommending the session today, Hiral, because that is something that I now look forward to on the show. Somit joins in with his war chest of khabars. And Somit, good afternoon. Thanks for joining in. Of course, we want to know what is on your platter. Also, are people talking about not wanting export-oriented themes and wanting to focus on the domestic-oriented themes?
In fact, to be frank, the chatter on the street is very muted.
Okay.
Because
in general for everything.
In general for everything, it's very muted is what the trend is now. And this is after 6 consecutive days of losses, we are seeing some kind of relief rally. But then again, the trade is quite volatile. At one point of time, it seemed as if we are going to break the 24,600 crucial level. But then from that level, we have managed to gain around 100 points in trade. Few stocks that dealers have indicated. Firstly, Sammaan Capital. The stock is out of FNO ban. Dealers indicate that today's big move is because of short covering, and also they're expecting some big corporate development to be announced very soon in this counter. So keep an eye out for Sammaan Capital. Astral, again, buy flows we are seeing at lower levels. Dealers indicate that promoter has been buying this counter from open markets. That is one thing that we need to watch out for. For Federal Bank, there are sell flows at higher levels. There are expectations of second quarter number to be on the weaker side is what is pulling this stock down. And lastly, when it comes to, Coforge and Emphasis, couple of names and the IT pack. Though the IT index has cooled off from the day's highest point, these two counters are seeing some buy flows on FI desk. Volumes are expected to be on the higher side, and delivery volumes in fact are expected to be on the higher side. And lastly, when it comes to Adani Ports, dealers indicate that at lower levels there are some buy flows on large HNI and PMS desk in trade today.
That's interesting. In fact, thanks Somit for that. Stay with us. I think none of the consumption-led names appear on his list, and I think that's what is interesting, because everyone is right now indicating, Neeraj, from what I have been speaking to a couple of fund managers and the dealing desks, where everyone is waiting for the commentary from the September quarter numbers. If the commentary from the managements is positive, probably that's when people want to start taking positions in these sectors, and that is what is being indicated. I don't know if Somit will have a similar view from his conversations.
Exactly. This quarter, the Q2 numbers are not going to matter much, because everyone knows that it's going to be weak. Now, even if it's 5% miss compared to what the street is estimated, I don't think the street will react to that. It will completely depend on commentary.
Yeah, and I think
that's the most trickiest part.
And which is why I think HUL, when they spoke about what October could also do, I think that is probably led to this thing as well. So very valid point. The interesting piece is the one stock that stood out for me out of all of these, of course, Coforge and Emphasis, that there are buy flows, but Astral, because promoters have already bought from the open market in the last month and a half. I think Somit is indicating that there is probably, or dealers are indicating there is probably some bit of promoter buying from the open market in Astral as well. And Siddharth Khemka, I know that the promoters and the managements are doing a lot of calls with brokerages, including your broking house as well, when it comes to Astral. Do you fundamentally have a thought on Astral at the current valuation, Siddharth Khemka?
So hi Neeraj, I think if you look at the entire pipe segment, the numbers are not coming that strong, and last year it was a kind of a whitewash. This year again, the recovery is not yet picked up. So the entire, I think, construction activity with the GST cut, I think that could spur, but yet to see the numbers. And I'm so far we are at the sidelines in terms of the pipe companies. I would say that we'll wait for the Q2 numbers to come out and for the street to get some confidence. Yes, definitely from a long-term perspective, things do look attractive. We believe that the entire pipes segment with the building materials That looks interesting. Interestingly, what we had also discussed today is that the cables and wire segment in the building materials, that is looking much more stronger, both in terms of the Q2 numbers as well as the growth going forward. We liking Polycab and KEI. We have upgraded KEI over the weekend to a buy with a target price of 4,700. But clearly from that building material space, what we like or prefer is the cables and wire segment.
Wires is the preferred bet coming in there. Another sector which is actually seeing buying interest today are the OMCs. Good amount of gains coming in there. Now, what's the reason why OMCs are buzzing in trade today? We have Somit who's still with us to tell us about. Somit, few of the reasons why OMCs are up in trade today, and is this something where the rally could continue?
Hiral, in fact, if you look at the rally that we are seeing for the oil marketing companies, it's for the entire oil and gas PSU space, be it Indian Oil Corporation, BPCL, HPCL, ONGC, Oil India, Petronet LNG, GAIL, all of them are trading in green in trade today, and this is largely because the oil minister met multiple analysts on Friday, and one of the major reason for this meeting was to address the concerns on why oil PSU oil PSU companies have been trading lower in valuation terms. So some of the positive that has come out of this meeting. Firstly, for ONGC and Oil India, the positive that has come out is the fact that the minister has clearly said that the cap that they had put earlier on oil and gas prices is something that cannot be done going forward on ad hoc manner, given the fact that they have implemented laws on that right now. So that will not happen. So that is one positive announcement that has come in. For oil marketing companies like IOCL, BPCL and HPCL, the minister has assured that even going forward, even if there is some under recovery when it comes to LPG or any other product, but other than petrol and diesel prices, that will be compensated to the oil marketing companies, but it will be done in phased manner. For all the oil and gas PSUs, the positive theme, in fact, what the minister has clearly said is that the cost cuts and improving operating efficiencies and keeping focus on capital expenditure is something that is a common theme across all the oil and gas PSU names that are listed currently. So that is a positive coming in for the entire space. However, for the oil marketing company, one thing that investors or analysts were worried about on the negative side was the fact that government was hesitant to implement the fortnightly or the daily change in petrol and diesel prices. That is something that we had seen earlier at this moment. So this means that the volatility that happens in the marketing segment of the oil marketing companies, that could continue even going forward. So that was the only negative point that had come in from this meeting. And when it comes to valuations, if you look at the oil and gas PSU valuations and if you compare them with their historical averages, only a couple of them are trading below their historical averages, that is Petronet LNG and BPCL. Other than that, all the other oil and gas companies like GAIL, Oil India, ONGC, HPCL and IOCL are trading at a premium of around 20 to 48% compared to their historical averages. But on the positive side, the return potential is positive for all the oil and gas companies for the next 12 months, and it ranges anywhere between 12 to 22%. The highest is for GAIL at 22% for the next 1 year, and the lowest is for Indian Oil Corporation at 10% for the next 1 year.
Yeah, okay. This is really good stuff. Okay, thanks for that, Somit. Now, by the way, I must tell that the piece that we got from Equirius on the sales in the whole of North India is now being quoted by multiple handles on X as a piece that we put out and made it accessible to viewers. So Somit, thanks for putting that out very quickly at the right point of time.
And the most interesting part in that was the fact that in 5 days, the entire 5 weeks of losses were recovered. So that was the most, and it's just that the south and the west market is not acting at this moment because of rains. But that is something that will also go away, and October is expected to be a warmer month, so maybe AC sales could pick up in a big way.
Post the commentary, the bounce back that could come in then in the consumption pack may be durables to every aspect which is not really showing in the markets. That bounce back is something that we should watch out for, I think, once the commentary comes in. But I think it's going to be a wait and watch mode. That consolidation phase probably will continue. Thanks, Amit, for that. Jay, the up move that we've seen first up with regards to where OMCs go in today's session, are you seeing any buying interest, or is this just a one-day play that the charts are indicating?
I think most of the oil and marketing companies, they're looking quite good on the charts. I would rank HPCL followed by BPCL and IOC in that order as the order of strength. But I think there is more gains to be made in IOC than HPCL, even though HPCL is the strongest of the charts. Probably there's more to be seen as long as IOC holds above 138. Probably it'll try to play catch up with HPCL's advance. So so probably that's the best trading opportunity within oil and marketing space.
Okay, thanks a lot for that, Jay. Now, OMC is right up in the thick of things, a lot of other pockets right in the thick of things as well. One thing though, yes, there is a bit of an update from Moody's around maintaining of the ratings. It's to my mind, it's not really that big a deal. Yes, they are pointing out all the things which is prompting them to keep the outlook stable, but it's something that Moody's has maintained all along. It's something that all of us know. So good to get the reaffirmation, if you can call it that. Is it something really special? Maybe not. That's my view. I don't know, Viral, if you think about it differently, and then we'll get in Siddharth's view as well. But 6.5% GDP growth on easing of monetary policy, continued capex, not surprising.
Yeah, something which has been ongoing now after S&P, Fitch, Moody's coming and reaffirming it. I think it's just a reflection that India's prevailing credit strength, which includes your fast-growing economy, your sound external position, what they quoted, but the external position is something that needs to be considered over here, and the domestic picture, all of that is ongoing. In fact, even the numbers that did come in over the weekend, when you talk about the borrowing number for the government for the second half of the fiscal, that is also pretty strong. So I think it's just a reaffirmation right now with regards to what's happening around. It's just that consumption pace that needs to pick up is going to be the key from here on, because growth is absolutely there. Your domestic policies are coming in favor as well of the economy, and it's the tariff concerns which probably could weigh in if nothing works out, but negotiations are on. So a reaffirmation that's coming in from Moody's, where they're saying that the credit strength has been balanced by fiscal weakness, which will remain. That's important. They've kept the outlook pretty much stable so far. And what they're saying is that these trends led resilience to adverse external trends, and this is in particular as high tariffs and other international policy measures hinder India's capacity to attract manufacturing investment. They added, in fact, India's credit strengths are balanced by long-standing weakness on the fiscal side, which is expected to remain from here on. The strong GDP growth and the gradual fiscal consolidation will lead to only a very gradual decline in the government's high debt burden. Siddharth, any quick view on Moody's outlook? They've maintained their outlook and they've said we will remain stable.
So yeah, Hiral, I think we have been quite positive on the GDP growth for some time. We have seen the Q1 numbers that is coming way ahead of expectations, and even for the remaining of the year, we are expecting about 6.7% growth for FY26. So I think that's another, you can say, validation of the domestic strength in this global volatility and the concerns that these FIs or foreign investors have been having on the domestic consumption story. I think with the interest rate cut, good monsoon, and now the GST rate cut, the festive season is likely to see strong growth, which should only lead to a better sentiment across equity markets.
Okay, so that's with Moody's on India, and Siddharth's view on what he thinks it could mean. Moving on, Dixon Technologies, that's an interesting one to watch out for, because we're talking about consumption, but EMS as a space has been pretty much in the news right now. 4.5% downtick coming in on a Dixon Technologies. Why this pressure today? Puneet joins us with all the details. Puneet, what is creating this 4.5% downtick on a Dixon Technologies?
Well, thank you for that. It's definitely another move which is led by President Donald Trump, and the tariff tantrum essentially now expanding to electronics, because Trump administration is reportedly planning to impose tariffs on foreign electronic devices, and this will hamper exports of electronics to countries like the USA. Now, this is going to be a fee which is going to be calculated on the number of chips which is there in each product, and the complexity of that is something that we'll discuss some other time. But largely, this is what's coming out of a Reuters report. They've also proposed to plan to reduce the import dependency, as well as pressurize companies to shift manufacturing to the United States, like other sectors as well. And the Commerce Department has mentioned that they would enforce a tariff equal to the percentage of the estimated value of the chip content that is manufactured outside India. So you see someone like a Dixon Tech, which currently has only 4 to 5% of revenue coming from the US, was expected to increase to 16% in FY26 itself. And hence we are seeing a very sharp reaction on that one, down almost 4.5%. The other company I just want to mention is Avalon Technologies. Now, while US contributes 40 to 45% of the company's revenues, we're seeing a limited impact in the stock, and that's largely because they are the only EMS company that has manufacturing facility in the US. So the company was in the red, and now the stock is in green, largely because they can shift some manufacturing from India to the US. But because Dixon's scale, they have Motorola as one of its top clients in the mobile segment, and that contributes over 70% of the company's mobile revenues. So that is expected to be hampered. While this is still very preliminary, we will have definitions, of course, and limitations and exceptions amongst others. Dixon today seeing that pressure on the stock.
Yep, certainly under pressure, and maybe with reason. Thanks for that, Puneet. Siddharth Khemka, you track this one, I know, right? And this is a report-based piece. We do not know if it will happen, but these days the scare is enough, right? So is it a scare that will prompt you to use the dip to buy the stock, or would you wait and watch for the event to happen and see the details before deciding?
So yeah, we do track this sector, the entire EMS space a lot, and we have been liking the space. But I think this kind of chatter in the current environment does put an overhang, especially when the stock prices have seen a sharp run up and valuations are definitely on the higher side. Yes, the growth expected is likely to be pretty strong, and that kind of justifies the expensive premium valuation. For the entire EMS space, we would be expecting somewhere above 50% growth for this year, and for the next year again another. So average 50% CAGR growth does warrant a premium. But I think this is an overhang, and we would want to wait for some time, because we have seen the last couple of announcements creating havoc for sectors like IT, pharma, and as Puneet highlighted, the current exposure is pretty small. The overall exports is about 4%. Of that, it was expected to increase gradually, and that was the promise for the entire electronic manufacturing in India, that initially we would cater to the domestic demand, and gradually we could look up to exports as a key growth driver. So with US markets talking about such kind of tariffs, I think we have enough other regions where we could do these exports, including the European regions, the Africas, the Latin Americas. I think the growth features are, but for now, I think the overhang will remain until clarity emerges. We definitely have a long-term positive view, and we'll wait for some more correction to add to these stocks.
You have a positive view as well, Jay Bala, on a Dixon from a trade perspective?
No, I don't think it's safe to fish out here. The stock is looking quite negative. The decline from 1900 to 12,200, from the all-time highs of 1900 to 12,200, was probably the first step of the correction. Probably the high registered a couple of days ago, that's probably marking the end of the correction, and probably it will resume lower. I'm considering this stock as a STBT. So a bit cautious from the short term to medium term, but the long term is probably good. But that's a few months of wait before the stock starts looking better on the charts.
The banks have given way too. The Nifty is in the red, yes, 0.1%, very, very flat actually, but still in the red. But the banks have essentially given way. There is a swift downtick in the last few minutes of trade. So keep this at the back of your mind. IT is flat, so that's not doing too bad, but it's the banks which have given way now. So that whatever little uptick that we were trying to is given way. Fairly volatile, very choppy is what the market is right now. Okay, as we said, some flashes that came in from Moody's, and Madan Sabnavis, Chief Economist at Bank of Baroda, joins us right now on that. Madan, how big a deal? I mean, they effectively maintained most of the parameters and most of their outlook that they gave, and they've retained the India rating. What did you make of it?
No, I think it's more or less on expected lines, though I think given what S&P had done earlier, we could have been expecting an upgrade also, but probably we'll have to wait for it. But I think the important thing is that these are reaffirmations which come at a time when the global economic scenario appears to be fairly uncertain. And we all are aware of the fact that India is definitely doing much better than other economies in terms of our growth and our prospects, our external performance, and so on and so forth. So I think this reaffirmation is definitely very important for us, because it actually gives the feeling that the international community does believe that India is the bright spark, notwithstanding the fact that we are to be potentially most affected by the tariff issue. So I think a lot of credit goes also to what the government and the RBI has been doing to ensure that the growth process has always been on target. And I think as of today, as we speak, I think the GST reforms have been a major policy booster for the economy. And in terms of RBI controlling inflation, making sure that we continue on this path where we can actually say we're very comfortable with inflation being down, growth on a high path. And it's just a case of saying that how do we decide what we do with interest rates? Do we decrease it right now, or do we keep it unchanged? Because both of them could be defended, but the economy is doing very well. So I think this is the reaffirmation which I think the Moody's rating gives. I'm quite sure in course of time we could be asking for an upgrade and probably get it too.
Okay. And any surprises there? Madan, you seem to be saying this is all on expected lines. So no surprises. Anything that you will keep a very keen eye out for when it comes to an economic indicator? We have the RBI policy as well this week.
Yeah, I think the only thing we have to look forward to is as to how the real economy indicators perform, because we're looking at things like the IIP or the core sector. I think that is something which has not been consistently moving in a particular direction. So that's something which I think we should be tracking more clearly, though the overall macro picture is positive for us, nothing really worrisome. And even if you look at things like currency, which has been fairly volatile, if you look at it in terms of overall foreign exchange position, which has been at an all-time high over $700 million. So I think we get a lot of comfort from these factors that even though there are these disturbances which would be on in this uncertain environment, the Indian economy is definitely fairly resilient. That's what these numbers show. But yes, the real economy part would be the important thing to look at. We have the IIP numbers coming out in a little while from now. But important will be what happens during the festival season from October onwards, whether this euphoria which we are expecting in terms of consumption gets converted also into higher industrial growth numbers.
Got it. Madan, thanks so much for taking the time out and being with us and giving us this quick synopsis as well. Well, our guests are with us, but we need to slip into a very quick commercial break. Siddharth, Khemka, Jayabala, just urge you to stay on. We'll just take in a very quick break, come back and take the final thoughts from you.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
The world's defining stage. Leaders, Visionaries, decision makers, confronting the challenges of our time.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
NDTV World Summit 2025, Edge of the Unknown, 17th to 18th October, only on NDTV.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, द बेस्ट ऐप टू यूज इज द एनडीटीवी ऐप।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore.
Welcome back to India Market Open. Now, defense as a category has been buzzing in trade. You have a BEL, which is in focus on the 30,000 crore tender. HAL as well got orders worth little over 62,000 odd crores. And you have a PTC who we did speak to at NDTV Profit, but they're indicating that capex plans are pretty strong, order book pretty strong, revenue target 15 to 16 times over the next 5 to 7 years. Siddharth, taking these three counters into consideration from this pack, how are you looking at defense? Would you be a buyer?
So yeah, Hiral, I think defense is something that we have been structurally very positive on. We believe that it's a long-term story, given the strong focus, given the current geopolitical environment globally, and India's focus on self-reliance in terms of the indigenous products that we want to make. So our top pick there is Bharat Electronics. It's the largest player there out there. We have got a lot of, so the order book is pretty strong. Execution has picked up, and there are a lot of export opportunities that have also opened up. So the latest order, 30,000 crore tender, that is also positive. Anand Sastra project, 5 to 6 regiments. So BEL would be the lead integrator for that. Overall, we believe that BEL continues to benefit from orders from the next generation corvettes, electronic warfares, and also it will benefit from the 97 Tejas Mk1A orders, of which the electronic parts will be done by Bharat Electronics. So overall, we are seeing an 18-20% earnings growth, and valuations are comfortable. So we have a target price of 490 on Bharat Electronics.
Okay, so 490 on a Bharat Electronics, that stock throughout the day's lowest levels, but good moves coming in there. But it's that time where we do profit intelligence, where Varsha is getting us everything to do with a Laurus Laboratories. Varsha, why did you pick a Laurus Laboratories?
Well, yes, thank you so much first of all for that. You know, if I were to compare the price movement of Laurus Lab versus top stocks in Nifty Pharma, if you see, Laurus Lab has given almost 35% plus returns, but still Laurus is the lowest rated stock in Nifty Pharma index. So now the big question is, why this profit intelligence? Have analysts got it wrong, or is street is over optimistic when it comes to Laurus Lab? Let's just figure it out. First, talking about why street is quite optimistic when it comes to Laurus Lab. First is CDMO segment. So strong momentum is expected in CDMO segment. In fact, CDMO is expected to be 50% of their overall turnover in the next few years, in the medium term. This is as per the management. Now, if I want to talk about margins, the improvement in margin is visible. Gross margin in Q1 FY26 stands at around 51%. Their guidance is at 55 to 60%. And even there's been good improvement in EBITDA margin as well. And strong R&D spend is also one of the reasons why investors are bullish. Now, other thing is the company is entering into new technologies, like you have peptides, you have flow chemistry and biocatalyst. And also for that, you know, a company is gonna invest 5,000 crores over the next 5 years time, and out of this the more expansion or the more investment will be in the CDMO segment, hence why investors are quite bullish. But again, talking about why analysts are negative when investors are bullish. The first thing is they expect they see weak near-term visibility when it comes to CDMO. Why? With no large contracts or steady commercial supplies as per the management. Also, the revenue share, of their ARV drugs, which is used to prevent or treat HIV, the share of ARV drug is at 75%, which is a low margin product for Laurus. The other thing is their bio CDMO, if you see, is struggling, and the recovery is expected only by FY26 end. And the CDMO growth, where investors are betting in, according to analysts, the growth is more than priced into the valuation of Laurus Lab. And lastly, because of the expansion that the company is doing, this is a capex heavy model, and because of higher spend, the debt level will be elevated at 2x versus compared to other pharma companies. So overall, where street is actually optimistic, the analysts are bearish on the stock considering this few reasons.
Okay, thanks Varsha for that. Before we get across to Siddharth to take the key question there, let's just pull up Interglobe Aviation, Max Healthcare, SBI, Siemens, Solar. I think, Neeraj, one aspect we need to consider over here is that the Nifty rebalancing adjustment was happening today at 3 p.m. And I think that's one of the reasons as well why we've seen that reaction in terms of the markets on Nifty 50. If you see Interglobe Aviation, that's the one which has climbed up the most on the back of the inflows. Let's pull up a Max Healthcare on the screens as well and see if that has happened on this one. SBI, Siemens Energy, Solar Industries, and top outflows in Hero Moto, Indocin and ICICI Bank, with the Reliance Industries, HDFC seeing a minuscule one. Siddharth, a quick view on Laurus Laboratories and anything that you would have to say on the names that are seeing a adjustment right now.
Sure, I think Laurus, we continue to remain positive. Definitely the CDMO segment is showing a lot of growth, and even this year we are expecting an earnings growth of more than 100%. But yes, the stock price has run up, and we see limited upside. We have a target price of 970. We saw the stock correcting recently from its highs of about 940 odd levels. But I think once the correction is set in, I think that will be again a good opportunity for investors to get in. Because I think now with the products approval and the issues now behind, the newer commissioning of Vizag plant enabling the process access to higher margin products. So that should be the key growth driver going forward. So right now, again, as I said, there is some bit of correction given the high valuations, but I think buy on dip strategy on Laurus for investors should be adopted.
Okay, Siddharth Khemka, on that note, thank you so much for taking the time out and being with us. Really appreciate your time this afternoon and all the insights, of course. Jaybala, Pharma has had a very interesting afternoon in that the highs of the day have gotten sold, but there are individual buckets which are doing well, and one of them is Gland Pharmaceuticals. 4% higher today. I don't know if you track it on the charts, but it's had a really strong move today. In addition, okay, now it's cooled off as well, by the way, very interestingly. So some fun and games in the last few years, but then there's a Wokhard, which I think we spoke about. But maybe if we haven't, maybe you want to address that. Maybe you can address a Laurus. Any thoughts on any of these?
Yeah, pharma as a general space has been a little bit of disappointment. I was bullish on it, but it's not performed to my expectation. And Laurus Labs, and Glenmark to me are the strongest within that space. And I would think that we want to be measured in our approach when it comes to pharma stocks. Obviously, it's at the whims of Donald Trump. So you just want to be very careful in your allocation. I am bullish on it, but you have to be very selective. Laurus Labs is coming to short-term resistance, and I would be cautious in the short term, but it's very good on the medium to long-term charts. But stomach some short-term downsides. But I would think Glenmark is the best within that space. A stop loss about 1900 for a price subject to a fresh 52-week highs.
That's Glenmark. Jay, your BTST, STBT calls?
Yeah, I have an STBT on Dixon Technologies. The stock, is caving from important resistance. The stop is about 16,805, and anticipating it to drop to 16,400 tomorrow.
STBT on a Dixon Technologies. That stock is at the day's lowest levels, 4.8% downtick coming in on that one. A quick view, anything that you have with regards to the auto pack as well, Jay, because the festive demand cheer was clearly visible in the way the auto segment moved in the month of September. Fundamental perspective, you'll have the September sales data that will trickle in as well in the next couple of days. What are charts indicating?
Yeah, you've got to be very selective. This is late in this leg of the move. The medium term is still bullish, but I had projected fresh 52-week highs, fresh all-time highs to come for auto sector, and it did do that. But on the print of the fresh all-time highs just last week, it started to come back, cave in from there. Not exactly cave in, but give up most of the gains after the fresh all-time highs. So book most of the gains. I think Hero Motors and Maruti still have some upsides to work with, but you might see a short-term dip somewhere close to about 5,000 for Hero Motors. That's where buyers I'm anticipating to step up. And when it comes to Maruti, I'm anticipating roughly around the 14,900 to 15,000 mark to be the support for the stock. But from a slightly higher time frame, I'm still anticipating the auto index to scale 28,500 to 30,500, but a short-term dip is due.
Short-term trade coming in on this one. Jay, just towards the last couple of minutes of close, anything that pops out on your screens which could be a good buy or a sell call? I know we've done your PTSD, but one topic.
SBI, definitely. I mentioned this a few weeks ago. I wanted the stock to go above 837, and it went to 52-week highs of 880 recently. And today also it's trying to compensate for the drawback shown by ICICI and other private sector bank. And I think another high above 880 is due. I think it might try to push somewhere close to 905. So I like SBI even at current levels. If you want to consider this as a BTST, 865 at the stop.
Okay, 865 as a stop is very tight stop, by the way. Jay Bala seems extremely confident of the call on State Bank of India. Jay, great having you today. As always, thanks for taking the time out and being with us. Really appreciate your time. But, well, the markets as we shut shop are absolutely flat, like virtually no movement in the benchmarks. The banks gave off some of the gains and then bounced back again. We've had some brutal days. This is a market that is trying to now stabilize. Maybe there could be some more downside. It's a market that is now trying to stabilize. So keep that in mind. Let's see if it stabilizes or no. The BSE 500 winners and losers list should come up on your screen. And let's see what's moving and what's not. So, well, across the board, you've seen losses from a Chemplast to a First Source, to a Cochin Shipyard, to a Dixon, Swan Energy, which announced that big investment as well and a deal win. That one too is down in trade. What's doing well? Samman Capital, 11% yet again. Metro Brands, 7%. Privy Speciality, chemical company doing well. And I think this has been the star. HP, BP, IOC. Frankly, if you look at across the space, the bucket or the cohort of stocks which did very well were the oil marketing companies. And on the Nifty 50 names has to be Eternal, IndusInd Bank, maybe an ICICI Bank, Titan 2.5%. So that's really good. Actually, Eternal slipped because some of the others like SBI, Wipro and Hindalco took over out there. What's lost out? Maruti 1.76%, some bit of profit booking there. Axis Bank has some losses. Dr. Reddy's, HDFC Life, but nothing too dramatic in terms of losses. The heavies are in the red, the likes of Reliance, flat to marginally lower, which kind of also hurts the momentum in the market on the upside, if you will. But good gains for some of the individual names, particularly Titan, which make a big dash towards the close of trade. So in some sense, it's not particularly a bad day considering what we've seen over the last 3 or 4 days. Now we need to see more evidence of this build up and this stability. Hopefully that happens soon. But from all of us who put this show together, thanks so much for tuning into India Market Close. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit for more news and updates.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
समझो शराबी प्यास जिसके हम ना हो
जान रहा है दिल ये तो जान दी है तू। मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
अरे और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
The world's defining stage. Leaders, visionaries, decision makers, confronting the challenges of our time.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
NDTV World Summit 2025, Edge of the Unknown, 17th to 18th October, only on NDTV. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore.
Celebrating with the captain after what an incredible win it was. First things first, 3 times beating Pakistan in a matter of 15 days. No Indian captain has done that. You must be special.
इसीलिए आपने केक रखा है आगे।
Absolutely.
3-0 जीते इसके लिए। But yeah, I mean, incredible show from the boys. I think what I expected from them, they delivered it on the ground, and all the talks what we had off the field here, right in the team room where we are sitting right now, has all worked, and very happy. We've never played them 3 times in any tournament.
नहीं हुआ है। I mean, मैंने 30 साल क्रिकेट कवर कर रहा हूँ, कभी नहीं हुआ है कि 3 मैच हम खेल रहे हैं।
लिखा था, it was destined to happen.
Destined to happen.
Very happy.
बट आपने उस दिन बोला था राइवलरी के बारे में, अभी भी आप दोबारा बोलोगे नो राइवलरी? बिकॉज
अब बार-बार बोलूंगा तो फिर वो चीज का
हो चुका है अभी।
अब बार-बार बोलूंगा तो उस चीज का मजा खत्म हो जाएगा। But I think during this course of the tournament we played some good cricket.
We did.
और जो pressure situations थे with the bat, with the ball, I think we handled it better. So that's why we won this tournament.
देखिए, ये जो टूर्नामेंट में आसपास जो हुआ है, ये मैंने कभी नहीं देखा है। I mean, including the fact आपने एक इमोजी डाला है, हार्दिक ने भी डाला है, देखा मैंने ट्रॉफी वो सामने रखा हुआ, ये यार कभी नहीं हुआ है। I mean, so ये टूर्नामेंट जो है ना, ये बड़ा बिजार सा टूर्नामेंट है।
I think it spoke volumes. मेरे हिसाब से ज़्यादा हमने फोकस किया मैचेस जीतने पे, हमने फोकस किया अच्छा क्रिकेट खेलने पे। लास्ट में अब ट्रॉफी आई नहीं, ट्रॉफी आई वो तो आ गई। हाँ, देश खुशियां मना रहा है। एशिया कप चैंपियंस आ गया लिख के बिलबोर्ड पे सब जगह में, अब उससे ज्यादा खुशी क्या मनाने में।
सूर्य सच बताओ यार, टेंशन नहीं हो रहा था? हम लोग तो यार लास्ट आपसे मैं पूछ रहा था एटसेट्रा, बट एज कैप्टन पाकिस्तान ऐसा मंच बन चुका था कि कोई सो नहीं पाया। मैं सो नहीं पाया। आप कैप्टन ऑफ इंडिया, प्राइम मिनिस्टर इज ट्वीटिंग अबाउट द गेम, आप प्रेशर नहीं?
बिल्कुल था। मैं बिल्कुल झूठ नहीं बोलूंगा क्योंकि आई लाइक टू बी वेरी वेरी ऑनेस्ट, और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि बहुत प्रेशर था अंदर आने के बाद। जब आप देखते हो अपने ही लड़कों को खेलते हुए, वो प्रेशर अब्जॉर्ब करते हुए, और जब कोई अच्छा खेल रहा है, कोई सिचुएशन ऊपर नीचे, और गेम ऐसे ऊपर नीचे चल रहा था एकदम, तो मेरे हिसाब से जो जितनी हार्ट बीट, अगर उस टाइम मैंने अगर कोई हार्ट रेट मॉनिटर पहना होता तो वो आराम से 150 प्लस तो होती ही 100%। और मैंने वन ऑफ द कोचेस को पूछा भी कि मुझे ही ऐसा लग रहा है तो आप लोग को कैसा लग रहा होगा, क्योंकि मैं तो अंदर जाके आते रहता हूँ, बाहर अंदर गया आया, मैं तो अंदर से फील कर रहा हूँ। तो कोचेस ने बोला कि यही तो हमारा काम है कि बाहर बैठ के प्लेयर्स को जितना रिलैक्स रख सके, डगआउट जितना रिलैक्स रख सके, ड्रेसिंग रूम जितना रिलैक्स रख सके, ताकि आप लोग जाके बाहर अंदर जाके खुल के खेल सको। तो मैं सोचा कि काश मैं भी ये ट्राई कर सकता, बट देन मैं अंदर वॉक कर रहा था ड्रेसिंग रूम में आफ्टर आई थिंक व्हेन इन द 11th और 12th ओवर, उसके बाद से मैं रुका ही नहीं अंदर। जो भी गेम में मोमेंट्स आए, मेरा तो भाई हार्ट बीट प्रॉपर फास्ट था एकदम।
जब 10 ओवर में या 114 में एक था और या ब्रेक में, आप क्या बोल रहे थे? बिकॉज वो हडल में मैंने आपको ये भी बोला था, वो श्रीलंका मैच में मैंने आप देखा था कि आप बहुत प्रोएक्टिवली लीडरशिप कर रहे थे, अच्छा लग रहा था। आज भी वहां से मैच आपने घुमा दिया, 110 फॉर 1 to 146 ऑल आउट। व्हाट डिड यू टेल योर बॉलर्स? बिकॉज मैं ऐसा भी देखा, आप कुलदीप को ऐसे ले गए और उससे बात किया 2 ओवर के बाद, जब 24 रन उसने दिया था, उसके बाद 2 ओवर में 4 विकेट, क्या बात किया आपने?
देखिए, मेरे हिसाब से मुझे ऐसा फील होता है कि बैट्समैन तो टूर्नामेंट में रन बनाते ही है और मैचेस जिताते हैं, बट मेरे आंखों में हमेशा एक चीज हमेशा से रहा है, जब भी मैं क्रिकेट देखते रहा हूँ या मैंने जब रोहित भाई के अंडर खेला है इतने टाइम में, कि बॉलर्स आपको टूर्नामेंट जिताते हैं। बैट्समैन मैचेस जिताते हैं लेकिन बॉलर्स टूर्नामेंट जिताते हैं। तो आज भी वही एक सिचुएशन था, 113 फॉर 1, और वहां से नेक्स्ट 8 ओवर 7 ओवर्स में दे गॉट ऑल आउट फॉर 146। तो मैंने उनको सिर्फ इतना बोला कि सब लोग ये सिचुएशन में पहले रह चुके हो, इंडिया के लिए भी बहुत फाइनल खेला है, हर प्लेयर ने अपने अपने रिस्पेक्टिव स्टेट के लिए, फ्रेंचाइज के लिए भी और इंडिया के लिए भी, सब ने खेला है। जो लास्ट 10 साल से खेल रहे हैं वो भी, और जो लेटेस्ट अभी अभी आया वो भी कभी फ्रेंचाइज क्रिकेट में खेल चुके हैं फाइनल। तो तुम लोग को पता है कि गेम को खींचना कैसे है अपनी तरफ। अच्छी बॉलिंग, अच्छी बॉडी लैंग्वेज, अच्छी एनर्जी और रिलैक्स। आप जितना रिलैक्स रहते हो प्रेशर सिचुएशन में, जितने काम रहते हो, आप उतना खुल के डिलीवर कर पाते हो ग्राउंड पे एज अ बॉलर। और वो मोमेंट पे वो जो 6-8 ओवर जो बॉलर्स ने डाले, शिवम, तिलक, कुलदीप, वरुण, सब लोग ने मिलके, आई थिंक इट चेंज द कोर्स ऑफ द मैच कंप्लीटली। बाद में थोड़ा बैटिंग में हिकअप हुआ, बट देन इट्स अ फाइनल, बिग ओकेशन, यू एक्सपेक्ट these things to happen, but there are players who absorb the pressure, like how Sanju absorbed the pressure, Tilak absorbed it, Dubey, matter of the fact, Rinku hitting that last ball. I think all these things add up, और ऐसे ही धीरे धीरे करके मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कब मैं अभी वो ऐसे स्टेज में हूँ जहाँ पे मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इंडिया के लिए T20 फॉर्मेट में एटलीस्ट जो मैं अभी खेल रहा हूँ, उसमें आगे 5 years, 7 years, 10 years डाउन द लाइन प्लेयर्स बनाना बहुत जरूरी है इंडिया के लिए।
हाँ, वर्ल्ड कप भी आ रहा है और आपने पहले भी ये कहा है कि आपका विजन वहाँ है, और मैंने भी आपसे पूछा है कि आप ओलंपिक्स कैसे देखते हो। ये भी डिस्कशन हम लोगों ने एक बार किया था, आपको याद होगा, ओलंपिक्स मेडल के बारे में। वो 2-3 साल दूर है, बट आप अपना मैच फीस इंडियन आर्म्ड फोर्सेस को डेडिकेट किया है, डोनेट किया है। थॉट्स बिहाइंड दैट?
नहीं, वो मेरे अचानक से आया। मैं रूम में बैठा था ड्रेसिंग रूम में अंदर जाने के बाद, एंड आई वाज जस्ट हैविंग माय फूड। तो मैं सोच रहा था पूरा कि स्टार्ट से जो भी इवेंट्स हुए व्हेन वी स्टार्टेड दिस एशिया कप, तब से लेके अभी तक कैसा खेले, क्या क्या इवेंट्स हुए, तो मैंने सब बहुत कुछ एनालाइज किया। वो 10-15 मिनट में जब आप टेबल पे बैठ के खाना खा रहे रहते हो और ज़्यादा कोई बात नहीं कर रहा है अगल बगल में, तो आपके इसमें थॉट्स आते रहते हैं कि आपने क्या सोचा है, क्या करना चाहते हो आप। और ये मेरे दिमाग में बहुत पहले से चल रहा था। जब मैंने फर्स्ट डे वो गेम के बाद स्टैंड लेने के टाइम ऐसे सब बात की, उसके बाद मुझे ऐसा लगा आई थिंक मैं कुछ और भी कर सकता हूँ मेरी तरफ से, और जो जो मेरे कंट्रोल में है वो सब मैं कर सकता हूँ। और वही आया मेरे दिमाग में थॉट, और मैंने बिंदास बोल दिया आके।
एक चीज बोलना है सूर्या, मैं जब ये टूर्नामेंट देखता हूँ ना, बीसीसीआई का जो रोल है मुझे फैंटेस्टिक लगा। आप देखो, दोनों बोर्ड्स को अगर आप कंपेयर करो, एक बोर्ड्स अपने प्लेयर पे प्रेशर डाल रहा है, प्रेसिडेंट ट्वीट करता रहता है, उल्टा सीधा इरेस्पॉन्सिबल हरकत करते रहते हैं, और हमारा जो बोर्ड है, ये आप नहीं बोल रहे हो, मैं बोल रहा हूँ। सो हमारा जो बोर्ड है, आज देवजीत साइकिया ने स्टेटमेंट भी इशू कर दिया है, आवर बोर्ड प्रोटेक्टेड आवर प्लेयर्स लाइक एनीथिंग। इवन जब इंडिया, नॉट वंस डिड वी से एनी डिसरेस्पेक्टफुल थिंग। आपने जो पहले दिन बोला था, आपका एग्जैक्ट शब्द था, आई एम डेडिकेटिंग इट टू द आर्म्ड फोर्सेस एंड टू द विक्टिम्स ऑफ पहलगाम. दैट इज रेस्पेक्टफुल. आपने कोई जेस्चर ऐसे नहीं किया कि ऐसे कर दिया वैसे कर दिया. सो एट नो पॉइंट, एंड आई थॉट बीसीसीआई प्रोटेक्टेड इट्स प्लेयर्स लाइक एनीथिंग. थॉट्स?
एब्सोल्युटली. आई मीन देखिए, इतना बड़ा बोर्ड है, इतना बड़ा देश है, इतने सारे प्लेयर्स हैं. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इट्स नॉट दैट डिफिकल्ट फॉर देम. बट जैसे वो सब लोग बोलते हैं ना कि हम हमारे पीछे खड़ा है, कोई हमारे पीछे खड़ा है, वो हमारे आगे खड़े. अब कोई आगे खड़ा है और आगे खड़े रह के इतना सपोर्ट दे रहा है प्लेयर्स को, तो इट्स प्लेयर्स ड्यूटी टू गिव इट बैक टू द बोर्ड बाय प्लेइंग सम गुड क्रिकेट, बाय विनिंग मैचेस. एंड जब मैं बताता हूँ आपको सच बात, मैं रिसेंटली जब इंजर्ड हुआ एंड आई वाज एट सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस बीसीसीआई, वहां पे पहुंचने के बाद जिस दिन मैं ज्यादा वॉक भी नहीं कर पा रहा था, मैंने घूम के पूरी फैसिलिटी देखी, बग्गी में बैठ के आराम से. उसके बाद मुझे ऐसा रियलाइज हुआ कि आई थिंक ये सही टाइम है फॉर इंडियन क्रिकेट टू टच न्यूअर हाइट्स. आई मीन ऑलरेडी इंडियन क्रिकेट हैज अचीव्ड सो मच, बट इट्स टाइम टू डू इट कंसिस्टेंटली नाउ. वो एक हर्डल था जो इतने साल के बाद 2024 T20 वर्ल्ड कप में हमने पार किया. अब उसके बाद चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी आए, देन नाउ वी प्ले एशिया कप अगेन, वर्ल्ड कप्स, एंड एवरी ईयर देयर इज एन आईसीसी टूर्नामेंट. तो अगर आप वो फैसिलिटी एक बार अच्छे से देख लोगे जाके, तो आपको रियलाइज हो जाएगा कि हर प्लेयर अब आगे कैसे डिलीवर करेगा और कैसे पोर्ट्रे करेगा खुद को ग्राउंड पे. क्योंकि मैं वहां 8 वीक्स था, मैंने देखे हर 2-2 वीक में प्लेयर्स आ रहे थे ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए, बैटिंग करने के लिए, टू यूज द फैसिलिटी. अब बनाया प्लेयर्स के लिए बीसीसीआई ने, प्लेयर्स वर यूजिंग इट. अब आप देख लो, टूर्नामेंट में आने के बाद ऐसा लग ही नहीं रहा था कि इतने टाइम से क्रिकेट नहीं हुई है, T20 क्रिकेट. आईपीएल के बाद 3-4 मंथ्स हो गए थे, बट कोई प्लेयर को देख के ऐसा लगा नहीं कि दे आर नॉट इन टच और दे हैव नॉट वर्कड हार्ड फॉर दिस टूर्नामेंट.
लास्ट फ्यू क्वेश्चन सूर्य. वन, व्हेन आई सी, ये जो मैं टूर्नामेंट देख रहा था, एक तरफ देखो आप लोग भी ह्यूमन हो, एंड ये डीप सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ आपको. मैंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी ये सवाल पूछा था कि आप प्रैक्टिस करने जा रहे हो. हमारे जर्नलिस्ट जो हैं गार्गी, रोहित बिहाइंड द कैमरा नाउ, इन्होंने मेरे को बोल रहे हैं कि बोले दादा 60-60 चिल्ला रहे हैं, ऐसे ऐसे हरकत कर रहे हैं, ऐसे प्रोवोक कर रहे हैं. आज भी 2 प्रॉपर सेंड ऑफ, वो बहुत डिस्टर्बिंग सेंड ऑफ था. आई डोंट नो हु इट वाज, पॉसिबली संजू, and they started doing all kinds of, and Shubman, they started doing all kinds of things. जब ऐसे प्रोवोकेशन होता है, आपके प्लेयर्स के सामने हो रहा है, पीछे हो रहा है, एज लीडर आप हमारे प्लेयर्स को कैसे कंट्रोल करते हो कि डोंट प्ले इनटू देयर हैंड्स, डू नॉट गिव इनटू देयर हैंड्स, बिकॉज दे आर यंग पीपल एंड एवरीबडी इज अ नेशनलिस्ट. हम लोग सब देश, जब अपना देश का होता है ना, तो खून खोल जाता है. सो हाउ डू यू कंट्रोल दैट?
सी, आई थिंक देयर हैज टू बी अ डिफरेंस. देयर हैज टू बी अ डिफरेंस बिटवीन द टू साइड्स. हमने कभी कोई भी मोमेंट पे कोई जेस्चर नहीं किया, कुछ भी हैंड मूवमेंट, कुछ भी नहीं दिखाया, क्योंकि वी वांटेड टू प्ले दिस गेम विद डिग्निटी. हमको ये था कि एक अच्छा स्टेटमेंट देना है हमको बाहर बाय प्लेइंग गुड क्रिकेट, गुड ब्रांड ऑफ क्रिकेट. अच्छा क्रिकेट खेलो, रिजल्ट देखो कभी हमारे फेवर में भी जा सकता है, किसकी और फेवर में भी जा सकता है, बट एट द एंड ऑफ द डे व्हेन यू कम बैक टू द रूम, व्हेन यू लुक योरसेल्फ इन द मिरर, आप जब शावर ले रहे होते हो, बहुत कुछ आपके दिमाग में चल रहा होता है. दैट टाइम यू शुड बी हैप्पी कि भाई मैंने पूरा एफर्ट दिया और गेम खेला मैंने अच्छे से ग्राउंड पे. तो बाहर से ऐसा लगता है लोगों को कि बहुत कुछ हो रहा है, बट आज भी मैंने अपने प्लेयर्स को वही बोला कि लेट्स नॉट, आई नो द ओकेजन इज बिग, बट एट द सेम टाइम जस्ट फॉलो द गेम कि क्या चल रहा है, व्हाट द सिचुएशन इज. इमोशंस को थोड़ा साइड में रखो और अपना गेम पे फोकस करो, अच्छा गेम खेलो, एंड व्हाटएवर कम्स एट द एंड ऑफ द गेम वी विल टेक इट इन आवर स्ट्राइड.
What on Gautam? I mean, I know Gautam for 25 years. Somebody as temperamental, as nationalistic, वो आदमी क्रिकेट से ज़्यादा आर्मी पसंद करता है. मुझे 50 बार बोल चुका है that I would have much loved being part of the Indian Army than playing cricket. For him to bottle it up and to go and focus the team's energy on cricket. Today I asked him, are you coming to the press conference? He said, no, let Surya and Abhishek be there. How much is it sort of difficult and how for him to soak all of this in and not speak up?
See, Gauti bhai, I feel his relationship and my relationship is like a younger and elder brother. We played together a lot, 4-5 years for KKR. We know each other very closely. I have learned so many things from him. Though I have played under Rohit, but I have learned some tricks and trade of captaincy from Gauti bhai also when he used to lead for KKR. I have seen him play. He's been there, felt everything. So he knows how things go in a player's mind on the ground, how the preparations are needed for a tournament, what all is needed. If the player is doing well, how to push him forward, how to protect him. He knows everything. So whenever I'm on the ground, after every over, 2 overs, 3 overs, I look at the dugout, I look at him. He has something for me, because from outside the game looks completely different. Sometimes there are so many things running in my mind when I'm on the ground, who to bowl, where, what field placement to do. But whenever he is inside, as soon as he signals anything from outside, I just do it without thinking. So that trust, that level of trust we have on each other. Or this game also, if you see the team, we unfortunately missed Hardik. He tried his best to play this game, but and we wanted an extra batter also in this game, because Abhishek and Shubman were batting beautifully. Touch wood, they continue to do so. But some days it's a game of cricket. It can be 10 for 2, 20 for 3 or 40 for 4. At that time we needed an extra batter. He said Shivam Dube will take the responsibility, I am damn sure. And I was like, you feel it? He was like, yes, I feel it. I said, okay, let's do it. Let's not have a further discussion on it. Let him bowl the new ball. Let him take that responsibility. And that's what he did on the field. He was very clear, though he said after the game that he was under a lot of pressure, but it didn't look like the way he was on the field.
Last couple, one, you have been playing cricket for close to 2 decades. I mean, juniors to India and now captain of India. Is this the most politically charged, difficult, tough tournament and match that you've played?
I think it's one of the toughest tournaments which I've played for a very long time. Though T20 World Cup was also challenging and everything was challenging. I've been part of Asia Cup before also, but I didn't play in 2023. I have been part of 2023 World Cup campaign also. Got a few opportunities, but this was actually challenging. Not obviously too much mentally, because we were ready to take on any team in this tournament, because we knew that we are prepared. But the games were so quick. After 1 day break, we had to play all the teams, and I think all the teams were giving us a good time on the ground. They were playing really well. But at the end of the day, it's sweet. We won it. But yeah, it was one of the toughest tournaments.
I'll say toughest. For me, having covered, I've not seen anything. I've covered 2003 Centurion, backdrop of Kargil, Sachin's innings, 1999. But social media wasn't there. Social media तब नहीं था. आज हर कुछ social media में आ जाता है. हम लोग भी tweet बोलो, emoji बोलो, Instagram बोलो. I'm not part of that generation. These people are, but this was tough. Having said that, अभी ऑस्ट्रेलिया उसके बाद और कुछ T20s, but then you will have your title defense. Next 5-6 महीना सूर्य कुमार यादव का legacy भी define करेगा. Going into the tournament as defending captain.
अरे बाप रे, ज्यादा प्रेशर डाल रहे हो आप अभी तो बहुत दूर है वो. बट या वी आर really looking forward to Australia T20s right now, and then when we come back we have 10 good T20s in India. We'll get fair bit of idea of what our team should look like. There might be new faces, or there might be people with amazing performances, but yeah, during this course of next 15 games I think we'll have a lot of characters.
अगर मैं अभिषेक शर्मा के बारे में ना पूछूं, वो क्रिकेट खेल रहा था पूरा टूर्नामेंट, वो कैसे हो सकता है? आई मीन एवरी फाइनल छोड़ दो, बट बाकी जो मैचेस है वो एक्चुअल बुक क्रिकेट था. आई मीन अनरियल हिटिंग, अनरियल शॉट मेकिंग.
नहीं, समटाइम्स यू हैव टू एक्चुअली let go of people who completely change the course of the game. I've seen him before. I've seen him bat for his state, for franchise cricket, and for India also. I've seen him. He is a game changer. People who are game changers, who completely change the course of the game, should be left alone like that. They know what to do. They know if he bats for 6 overs, the game is changed completely. If he bats for 10 overs, you know what will happen. Then everyone plays around him. It gives a lot of freedom and a fearless attitude to other players to just go out and enjoy, make a difference, make an impact, bat 15 balls, score 25-30 runs, do your job for the team. Aa jao bahar. It is going to be a complete complete team performance. If you see going forward in the next 15 T20s, that is what I want. I mean, that is what I have always told the boys. It's not important. Sometimes a 10 ball 15 or a 5 ball 10 is equal to a 50. Sometimes a 20 ball 45 is equal to 100. So all these things are very important.
मुझे तुम्हारा लास्ट क्वेश्चन, मुझे तुम्हारा कैप्टेंसी का ये अच्छा लगता है दैट इट आप प्रोटेक्ट कर लेते हो, वेदर इट इज शुभमन गिल्स वाइस कैप्टेंसी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कि आपने क्यों किया, आपका आंसर था, वेदर इट इज अभिषेक शर्मा, वेदर इट इज कुलदीप यादव, वेदर इट इज वरुण, वेदर इट इज एनीबॉडी, ये मुझे अच्छा लगता है दैट यू स्टैंड अप फॉर योर प्लेयर्स एंड यू प्रोटेक्ट. इज दैट द कल्चर यू आर क्रिएटिंग एज कैप्टन?
I mean, I've always been a character like this who likes to protect everyone in a team environment. If you protect someone in a team environment, if you stand besides them, abhi dekho, someone does well, he'll be in a happy space. But someone, when he is not in a good space, that is the time when you need
100% correct.
A leader around him. और मैंने हमेशा बोला है, I don't want to be a captain. I want to be a leader. So when you support them when the things are not going their way, when the chips are down, when that player is at the top, you will see the difference. He'll win you games on a given day single-handedly.
कोलकाता में ना अभी 3:10 हो रहा है, मतलब सप्तमी हो चुका है दुर्गा पूजा का. सो आज चीट डे हो सकता है तुम्हारा, एक बाइट खा लो. मैं कोलकाता का मिठाई नहीं खिला सकता यहाँ पे.
तो चलो आपके शुभ हाथों से खिला दो. फिर
मैं खिला देता हूँ आपको. और आप मुझे ये बताना जब आप ड्रेसिंग रूम में वापस गए फाइनल कैसे सेलिब्रेट हुआ वो बता देना. चलिए, देयर यू गो. एंड दिस इज सो स्वीट. यू नो व्हाई 3 times Pakistan? That's But I'll also have this is for Rohit and Gargi. Gargi is the healthiest.
ये तो बच के निकल गए आप. हल्का सा
मैं देखो मैं पूरा खा जाता हूँ, आप जानते हो. But this is for them. But जब आप अंदर गए, what was the celebration? Everybody
came together. We spoke about the tournament. Impact player कौन था जिसने responsibility लिया. We have that medal ceremony always. तो अभी हमने ऐसा रूल बनाया है कि all the support staff.
Yes, I saw those videos. Lovely videos.
From the sports science team till all the stick guys to everyone, all these players who get the batters, bowlers, all-rounder ready for the game. All the stick guys, everyone who stand behind the scenes. कभी आप सुनोगे नहीं उनके बारे में, कभी देखोगे भी नहीं, बहुत रेयर देखोगे. तो गौती भाई ने ये रूल बनाया कि they will give out the medals with a sweet speech.
Yeah, I saw Raghu's speech.
रघु भाई का तो स्पीच आपने देखा होगा. तो डिफरेंट कैरेक्टर्स सामने आते हैं. जब प्लेयर्स को भी जब मेडल मिलता है, पीपल हु डोंट गेट प्लेयर ऑफ द मैच अवार्ड्स ऑन अ गेम डे, व्हेन दे डू वेल, आई थिंक इम्पैक्ट प्लेयर ऑफ द डे, दे गेट अ मेडल in the dressing room. Then they have to speak for 5 minutes how they felt, what was the so today it was Shivam Dubey who bowled with the new ball. ज़्यादा कभी डाला नहीं है इतना, but then he did it in a good game, batted when it was needed the most. और उसके बाद then we were together. I told the boys, let's enjoy this taste of this victory, understand what happened in the last 15-20 days, what we did special so we could achieve something like this. And going forward, let's see what we can do better to become the best team. I mean, even after winning, there are a lot of areas where you want to improve on. And there's no, I mean, every time you get an opportunity, you get to improve something. So I told everyone, thank you so much for coping up with me on the ground, because on the ground, though I am there for everyone, but at the same time, I have to be very real with them. I have to tell them the truth, irrespective if someone likes it or not. I can't keep it inside me, even though that player doesn't talk to me for a day or two. But third day,
this I know. You and I have had many such heated arguments. Both of us don't hold back.
But it's okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's always good to speak the truth. And then when the player comes back to you on a third day or fourth day, then he realizes, oh, it's for my betterment. I like to keep everything crystal clear. Whatever it is, the forum is on. You have to say something to me, just say it and finish it off. Don't keep it inside or go in the corners. That is not a team environment.
True.
A good team of the field, all the best friends of the field are very dangerous when they come together on the field.
I'll end there. I asked Surya Kumar Yadav a question in the press conference saying India may have won, but the sport lost. I will now change that question. India may have won, and Indian cricket is enriched with him as captain because the sport wins. He's a good man and a good leader, and most importantly, a very good ambassador for cricket. That's what defines Surya Kumar Yadav for me, because wins, losses will happen. Ultimately, what is your legacy? What are you keeping behind? What are you leaving behind is what you are defined by. And he's defined by goodness, by leadership, by legacy that will make future people wanting to play for India. You are good for the sport. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
अरे और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The world's defining stage. Leaders, visionaries, decision makers, confronting the
The market declines for the 7th consecutive session. The Nifty ends below 24,700. Mid and small cap indices close mixed. Nifty Media finishes as the top sectoral gainer, while the defense index ends as the top loser. The government receives over 3,000 complaints since GST cuts took effect, says Consumer Affairs Secretary Nidhi Khare, telling NDTV Profit that strict anti-profiteering action will follow against businesses not passing on tax benefits to consumers. Tata Capital CEO tells NDTV Profit the worst of credit cost pressures is behind us, adding that the company is scaling rapidly with a resilient, low-cost credit model. WeWork India CEO tells NDTV Profit why the company is not raising any new capital during the IPO, as the issue is set to open from the 3rd of October. Bharat Electronics and Bharat Dynamics gain even as the defense index drops on the back of a tender worth 30,000 crore rupees to procure quick reaction surface-to-air missiles, as both the companies are expected to co-produce it. Hero MotoCorp expects strong sales in festive season as it sees a massive surge in customer inquiries and bookings. Chief Business Officer Ashutosh Verma tells NDTV Profit that the company expects sales to cross 16 lakh units this year. Group ED Aryaman Thakkar echoes the sentiment, tells NDTV Profit that the footfalls and inquiries have increased since 22nd of September, expecting it to continue till Diwali. Indian cricket team's captain Surya Kumar Yadav talks to NDTV after the Asia Cup victory, tells us that India is focused on giving their best on the field, even as Pakistan tried their best to unnerve the Indian players. evening. You're watching Profit 360 on NDTV Profit, and I'm Sanjana. First up, let's take a look at how the markets fared today. On Monday, it's the start of the week. Benchmark indices continued to fall for the seventh consecutive session, with the Nifty ending 150 points lower to settle below 24,700, while the Sensex wrapped up trading around 80,300 levels. We saw broader markets outperforming the benchmark despite clocking marginal gains. Nifty Defence, Media and Auto were the biggest sectoral laggards against PSU banks and oil and gas that rallied the most. But let's get you a deep dive into today's market action with my colleague Puneet Javeri.
Well, it was another day where the markets ended and continued pressure, and that was for the 7th consecutive day where the market has ended lower, continuous pressure across the board. We've seen some sector rotation as well happening within the markets, but especially for the Nifty 50, we've seen essentially that the 24,700 mark is somewhere where we've broken consistently and will need a key trigger to close above that level and sustain their momentum. For today, we saw stocks like Maruti Suzuki as well as something like Axis Bank, which were the top Nifty losers for today. While there has been essentially pressure on the Nifty 50, we still continue to see some pressure selectively on stocks in the auto space as well as the banking space, and that has been tiptoeing between the two. When you look at some other key aspects, the mid-cap 150, while it ended in a green, very marginally so to say the least, this was led by stocks like Mangalore Refinery as well as something like a Gland Pharma. But in terms of the small cap, that did end a tad bit in the red, which was led by stocks such as Chemtra, Sanmar as well as the First Source Solutions as well. Between the broader markets of the mid-cap and the small cap index, those have been essentially a lack of trigger as well again, but still continue to see some individual pockets which are outperforming on the set day. Today we did see Sammaan Capital actually as one of the key stocks which were up 12% in trade today, and that seems to be another specific set of stocks, while smaller, but still continuing to outperform the market as well. When you look at some key sectoral action, we saw the PSU Bank Index cut down from its 3-day losing streak, and that the gains were essentially led by Indian Bank as well as Bank of Baroda today, while the other sector, Nifty Media, was the top sector loser today, led by Dish TV. Amongst the others, some key trends that are starting to form now is in the Nifty Oil and Gas, which, as well as the Nifty Realty. Both of them snapped their 5-day losing streak, while something like the Nifty Energy as well as the Nifty Auto have fallen for the 4th consecutive day in a row. Overall, while the GST rate cut has been positive for the auto space, the run-up was too sharp, and we're starting to see some correction. While the Nifty Defence, India Defence Fund, while today not majorly a big mover, it's still continuing to see some strength led by BEL as well as Mazgon Dock and the Shipbuilders Act amongst others. So coming into trade tomorrow, 24,700 is another level to watch out for, and we'll start the market from there to see if we can build on to gains, if any. While today we did see sell-off from the gains, and that pressure continued throughout the day.
Thanks for that, Puneet. And which sector has caught the eye of Renaissance investment managers Pankaj Murarka's eye? Here's a quick listen into why he's betting on its sustained uptrend. Let's listen in.
I think consumption, and apart from playing direct consumer plays or playing through platforms, meaning a disclosure we own Swiggy there. And I think in a way, larger banks are also playing consumption, because if you look at the larger banks like HDFC Bank or Kotak Bank or ICICI Bank, now 60% of their loan book is consumer loans, retail and consumer loans, and SMEs. So essentially, if there's going to be consumer spends and people are going to spend on buying durables across ACs, refrigerators, or buying cars, then they will be sitting on the balance sheet of these banks. 1 out of every 6 car that's there on Indian roads sits on balance sheet of HDFC Bank. So then if you want to play recovery in auto, probably HDFC Bank could be a great play on that, I would think. So I think domestic banks and where valuations are also very reasonable, and one sector valuations are a significant discount to the Nifty index, and direct consumer play could be the sector to look forward to from a next, from a next 1 to 2 years perspective, and also from a next 6 months perspective, I would say.
Meanwhile, Tata Capital is gearing up for raising 15,500 crore through its upcoming IPO. The company recently announced its price band for the IPO at 310 rupees to 326 rupees per share, with the IPO scheduled to open for subscription on October the 6th and close on 8th of October. In an exclusive interview with NDTV Profit, Rajiv Sabharwal, Managing Director and CEO of Tata Capital, said that the company has been consistently getting strong capital support from Tata Sons for its growth. Let's listen into a snippet of that conversation.
I want to understand from you, 17th company from the Tata stable to come to the market now. There's a lot of expectation riding because this is probably one of the larger financial services businesses that is coming to the market and a sizable IPO. What is your expectation as the leader of this company? And how are you going to address, say, the market expectation, which is that it's a Tata Group company, it's got a fairly large book, 2.33 lakh crore. You've got a very well-established business. This should actually fly off the handle.
Actually, we are very focused on building a company which will last for generations. And our approach there is to create a business model which will grow at a high pace and also deliver one of the lowest credit costs. And that is what we have built at Tata Capital. If you look at our growth rate, we've been growing over the last 3 years at about 28%, and our credit costs have been below 1% before the merger with Tata Motor Finance. The model which we have built is more resilient because our spectrum of products is most diverse in the industry. We are present in all segments of lending, consumer, housing, SME, as well as corporate, where consumer, housing, and SME form close to about 90% of our total asset book. And within that, also we have a number of products. Each product is of scale, and each product has a strong growth engine, which allows us to moderate our growth in different segments such that we can capture the India growth opportunity in the most optimal manner and also ensure that our credit cost remains the least.
Okay. Coming to the credit cost point, because you've mentioned it now, at 2% gross NPA, or stage 3 assets, however you want to call it, that tracks with the best in the industry. Having said that, there's been a bit of a spike as of June, right, compared to the last year. I'm assuming this is because of the Tata Motors Finance merger that happened. But in terms of the asset quality of the portfolio right now, is that anything that is a bit concerning? We've had a period of auto loans defaulting more than the other retail assets, but something that you're looking at.
The way I look at it and the way you see our company, before the merger, we've always had credit cost of sub 1%, which is amongst the best in the industry. The merger approvals came in May of this year, but it incorporates the financials as of March 25. We do believe that the segments in which we operate today are in a much good situation, and in terms of credit costs, we've seen the worst behind us. In fact, each segment is behaving very well, whether it is unsecured, whether it is secured, whether it's housing. Each of these segments is behaving very well, and we foresee that we will always be in a region where we can keep our credit costs as amongst the least in the industry. If you look at housing, which forms the largest book for us, that's about 71,000 crores. That's our subsidiary housing finance company. It has credit costs which are less than 10 basis points. And it is growing at a pace of over 30%. I think the use of technology, the use of digital and analytics has allowed us to build models which are resilient with large growth. And managing both growth and keeping costs low has worked very well for us.
And there's another big debut lined up on D Street next week, with co-working major WeWork India launching its IPO on the 3rd of October. Now, according to the draft papers, the offer is an entirely offer for sale of up to 4.63 crore equity shares. Earlier today, NDTV's market editor Neeraj Shah caught up with Karan Virwani, the MD and CEO of WeWork India, to discuss the company's journey so far and the road ahead. Let's listen in.
So tell us a bit about the issue. As we understand, it's a 3,000 crore issue entirely for an offer for sale. What is the capital plan for WeWork, considering that this is not a capital raise, but more a listing?
Right. So, I mean, just to take a step back a little bit, you know, over 8 years since we've been actually building the business out in India, today WeWork has grown, or WeWork India has grown to be the largest operator from, you know, revenue and profitability standpoint. We operate almost 8 million square foot across the top 8 cities. And something that we've been highly focused on even pre-COVID is to make this business self-sustaining, where the cash flows of the business are able to sustain all of the growth requirements that the business has. And today, gratefully, we're in that position where, you know, through this IPO, we aren't raising any fresh capital. That's purely because the cash flows that the business is generating today is more than enough to sustain all of the growth required for the foreseeable future. Just in January of this year, actually, Embassy as the promoter group, we invested about 500 crores through a rights issue into the business. So that all that capital was used to pay off a high cost debt. And post that, the business is at extremely low debt levels with high cash generation, which will continue to sustain the business from here.
Okay. And would it therefore be fair to assume that while you're doing this OFS, the need for funds for expansion may be limited? I'm trying to get a sense of how you see equity dilution for a presumably capital intensive business over the next 5 years.
Yeah, so I think for just the CapEx expansion, or really business as usual for us as we continue to grow the business, we don't foresee needing to dilute equity to raise, to fund that capital, purely because the business today, you know, on a monthly basis is generating enough free cash flow to actually sustain the CapEx requirement. The liquidity in the business is, you know, extremely strong. By the end of this financial year, we'll actually be, you know, pretty much at zero debt, and have enough cash to sort of sustain the growth plan. So unless we're looking at any large major investment outside of the business as usual scenario, we don't really foresee coming to, you know, raise equity to do that.
Very good EBITDA numbers as I see it. The question though is that the operational levers and cost controls that a business like yours might be putting in place to, you know, achieve profitability, because the sector has a history of a fairly high cash burn, right? And not just in India, but everywhere.
So I think that we are definitely an outlier, and, you know, hopefully someone, you know, we've done some things right that have been able to get the business to a place where it is at EBITDA margins levels which are much higher than anyone else in the market. That has purely been driven by a few, defining things. One being how we've de-risked the occupancy percentage in the business itself. So when you see, our portfolio before COVID or at COVID, our break-even points were somewhere in the range of 70%. Today, those break-even points are closer to 50-odd%. And we see that in the new centers, the new locations that we have ramping up, they're actually breaking even below those numbers. And at the same time, you see that our mature buildings, you know, while at on a steady state of growth are roughly at between 80 to 85%, we have centers that are upwards of 90, 95, even 100% in the portfolio. So if you just look at, you know, the break-even point to where the buildings mature, which even if you take at 85%, there's roughly like 30 to 35% of center level margins available in the business today.
Meanwhile, let's move on to some breaking news coming in. Sources are telling NDTV Profit that Vodafone has filed a fresh petition seeking waiver of the latest AGR demand of 9,450 crore. My colleague Danish, who's been tracking the story very closely, now joining me on the phone line with more. Danish, what more are you picking up on the company's legal strategy here? Give us all the details.
Well, this is a fresh plea that has been filed by Vodafone Idea, and this has come just before the hearing of their other plea, which was initially challenging the new AGR order by the DOT, which near around 9,450 crore rupees. But in the fresh petition that Vodafone Idea has filed today in the Supreme Court, they are requesting the top court to remove the interest penalty and interest and penalty of these particular dues, and basically, we know that Vodafone Idea is facing a lot of financial pressure on their balance sheet, and there are also the old dues which the entire telecom industry had challenged earlier in May this year. Even that was rejected. So overall, through this plea, Vodafone Idea seeks another lifeline from the top court side, and they are seeking waiver on interest penalty and interest penalty, and the Supreme Court is yet to admit this plea, and we will come to know in a few days that when this matter will be heard. But all in all, if we see, it's a big step that has been taken by Vodafone Idea.
Right, Danish, thanks so much for that. We'll keep you updated on whether this plea is accepted. Remember, this is a fresh plea that has been filed by Vodafone now against the AGR demand of close to 9,450 CR. Let's move on now. The government has received more than 3,000 complaints against GST since September 22nd, when the new rates actually took effect. And not just that, in an exclusive chat with NDTV Profit, Consumer Affairs Secretary Nidhi Khare revealed that the ministry has been dealing with over 1 lakh complaints on a monthly basis just via the National Consumer Helpline. She said that in order to cope with the high volume of grievances, the ministry is using AI and chatbots to expedite resolutions. Let's listen into a brief portion of that chat with my colleague Aishwarya Patil to understand what steps are being taken to tackle this problem.
With the use of chatbots and AI, we are helping consumers to quickly register their complaints and not take too much of time. So that, other people are also, they should not be waiting. And therefore, we found that, with the use of these things, we have been able to receive now more than, say, 1.5 lakh complaints every month. And that shows that the trust is building. And this is about, if I say, over the last, say, few years, it has only doubled. And that shows the trustworthiness, the credibility of the National Consumer Helpline. We are also looking at, we are also taking, complaints with regards to the profiteering, and we are sending it to CBIC because they are the people who will be taking it up. For other things, we are looking for class action, and we'll be taking, we are keeping a watch. So if there are too many complaints on, say, different sectors, then they will be they will be qualified for taking a class action. We are keeping a watch on this, and we'll surely take, notice of anything where consumers are getting cheated with misleading, say, discounts, where they are not offering the discounts and they are just trying to even maybe increase the markup price and then trying to say that this is a discount. So roughly about, say, close to 3,000 complaints we have. We will be basically taking these complaints for any use of dark pattern or use of, say, such discounts which are misleading. So if they are carrying some misleading advertisements.
And a quick update coming in. The IIP growth for August came in at 4%, below the estimate of 5.1%. Let's go across to my colleague Pallavi, who has all of the details now. Pallavi, we're looking at IIP data coming in, rising 4%. Give us all the details.
Right, so like you mentioned, the IIP figure came in at 4%. That's for the month of August. Now, the figure is a little bit of a mixed bag because it is a tad higher than the IIP growth we had seen in July, which had come in at 3.5%. However, like you mentioned, it is below estimates. Now, let's quickly have a look at some of the key internals. Manufacturing, which forms the largest component of this index, grew by just about 3.8% on an annual basis for the month of August, and this is compared to a print of 5.4% that we had seen in July. However, what did sort of manage to hold the figure up was mining output, which rose 6% in August, and this was actually compared to a contraction of 7.2% we had seen in the previous month. Electricity production also showed an increase, coming in at 4.1%, and this was against a fall of about 0.5% we had seen in July. Now, in use-based classification, consumer non-durables did see a contraction, but across all other segments, we saw growth in these figures. So, all in all, a mixed bag. We're going to be watching out for what the next few figures are like, especially given the boost we have seen to the economy and the fact that we are in the midst of the festive season.
Lavi, thank you so much for that update. The August industrial output rising. We'll continue tracking these latest information and keep giving you developments. It's time now for an NDTV Profit exclusive. Hero MotoCorp anticipates a record festive season sales exceeding 16 lakh units, surpassing last year's 15.8 lakh. Now, this will be driven by sharp day-on-day bookings and massive consumer inquiries. My colleague Danish has sent us this report.
Well, you actually stole the number that I wanted to really mention about. But that's true. In an NDTV Profit exclusive, Hero Moto has told us that they are expecting the current festive sales to be record-breaking. And let me remind you that in 2024, the festive season for Hero Moto was also good, and they had achieved record 15.98 lakh vehicle sales, and they're expecting that even this time this could rise. And there are many reasons, not just GST, but since Navratri, they are witnessing almost double the footfalls in their showrooms. Their inquiries have doubled up, and as far as the digital inquiries and digital site visits are concerned, even that has tripled in comparison to the previous year. And as far as demand is concerned, they are receiving demand across products, across segments, and it is not just the rural market that is doing well, but also the urban market is doing well. While the rural market is looking at they have great demand for 100cc and 125cc segment bikes, but the urban cities, they are seeing a great demand as far as the premium bikes are concerned. So for Hero Moto, it's a good festive season start for them, and they're hoping that they will be crossing some milestone this time. And moreover, they also expect the rural market to outperform the urban market as the harvesting season approaches. So all in all, if we see, it's a very positive development for Hero Moto, and it is one of the few two-wheeler players that have come out in the open, and they have said that they are seeing a good amount of demand as soon as this festive season began.
Thanks for that, Danish. We'll, of course, continue tracking the price rise and, of course, the bookings as we head into the festive season. Let's move on to bring you latest from the Asia Cup. Team India are the new Asia Cup champions, beating Pakistan by 5 wickets in a thrilling final. And soon after that big win, NDTV got the exclusive first interview with Captain Surya Kumar Yadav. He spoke about the team's performance under pressure and the key moments that turned the match India's way, and what the victory means as they look ahead to bigger challenges. Let's listen into that conversation.
All the talks, what we had off the field here, right in the team room where we are sitting right now, has all worked, and very happy. We've never played them 3 times in any tournament.
नहीं हुआ है. I mean, मैंने 30 साल क्रिकेट कवर कर रहा हूँ, कभी नहीं हुआ है कि 3 मैच हम खेल रहे हैं.
लिखा था, it was destined to happen.
Destined to happen.
Very happy.
बट आपने उस दिन बोला था राइवलरी के बारे में, अभी भी आप दोबारा बोलोगे नो राइवलरी? बिकॉज
अब बार-बार बोलूंगा तो फिर वो चीज का
हो चुका है अभी.
अब बार-बार बोलूंगा तो उस चीज का मजा खत्म हो जाएगा. But I think during this course of the tournament we played some good cricket.
We did.
और जो pressure situations थे with the bat, with the ball, I think we handled it better.
And don't forget to catch the whole interview on our YouTube channel. And with that, it's a wrap on Profit 360. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit for more news and updates.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The world's defining stage. Leaders, visionaries, decision makers, confronting the challenges of our time.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
NDTV World Summit 2025, Edge of the Unknown, 17th to 18th October, only on NDTV. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold
CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching KYC. We're talking about a company
which is into defense. A lot of other aspects in and around it as well. And yes, we're talking about PTC Industries. I'm Hiral Dadia. With me is Anushi Vakaria. It's an interesting company to watch out for with the kind of growth and capacity expansion that they are doing, Anushi. But let's quickly address the few key questions to which we want answers to. First up, what is that strategy looking like? What are the barriers of entry for this company, as titanium and alloy manufacturing is the key for this one as well? So this is a question that we are going to ask the management. Moving on, if you talk about the big capacity expansion that they are looking at, the plans there and the kind of revenue potential that the company is looking out for on the back of the capacity expansion. And very lastly, you're seeing aerospace casting facility and vacuum arc resmelting. That is VAR, that is what is of significance from here on. The third important aspect that we're going to consider is the significance of the strategic materials technology complex, which is built in Lucknow for the sector as a whole, because PTC Industries does operate in this segment as well.
Well, Hiral, this is the key aspect as to the growth prospects of the company as well. But other than that, what we are looking at is the recent acquisitions also, which are in focus, and that has played the impact in the first quarter as well. So how these recently acquired companies have done, and the future also, if there are any plans or such, is something that we'll be seeing. Apart from that, we are also looking at opportunity from leading global OEMs in focus, and this includes the likes of Safran and Kineko as well, because significant order opportunities from here onward. Now, what's important is, considering these high capacity additions are taking place, what is the guidance for not just FY26 but for the next 5 to 7 years of outlook as well? 3 year, if we see, it's 20% or so, but the main takeaway is the next 5-year picture in perspective. Along with that, the order book target for, with these new orders coming in from BrahMos as well, what's the kind of outlook that we'll see for future next 5 years or also is something that we should be watching out for.
Strong questions to ask the management. Absolutely. But let's tell our viewers what the company is all about. It's a company incorporated back then in 1963. They're mainly into manufacturing of engineering components, and this is of steel and titanium castings. These components are actually used for aerospace, defense, and the industrial sector. If you talk about the products and materials, they specialize mainly in compounds which are made from advanced materials like titanium superalloys, which is nickel and cobalt based, stainless steel, and duplex steel. The key industries they serve is very interesting, Anushi.
Absolutely. We are seeing titanium as a niche product which is being made, and PTC playing a big part in it is something which is beneficial for the aero and defense segment. Now, a lot of these new orders coming in from HAL and PTC playing a big part in this is something that we should be watching out for. But other than that, we also have oil and gas, LNG processing, along with that even marine pulp, paper in focus. So these are a couple of industries, Hiral, that we are looking at which are in focus.
And a strong global presence is what we're talking about over here when it comes to PTC, because they're exporting nearly over 75% of their products to global customers, and you have global clients like Rolls-Royce, Siemens, GE and Alstom. These are the key companies that they cater to as well.
But just on to the clients that we are looking at, they've had some recent agreements as well in focus. Now, this includes them signing a MOU with the Safran aircraft engines as well. Now, this is to develop military aircraft engines that we are seeing. Along with that, Kineko is another MOU that we are seeing in focus, wherein the company will be developing these value-added aerospace components as well. BrahMos, they've had an association since 2019, and they've recently also announced 100+ crore of an order from there. So these are, a couple of other interesting aspects that we are looking at.
Right. So with all of this, let's quickly understand, what are the key parameters that we at NDTV Profit are going to consider from here on. First up, you're talking about the income statement. That is going to be a key that we will be looking at. Balance sheet, cash flow and return ratios. Apart from that, in terms of your other ratings, you have shareholding patterns, street credentials, valuations, and your street coverage and outlook. These are the ones which we will be dissecting as well. But moving on, if you talk about the income statement, the strong and positive trend that we've seen in the income statement is over the last 3 to 4 financial years, from FY22 to 25. This has mainly been driven by growth in revenue and a significant expansion that's come in terms of profitability as well, from 42 crores to 61 crores, a 3-year compounded growth of nearly 68%. Now, the strong growth in revenues with the operating profit, which is nearly doubled from FY22 to almost 73 odd crores in FY25. The net profit has also seen exceptional growth, which has increased nearly 10 times. So that is a key positive. This has led to a rise in the EPS of the company. The margins have improved, which is actually indicating that the new advanced manufacturing and technology focus, which is especially in titanium and super alloys for aerospace and defense, is commanding higher margins. And their focus on critical and supercritical applications is niche is clearly playing out. So that's with regards to the income statement, and over the past 3 to 4 years, it's showcasing a strong growth and a transformation phase, and hence a thumbs up.
Well, Hiral, these improved financials in terms of your net profit is also reflecting in the balance sheet as well, and that's the second component that we are bringing to your thumbs up over here as well. We are seeing a significant uptick in terms of your other equities, which is also there. In fact, you can see the book value, which has been rising consistently over the years. Along with that, if you look at the borrowing, now that has come down from a 177 crore of a figure that we saw in FY23. This is now reduced to about 61 crore. This is against the cash balance, which is in focus, which is on the other rise, increasing from a 30 crore. We are looking at about 382 crore of a cash and bank balance. So a thumbs up is what we give the balance sheet.
Right. Let's look at the cash flow. The company is in the face of aggressive capital investment, primarily funded through a major injection of financing, including equity. In fact, the cash flow from investment is consistently negative and dramatically increasing in magnitude, which is a sign of a company in a major growth and expansion phase. In fact, the CFF has been strongly positive, accelerated rapidly as well. And if you talk about FY25, we are almost talking about 550 odd crores. But the picture that you see in terms of the net cash flows, that is a strong number at 55 crores. It actually went up to almost 127 odd crores in FY24 as well. And in FY23, you saw a single digit, and hence a neutral rating that comes in from our side.
In terms of return ratios, if we are looking at now here, we are seeing a downtick from how the FY23 to FY25 trajectory has been from a double-digit number. Now that has gone down to about 6 to 7% of a range that you're seeing for FY25. We've given this a thumbs down right now, but do keep in mind that there's a lot of ongoing capex for the business. We'll talk about the capital expenditure plans as well, with the complex that the company is building in Lucknow. So for now, while there is a downtick that we are looking at, it's the upcoming fiscals, where we should be focusing on more in terms of how these return profile pans out. So that's the overall take on return ratios that we are seeing.
Absolutely. In fact, the promoter holding, which is the shareholding pattern, is the key from here on. Largely stable in the recent quarters. Crucially, if you talk about the percentage of pledged shares also by the promoters is reported as 0, which is also a very positive sign. FIs and DIIs. Now, this segment has shown a consistent, healthy increase in the recent quarters, which is often seen as a positive indicator of increasing confidence in the company's long-term prospects. And that's the reason why we've given it a thumbs up.
Absolutely. Now, coming to the street cred part of it, we've given this a thumbs up as well. In the 1 month to 6 months, it's on 7 to 9% of a return potential, a return upside that we've seen. But in the last 2 years, a significant multi-bagger for all those investors out there, with the stock surging more than 5 times. So it's a thumbs up that we've given for this one, right?
And let's look at the valuations. Now, a primary indicator of the market valuation, which is relative to earnings, that has experienced a massive expansion, climbing up. You can see on the screens, you're talking about a PTC Industries where 1 year forward is around 238 times. The 2 year forward normalizes at around 34 times. In fact, it also ballooned to 372 times in the recent past. This signifies a dramatic increase in the investor confidence and expectation of future growth of the company. If you talk about the market, which is willing to pay a significant higher price for each rupee of the company's current earnings, is suggesting that the stock is actually perceived as a high growth, high potential investment. The valuations do appear very expensive when compared to the sector median or historical norms as well. And this is likely attributable to your exceptional earnings growth, the multifold increase in net profit and EPS that the company has delivered as well, and the strategic developments that we are seeing.
In fact, you'll just hear in some part, with the kind of revenue potential seen in the next 5 years, why these valuations are so expensive, and 2 years, what's the trajectory. But onto the outlook forward, now what we are seeing is that the company has already commissioned about 1,500 tons per annum of their vacuum arc melting capacity in Jan 25. 5,200 is the overall size that we are looking at. And this is by the end of the fourth quarter that we are seeing. So significant capex plans over here is what we are looking at. Now the company is also creating a whole titanium ecosystem in terms of, from capacity. They want to control all aspects of it, for which they've also signed a MOU with Odisha. So that is another interesting part. While analyst coverage on this particular counter is low, around 2 buys is what we are looking at, with a 24% of an upside potential. So that's the overall take in terms of how the analysts are seeing the stock and what's the kind of outlook forward that we're looking.
Thanks for that, Anushi. In fact, let's quickly look at the overall ratings that NDTV Profit has given a PTC. A 6 on 8, which is a very strong rating that PTC Industries has got from NDTV Profit, and we've already taken you through the various parameters. Meanwhile, Anushi also spoke to Sachin Agarwal, who's the chairman and managing director at PTC Industries, to understand the business outlook, the capex plans, and the guidance and the growth that they have going ahead. Let's listen in.
This is a very, very niche area, but a very, very highly potential and profitable area. So when we're looking at our company, there are basically two streams. One is our titanium materials and component stream, and the other is our superalloy stream. In the titanium, as you rightly said, there is very huge barriers, both technological barriers, know-how, as well as capacity, as well as investment barriers. This capacity that we are setting up is a full end-to-end value chain, starting from manufacturing of titanium alloys, materials, into various, and then conversion to various forms, right from various mill products, from bars, rods, sheets, plates, forgings, and to castings and machining them as well. So it's a very, very big investment covering for the first time in the world at a single site this entire value chain, from material manufacturing all the way to machined components which are ready to fit in any aerospace as well as defense applications. Titanium, as you know, has a huge application throughout the civil aviation and aerospace sector, as well as throughout all the platforms in defense, whether it be land-based, sea-based, air-based, aero engines, as well as space, as well as strategic systems. So this whole strategic initiative that we have taken is being set up in our new strategic material technology complex in Lucknow in the UP Defense Corridor. It has a huge investment, but the potential for this is the capacity for material side of the titanium is being set up for around 6,000 tons to 6,500 tons annual capacity as phase one. Then we have a huge capacity for castings. So the potential in the next 5-6 years is that we probably in this sector alone in titanium stream would be in the region of around $300 to $400 million in top line. Again, it's a very niche area. So as I mentioned, there are very, very few players globally. Hardly 4 or 5 companies in the world make titanium materials, and hardly 3 or 4 companies in the world make titanium castings. So again, very, very niche area that's leading itself to a very high EBITDA margin as well.
Mr. Agarwal, just want to understand on that, in the next 3 to 4 years, while we are seeing a big outlook in terms of these new capacities being on stream, in September only you've described about the recent commissionings. Talk to us about that. For FY26, what's the kind of outlook that you have in terms of capacity addition? And in phases also, if you can describe about 27, 28 as well.
Yeah, very good. The recent announcement we did, very back-to-back announcements within a month, is one setting up of a capability of vacuum induction melting for large superalloy castings. Then what we did last week, about a week, 10 days back, is setting commissioning of our large titanium casting facility. Now, if you're looking at as India's aspiration, as Prime Minister Modi has said, that to make aero engines in the country. Now, aero engines require certain type of materials. For aero engines, almost 70 to 80% of the materials that go on any aero engine is either titanium or superalloy or nickel-based or cobalt-based. Now, when we are talking about making the country self-reliant in aero engines and production of aero engines in the country and things like that, strategic systems like that, then certain technologies, core technologies, become very important for the country. One of them is being able to make these large titanium castings and superalloy castings, which go on the engine on both sides, on the turbine side as the turbine rear frame, and on the compressor side as the fan hub frame, as well as in the middle, which is the fan, is the intermediate casings. These are large precision investment castings in titanium and superalloys. There's only one other company in the world which has the capability to make large titanium and superalloy castings. That's in the US. And we become the second company in the world to have both these capability for making large titanium and superalloy castings. So it's a very significant milestone for the country. I believe that is where the country is heading towards, and to make the country self-reliant in true sense. These are the core technologies that we are setting up and making the country on par with the rest, with the best in the world.
Mr. Agarwal, while I do understand the area is very niche in particular and there's applications across end user industries that we are looking at, just want to understand on the overall investment size that you have in plan, what's the kind of capex that we are looking forward? How much is it, how much of that has been utilized in FY26? What's the kind of outlook that you have for 27? And even in the near term, if you can give us a picture.
Yeah, so CapEx that's ongoing currently in our strategic material technology complex in Lucknow in the UP Defence Corridor is in the tune of approximately 1,000 crores plus. Though this 1,000 crores is what we are saying, but all these equipment were ordered more in the COVID times because they have like 3-4 year lead times. And because of that, we got very good pricing. So anybody who wants to set up such a current investment currently would be in excess of 3,000 to 4,000 crores. That's how the prices have increased. So first of all, our investment size, even at around 1,000 crores, is equivalent to actually an investment of in excess of 4,000 crores in today's time. In terms of and other terms, in terms of 26, 27, our investments in this entire strategic material technology complex, we are setting up currently 4 facilities. One of that is titanium and superalloy melt facility. Another is titanium and superalloy forging and rolling mill facility. Then third is titanium and superalloy and airfoil, including single crystal castings and DS casting, another very important technology, core technology required for aero engines and that's the third facility, casting facility, and the fourth is the machining facility. So all these facilities will take by the end of 26. 3 facilities will be ready, and the machining will be ready in year 27.
Right, and just a quick take on, how is this, capex that you have, it's a big number that you've given in context. How is that being funded? Do you see any other fundraising on table for this particular area?
In the current capex that we're doing, we are fully funded. All the money we have, either through debt or equity that we raised. So we are fully funded for the current investment cycle. In the future, if other opportunities come by, we will take a look at that time. But currently, for this project, we are fully funded.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Now, if we come to the financial performance, in the last 3 fiscals, we've seen about a consistent performance in terms of how revenue has shaped up. But just want to get a sense in terms of the larger picture, which is there in the next 5 years, in the 7 years, what's the kind of revenue potential that you have on table, considering these huge capacities are going to be on stream from FY27 onwards, the majority of that being taken in effect from that year onwards. So if you can give us an outlook in terms of the revenue number that we are projecting. Also for FY26, if you can get us an outlook in terms of what's the kind of growth that you anticipate, since you already want 100% of a jump because of the recent acquisition also that we are looking at.
Yes, Nishi. So for this FY25-26, as I mentioned previously, we are looking at almost close to a 90 to 100% growth compared to the previous fiscal year for this financial year. So we'll probably almost close to doubling what we did in the previous year in this financial year. But looking forward, I think in 5 years, 7 years time horizon, there's going to be a major hockey stick kind of a growth coming from at that time. In this 5 to 7 years, we are looking at close to 10x to 15x growth compared to the previous financial year in the top line, and a very solid EBITDA margin on top of that as well.
Just let me get this straight. 10x to 15x is the kind of projection that you have over FY25, I believe.
That's right.
In the next 5 years or 7 years, right?
That's right. That's right.
Well, that's a huge outlook in terms of what's happening with PTC Industries. Just want to understand, with this 10x, 15x growth that we are seeing, what's the kind of margins also that we'll watch out for? If you can give us a blended range in terms of margins also. For FY26 also, I want to understand, because, in the first quarter, we had seen a dip in because of, the track precision which was there. So just want to get an overall perspective on that front as well.
And very good, Anish. Yes, you're absolutely right, because Track Precision is the company that we acquired in UK. Because of that, the blended margins were reduced. But Track Precision is undergoing a massive increase in capacity. We are investing significantly over there as well. We are winning many orders. In fact, Track Precision is also, we are planning to almost triple the revenue in Track Precision in UK over the next 5 to 6 years. So for that, investments are going on. Of course, for the next 1 year, there's a lot of changes that are happening, which will keep on pressurizing the margin over there. But overall, blended margin over the next 5 to 6, 7 years is in the region of excess of 35% as a blended margin overall in the company when we have this 10 to 15x growth.
And what's the range that we'll see for FY26? Because in the first quarter, we'd seen about a 9% of a margin.
We will be in excess of 25% blended margin in
Okay.
FY26.
Well, that's a strong outlook there in terms of revenue and margin. Just want to come to the last bit about the recent MOUs that you've signed. This includes with Safran as well as other MOUs also in place. There have been new order inflows also from BrahMos. Want to get a sense in terms of the overall order book also. Where does the current order book stand? What's the kind of opportunity also? Considering the 10x to 15x growth that you're aiming for, even there's a exponential surge that we'll see in the order book as well. So if you can give us details in terms of that as well. And, with the recent HL order also in focus, where, you are a big player in terms of, providing them with components. Just want to get a overall sense in terms of these recent big milestones that you've achieved.
Yes, so BrahMos order we declared is in excess of 100 crores recent order but this is going to continue. As you know, the BrahMos orders are filling up, and for the next many years, this is going to be a very good revenue for us, and we will continue to supply and support BrahMos for all the titanium materials as well as titanium components that we're supplying to them. The MOUs that we have signed, earlier we had signed an MOU with Safran for the LEAP engine, for the civil aviation, for developing multiple titanium and superalloy components for them, which was about a year back. Well, not year back, in February during the Aero India show. In the recent Paris Air Show, we signed an MOU with them for the military engine, supplying components and materials for the military engines, including the M88 engine that goes on the Rafale. So we have a lot of MOUs. We have got long-term orders and agreements set up with them. Besides that, there are many foreign primes that we are signing agreements with and long-term orders with. In terms of current from the domestic base, we have currently an order book in closer to around 300 crores, but overall order book, including track and everybody put together, is in excess of 1,000 crores currently. This order book is going to grow quite significantly in coming time. When I'm saying order book, I'm talking about deliveries within 1 to 2 years. I'm not talking long-term orders over the next 5 to 7 years. So this, once these capacities come into place and into production, and once they are qualified and certified, these order books are going to increase very, very significantly. With HAL, of course, we are in there, is a great company, and we are again supplying, developing various critical components in titanium and superalloys for all their requirements for various engines, right from helicopters to other requirements. but also we will be now getting into them for supplying of materials, including titanium and superalloy materials as well.
Strong commentary from the management. A 10 to 15 times jump in revenues over the next 5 to 7 years. Margins to exceed 35% in the long term. And order book of 1,000 crore to rise substantially going forward. That's the key takeaway from PTC Industries. Completely out of time with that. It's a wrap on this edition of KYC, only on NDTV Profit, for your profit.
The world's defining stage. Leaders, visionaries, decision makers, confronting the challenges of our time.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
NDTV World Summit 2025, Edge of the Unknown, 17th to 18th October, only on NDTV.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
अरे और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold
CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit. Hi, we're talking about Your Money Matters on NDTV Profit, and my name is Alex Matthew. Speak about the mutual fund space, and invariably anybody that you speak to will talk about one category of mutual funds in the equity space, and that is the sectoral and thematic category. And the reason why is pretty obvious if you think about it. In any given year, the top performing fund is usually a sectoral or thematic fund. And the reason for that is that these are concentrated investments in one particular sector, and in any given year, there will be one sector that beats the rest. The point is that past returns often govern how people invest in the future as well, and that's the reason why people have gravitated to this space. At this moment, at the end of August, you had as many as 226 sectoral and thematic schemes with a total assets under management of over 5 lakh crore rupees. That's the largest subcategory in the actively managed equity mutual fund category. Now, that should tell you something. It's even more than flexi cap funds, which had at the end of August assets under management of 4.95 lakh crore rupees. Today, I'd like to talk about which sectors generally tend to do well, what the seasonality element is over the course of the last 10 years, and how you should adjust your strategy, if at all. Rushabh Desai, founder of Rupee with Rushabh Investment Services, is joining me today. Rushabh, thanks so much for taking the time as always. You've done a little bit of research on the way that these sectors have performed over the last 15 years, in fact, on a 5-year daily rolling basis. What has that data shown you?
Hi, Alex. First of all, thanks so much for having me on the show. As you correctly mentioned, that a lot of clients and investors are gravitated towards sectorial funds mainly because of the lucrative returns what the sectorial and thematic category had to offer over the past 3 to 5 years. Over the past 3 to 5 years, the returns have been quite phenomenal, anywhere between say like 25 to 35% CAGR basis. I'm not talking about absolute. This is on a CAGR basis. So when you talk about CAGR returns, it's compounding on an annualized basis. So 25 to 35% is quite substantial amount of returns what we saw over the past 3 to 5 years. Now, usually sectorial funds or sectors tend to be cyclical and volatile. Now, over the past 15 years, I pulled out some very interesting data on a 5-year daily rolling basis. Now, I wanted to find out, Alex, that which all sectors have performed consistently, which all sectors have performed in a much more cyclical way, and which all sectors have been volatile. Okay, so I took out data of top 15 sectors, namely the auto sector, banking sector, commodities, energy, financial services, FMCG, pharma, manufacturing, tourism, infrastructure, IT, media, realty, service sector, and transportation and logistics. So these are the 15 sectors, what I looked at, and the data has come out quite interesting. Number one is that, there are 4 buckets I can put these sectors in. Some sectors have performed consistently on a 5-year daily rolling basis. Some sectors have performed consistently but have been volatile at the same time. Some sectors have been purely cyclical, and some sectors have been cyclical plus volatile. Now, let me go through each of this bucket. So, banking sector, financial services sector, FMCG sector, IT sector, and services sector fall under the consistent bracket. Now, why I say consistent is that, see, these 5 sectors have generated greater than equal to 12% CAGR returns 70% of the time period. So 70% of this entire 15 years on a 5-year daily rolling basis, banking, financial services, FMCG, IT, and services have generated more than 12% compounding returns. This is number one. Number two, these sectors have generated no 0% or no negative returns on a 5-year daily rolling basis. Number three, now these sectors have displayed lower standard deviation, which means lower volatility, with an average return anywhere between 13 to 17%. Now, if I combine all of these 5 sectors, the average return stands at 15% compounding returns. So these are the reasons why I feel, based on this data, these sectors come under the consistent sectors category.
Before we move to the second category, I do want to ask, because these are ultimately the sectors that have the most weightage in
several indices as well. Because if you look at BFSI itself, you're talking about for the Nifty 50 over 30-35%, right? You're talking about FMCG also has a pretty substantial weight, and IT as well. So BFSI and IT together would be more than 50% of the index, one would hazard a guess to say, right? So is that also something that is having a bearing? Because if you think about it, these flows into these companies are also on account of the weightage that they have in the broader indices, right?
I absolutely agree with you, Alex. See, banking and many financial services companies are more or less large cap companies, or even if mid cap, they fall under the little bit of on the higher market capitalization within the mid cap space. Okay, so if you see today the mid cap, you can also consider, see, even mid cap goes into a few thousands of crores of rupees, right? The market capitalization. So I feel even if you take out the mutual fund, the flexi cap, multi cap, focus, these kind of mutual funds, maximum mutual funds do have large allocation towards banking and financial services. See, the reason why mutual fund industry is comfortable investing such large allocation towards banking, financial services, FMCG, IT, right, is because these sectors have proven to be comparatively more consistent than the average. And when we talk about returns, see, ultimately in the end, mutual fund industry wants to provide more consistent returns and to provide much more better returns experience to the retail investors out there. So I think this is the predominant reason why you see a lot of AMCs and fund managers tilting towards FMCG, IT, and banking and financial services.
Got it. The second category that you've pointed out based on your data is consistent but volatile. And that's interesting because for an investor, what they would experience is that they would have gotten the returns, but at the cost of a little worry in a situation where the scheme that they're investing in would have gone through both the dips as well as the fantastic returns, right?
Absolutely, Alex. So there are two sectors which fall under the consistent plus volatile basket. One is the auto sector and second is the transportation and logistics sector. Now the returns again have been quite phenomenal, Alex. These sectors, both of these sectors have generated greater than 12% compounding returns on a 5-year daily rolling basis, more than 70% of the entire 15-year data. Okay. Number two, now why volatile? Because these sectors have given negative returns. The negative returns have been around 5% of the entire time frame, which is 15-year. And if you see, the standard deviation has been little more on the higher side compared with the consistent sectors. Now, why I say it's consistent, because the average returns span anywhere between 16 to 17.5%. So with phenomenal returns, these sectors have also generated higher standard deviation. That is why they come under consistent plus volatile basket, Alex.
So in this case, you're talking about greater than or equal to 12% compounded annual growth rate. If you say higher standard deviation, do you have the measure of what that standard deviation stood at for, say, the automotive sector?
So the standard deviation for the auto sector stood at around 11%. At around 11, yeah. So that's again, I took out the standard deviation on a date of 5-year daily rolling returns, right? So what you see on the websites, on third-party websites, would be little different, and my standard deviation would be little different because the calculations have been little different. So see. The standard deviation has been in double digits. So if the standard deviation is in the single digit range, then it's considered to be comparatively less volatile. If the standard deviation comes, say, around 9.5, 10%, then it considered to be little more volatile than the average, Alex.
Yeah. So, but just to drive home that point, if you're talking about 12% and a standard deviation of double digit, that effectively means that you've come very close to just about flat returns, and you can have had in that time frame a return of what, 20% plus as well, right? That's the definition of how standard deviation in this case would work.
Absolutely. The spike in the returns would be more on the upside and on the downside as well. So you as you correctly mentioned, that the returns can go like, say, 20-25% upside also, and at the same time the returns can go 20-25% on the downside as well.
Got it. All right. Cyclical sectors is next, right? And these are pretty, at least one of them is pretty obvious. If you talk about commodities and generally you talk about metals in this basket, then there is cyclicality associated because ultimately in India as well, we are price takers on whatever is happening globally. So if global steel prices or global aluminium prices or copper prices go up, then we see that happening here in India as well, and the stocks follow through. Is that how to read this?
That is one way of reading it, Alex. So there are three sectors which fall under the cyclical basket. One is the commodities basket, which you correctly and beautifully explained. Second is the energy sector, which is also globally linked. And third is the manufacturing sector. So manufacturing sector is directly and indirectly globally linked as well, because in the manufacturing space, we are dependent on number one, energy, and we are dependent on multiple commodities as well. So now when we say cyclical doesn't necessarily means huge spike in returns on the upside and on the downside. Cyclical means that these sectors may give you no returns or maybe flattish or maybe a little bit on the negative side for a longer period of time, say like 5 years, 6 years, 7 years at a stretch. Now the data has come out quite interesting, Alex. So unfortunately, these sectors have not been able to generate greater than equal to 12% compounded returns more than 60% of the time. Number two, these sectors have the returns of these sectors have hovered anywhere between 0% to 12%, more on the single digit side for a longer period of time, for greater number of time. And the average returns if you see of all of these sectors combined has been less than 12%. So to put it very simply, these sectors have generated single digit returns for a longer period of time, for greater number of times during this entire 15 years on a 5-year daily rolling basis, Alex. So these sectors will require precise entry and exit in order for investors to get optimum returns.
Yeah, and that's broadly the case for most sector thematic funds as well. There's one last bucket which you have had a classification of, and that is the cyclical and volatile sectors. What are they?
So cyclical, as I just mentioned, that the sectors will have prolonged periods of underperformance and flattish returns, and volatility means there will be intense spike in returns on the upside and on the downside. So now there are few sectors which fall under the cyclical plus volatile basket. One is the pharma sector. Second is the infrastructure sector. Third is the realty sector, which is real estate. Fourth is the media sector. And fifth is the tourism sector. Now the data shows that these sectors have generated -0 and negative returns anywhere between 10 to 45% of the entire time frame of the entire 15 years. Okay. Number two, these sectors have generated again single digit returns higher number of time over the last 15 years on a 5-year daily rolling basis. And if you see, the average returns of these sectors has been anywhere between 2% to 13%. So now that's the exact reason why I feel that if the average returns are falling anywhere between 2% to 13%, it is very well suited that these sectors fall under the cyclicality and the volatility basket both together.
Got it. Okay, so what are the takeaways then? Ultimately, that is what we're speaking about today. If somebody does want to have a sectoral allocation, if they're talking for the very long term, if they're convinced, for example, that ultimately if the growth story of India is to go through, it is to be on the back of the banking and financial space, because you're ultimately not only talking about banks here, you're talking about broking companies, you're talking about capital market players, you're talking about insurance companies. It's a pretty wide ambit. So you can have a sectoral allocation. It's just that perhaps, Rushabh, you shouldn't have an oversized allocation of maybe 40-50% of your portfolio in any one sector. Is that the right interpretation?
Absolutely, Alex. See, number one, I usually don't recommend sectorial funds to my clients, and I really don't recommend taking sectorial bets. This is number one. Number two, if at all someone wants to take sectorial bets and sectorial allocation, that needs to be taken in their satellite portfolio, not in their core portfolio. Number three, at an overall portfolio level, if I combine the satellite and the core portfolio, the sectorial allocation should not cross more than 10%. This is what I feel. Number 4, if someone wants to take sectorial bets, they should be taking sectorial bets out of their surplus money. Okay, that should be kind of their play around money. Now, the best way to take sectorial bets is to time it well, right? Now, there are 3 ways to time these kind of sectors well. Is when the sectors fall under price correction, number 1, when the sectors fall under a time correction, number 2, and when the sectors fall under valuation correction. So when you see a sector falling in price correction, time correction, and valuation correction, that is the right time to enter in that particular sector. And when the valuations and the price peak out of that sector, just get out and book your profits. That's as simple as it goes.
Yeah, exit is as important as entry when it comes to these sector funds, because ultimately they don't have room to hide when the sector as a whole is getting beaten down. Take any sector in the recent past. Just last week, for example, the information technology space saw the benchmark drop by as much as 7%, and this is because of the whole H1B issue and certain other news points that came through, not least of which was the Accenture results, which pointed to a bit of a question mark on the outlook for growth for the sector as a whole, and you saw quite a few large stocks see drops. So, but another question comes to mind. If you're not doing sector thematic, what should you be doing?
Alex, first of all, you need to understand that why are you going into sectorial and thematic category? See, typically investors go into sectorial and thematic category to get higher returns, okay, to get superior double-digit risk-adjusted returns, right? Now, I feel the best way of doing this is by entering in the mid and small cap funds and mid and small cap category as well. If you see the mid and small cap funds, mid and small cap category gave some fabulous returns, around 25 to 30% compounded returns over the past 3 to 5 years. So if someone is looking for superior double-digit risk-adjusted return, I think going in the mid and small cap space will actually solve their purpose.
Rishabh, thanks as always for taking the time for speaking to us. Very interesting data that you've shared, and I think this should give our viewers something to think about.
Thank you so much, Alex.
All right, now, an interesting development in the recent past, there was a bid to ask the Reserve Bank of India to consider allowing lenders to lock your phone or your white goods if you've taken them on EMI and you have not paid back the loan. Should this be allowed? A lot of people say no. And is there a regulatory case for this to be made? My colleague Vishwanath Nair had this very interesting chat. Listen in.
There is a lobby group from the lenders community which has gone to the RBI, and the RBI is currently in a consultative process. So what's happening? What the lobby group seems to be suggesting is that they need this right to lock devices that were bought on loans if the borrower has not repaid those loans on time. And this is a request that has gone from the lending group. Of course, the RBI at this point in time is considering this. However, it has not arrived at a decision yet. What is the argument that they're making? They're saying that we used to have this power, then the RBI told us not to use it anymore because there were instances of misuse of these rights of locking the cell phone. In fact, third-party applications were actually using this as a backdoor entry into the phones, illegally accessing contact lists as well as personal photo portfolio photos of the customers, and then misusing them to put more pressure on the borrowers who are defaulting on their loans. So the RBI back in 2024 had stopped lenders from going ahead and locking devices. Right now, what they're saying is that the lenders believe that they have enough of a safeguard in place to ensure that these are used only for the purposes that they're intended for, which is to nudge borrowers to repay those loans and blocking the calling and internet facilities only. What the RBI is at this point in time considering, or at least thinking about, is allowing a benchmark as to at what point in time you will want to introduce these kind of restrictions, and whether lenders need a strong redressal mechanism in case a customer claims that their phone has been wrongly locked. So there needs to be a strong redressal in place. I have right now N.S. Napane, Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court, joining us over a video call actually. Napane, I just wanted to get a sense from you about this argument that I don't have a recourse to recover the loan, so I need the right to lock the device. How legally tenable is this argument?
I would say it's quite worrisome because, the right to recover is inherent with the lender. The procedure that is to be followed for this recovery is where the criticality arises. In law, you must have a due process enabled methodology to pursue this recovery methodology. Here, what the lenders are asking for is actually to be allowed to circumvent that due process and say that should be using a different kind of coercive mechanism to make borrowers pay back. Now, whether that coercive mechanism is legally valid or not is the issue here. So, for instance, if you were to take a home loan and you default in your payments, the bank does not come and lock up your home, right, and restrict entry for you. They would still have to go before the DRT and they would have to file their cases for the recovery, and they would, if at all any interim order is obtained, it's through due process. Now, all this becomes cumbersome and expensive for a lender also to follow, and therefore they are asking for alternatives. But that alternative cannot be a shortcut or a circumvention which will give a complete go-by to settle legal principles.
I was coming to that home loan example because that was an example that was thrown at me by somebody who was actually part of this discussion. Yes, you have to follow due process when it comes to secured assets like a house or a car, which are bought on financing, and then if there is a default, they need to recover that money. But there is also the fact that there is really no recourse when it comes to unsecured credit, right? At that point in time, the lender can't attach any assets, and the argument there being that if I don't have this, then I don't have anything, and I might as well shut down that business entirely.
See, now again, that is something that the lender will have to work on in terms of, one, there would be a mortgage on the device itself. So it is not really standing on par with the typical unsecured, lending. It may be more in the context of a charge. Secondly, how to enforce the charge becomes the issue, and what you're really looking for is not circumvention, but summary proceedings. So that is some solution which RBI can look at. RBI's Fair Practice Code already has within it certain processes in terms of grievance redressal, for the borrowers also to raise their grievance in terms of whether a particular amount that is being claimed by a borrower, by a lender, is valid or not. Similarly, there can be a grievance redressal mechanism that is built in, and summary proceedings can be introduced for these kind of loans. But to say that I would have absolute right to decide when and how I will recover or use a coercive measure would at a small or large level be considered draconian.
I want to ask you one last question. In terms of the regulatory ambit, right? In the past, the RBI has come out with certain regulations which have gone till the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has held that this is either ultra-virus or outside of the scope of what the RBI can regulate. Does this fall under that?
It could run the risk of that. The IMAI judgment in terms of cryptocurrencies is a classic example. That was also a serious harm that the regulator was trying to ring fence against, right? In terms of security, safety, as well as protection of the investors, etc. So the intent was good, but the execution was bad. So similarly here, the intent is good. The problem statement that has been put out by the lenders is a fair point, but the execution will result in being bad if it is just being done in the manner in which it's being proposed by the lenders, which is to say that I need to recover. I am extending loans to small individuals who may or may not have the wherewithal to buy those devices otherwise, and who may or may not give me sufficient backing in terms of a guarantee or a mortgage, etc. and therefore my rights should be protected. Everything is a fair statement, but the problems cannot be resolved by shortcuts. You will have to find summary processes which will speed up the procedure, will be cost effective, but will still be within the remit of law or the constitutionality of a regulatory framework.
Something else, basically. That's the message that one could take from this entire conversation. Thank you so much, Napane, for joining us on this conversation. It's a pleasure talking to you as always.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी सब विदेश जाते हैं। The best app to use is the NDTV app.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
अरे और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The world's defining stage. Leaders, visionaries, decision makers, confronting the challenges of our time.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
NDTV World Summit 2025, Edge of the Unknown, 17th to 18th October, only on NDTV.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit. Now, let's get in a very important market voice. Pankaj Murarka, CIO of Renaissance Investment Managers, joins us right now on the show. Pankaj, so good having you. Thanks so much for joining in, and happy Navratras to you. Pankaj, I remember a conversation that we had maybe a year and a half back, wherein we had said that don't confuse bull markets with brains. You know, sometimes you should not argue. Now the markets have given us a reason to sit back and think about what's next. How are you thinking about the current landscape?
Morning, Neeraj. Wish you and your entire team and all your viewers a very happy Navratra and festival season. You're right, Neeraj. What we've essentially seen a complete reversal in the last 1 year, where earnings growth in India has slowed down. We are in the second successive year of single-digit earnings growth. FY25 earnings growth in Nifty 50 companies or the top 200 companies was about 5%. This year, I think it will be high single digits, but yet a single-digit earnings growth. And last 12 months, all the North Asian markets have done significantly better than Indian markets. We've seen Korea, Taiwan, China do phenomenally well. And in fact, India's underperformance to MSCI emerging markets is the largest or the widest underperformance that we have seen going back to all the way to 1996. So I think all of this is a fallout of the sharp cyclical slowdown that we saw in the economy. But the good thing is that the low point of the economy is behind us. So I think we'll see a gradual building of earnings momentum from here on. And I certainly believe that second half of the year, from an earnings perspective, this year, second half will be much better than what we've seen in the last 6 quarters, actually. So the good thing is that probably the worst of earnings slowdown is behind us. From here on, we are looking towards earnings acceleration. Government has done its bit in terms of injecting fiscal and monetary stimulus. If you add all the 3 stimulus measures announced by government and RBI, which is the tax cuts and the budgets and the recent GST cuts and the 100 basis points of rate cuts that RBI has done, cumulatively all of this amounts to about $70 billion in terms of stimulus that's been infused into the economy in the last 9 or 10 months, which is like 1.7% of GDP, and which is quite meaningful. I think we will see the impact of this, or the trickle-down impact of this. One, will see immediate impact in terms of short-term buying, but I think more importantly, we'll see a more sustainable impact of this over the next 3 to 4 quarters. So I think, meaning after a year of consolidation that Indian markets have seen, valuations have also normalized at 20 times 1 year forward earnings. India is, not as expensive as it was a year back, and now valuations are pretty much in line with long-term averages for India. Given that we're looking forward to acceleration in earnings growth and valuations of normalized from here on, I think we should look forward to some reasonably healthy gains in equity markets from a 1 year forward perspective or next 1 year perspective. Having said that, I still think there'll be a very wide dispersion in sectors and stocks which will perform and stocks which will not perform. So stock selection will become very important.
Pankaj, Tamanna here. Interesting to hear your take on valuations now becoming more acceptable. But is this across the board, or do you still think that there are segments which are frothy in the Indian markets? And if so, where do you see those?
So, yeah, maybe let me just elaborate a bit on that, Tamanna. The fact is that I said, meaning I believe valuations are reasonable, but I'm not saying that valuations are cheap or very attractive. And that's unlikely to be in India's case, because I think globally investors understand that while India has underperformed in the last 1 year, but yet India is the only secular growth story if one were to take a 5 or 10 year view. So in that sense, valuations are pretty much reasonable, but yet India is the most expensive equity market in the world outside of US. Obviously, there are pockets of froth in markets where valuations are far more extended and where earnings will not, keep in line with expectations. And I see some of those challenges more in mid and small cap. So I think one should be very careful in terms of mid and small cap, because there's still pockets of froth where companies are trading at 50, 60, 70 times, 1 year forward earnings for, earnings which are growing in high teens or, low 20s kind of a thing. So I certainly think that those kind of valuations are not sustainable, and which is where one should be careful in terms of what pocket of market or what sectors one would like to stay invested into.
Pankaj, we had I'm moving to, okay, let's start off consumption, and I want to view there. This whole GST piece, wherein there is a definite boost, a play of hand from the government to boost consumption. What subsets within consumption do you believe are best placed to benefit from this, and also might have the right valuations for giving investor returns?
Consumer as a sector, let me put things in perspective in terms of how at least I'm thinking about it. 5 years back or 6 years back, 2019 and 20, it was the most expensive part of the market. And certainly valuations were 2 standard deviation above long-term averages. And the sector was coming out of 10 years of bull market. Please remember, bear in mind that 2010 to 2019 was the biggest bull market in consumer that India has seen in a very long time. But now what has happened in the last 6 years, the sector has underperformed and there's been earnings growth. So as a result, valuations, I think, have normalized in the consumer sector. Given the kind of stimulus that has been infused in the economy, and the last one being the GST, I see needed very healthy growth across both staples and discretionary, because we're coming out of a very sharp slowdown in consumption over the last 8 quarters. So I think, and we're already seeing early signs of recovery in staples consumption, especially in rural India. For the last 2 quarters, rural India is doing double-digit volume growth. And also bear in mind that the slowdown in consumption in rural India started much before it spilled over into urban India. So which is where we're seeing the recovery happening much earlier than urban India. But I think as a consequence of this stimulus, I see recovery in both staples and discretionary. Yet for investors looking at a slightly more medium-term perspective, I think the growth and the potential returns will be much higher in discretionary consumption versus staples.
Pankaj, I'm just wondering if you are pivoting towards a more domestic stance, considering the global headwinds, the US-India trade deal still hanging out there. We don't know what's happening with the wars, etc. Are you focusing on a more domestic stance and domestic-facing companies right now? Is that a filter you're applying?
Absolutely, Tamanna. I think there is it's very evident we have very strong tailwinds for consumption recovery in the economy. In fact, I can say at about 16-17% allocation to consumer sector in our portfolios. This is the highest exposure I'm having to the sector after a gap of almost 7 or 8 years, after 2016 or 17. Because now I clearly see that we are coming out of a low base. So one, there is a pent-up demand because consumers have underspent in the last 2 years. Because inflation had high inflation had eaten into their purchasing power. Now with this stimulus and affordability coming in, and I'm also looking forward to probably, my sense is that the next government policy announcement is going to be the budget. I know we're still some time away, but still, I think the budget will be once again be consumer-oriented budget, where we think government will do a fair bit in terms of reviving consumption in the economy. And I'm also looking forward to the implementation of the 8th Pay Commission next year, which will lead to a significant boost in terms of income in the hands of central and state government employees and different and allied forces. And generally, we've seen that when 8th Pay Commission money flows into the hands of consumers, they tend to spend because government employees have very high level of job security, so they tend to spend that. So combination of all of this, I see fairly healthy triggers or tailwinds, if I would say so, for a meaningful and more importantly, a sustainable consumption recovery over the next 3 years.
Pankaj, one consumer tech question and then one tech question. Today we had a healthy debate on the channel about the valuations at which consumer tech companies are trading at. Now, and the person doing the argument said that, but there are individual cases of brilliance out there which might continue to trade. Now, we know there are a handful of listed companies out there, right? So the point that I'm making is there is a very small cohort of stocks which you can buy to play consumer tech. Within that cohort as well, therefore my question to you, Pankaj, is this, that within that cohort as well, can you pick and choose, and can one do much better than the rest of the pack? And would you be an investor at these valuations?
Neeraj, I learned something in my early days as a student, that there are certain exceptions to law of physics. And so valuations don't apply to tech companies, internet companies, as long as you can pick the winner. Don't fall in the trap of valuation. It's a sector where winner takes all. The 2 or 3 companies in every segment and every sector will have 140 or 150% of the profit pool of the industry, because all the other players will keep bleeding. These businesses, one, they're growing fast. More importantly, because of the very high competitive intensity, they're consolidating their segment very fast. I've given these examples a few times in the past. I'm going to repeat that at the cost of sounding repetitive. Think about it as a cement industry. After 70, 80 years, the industry we have about 50 odd cement players in India, listed, unlisted. Now, when you talk about food delivery, you're just left with 2.5 players. Yeah, and 2 players controlling 120% of the industry profit. So in every segment, in the technology segment, using food delivery in India is an oligopoly industry structure. And whenever you have it's a very classical Charlie Munger template that whenever you have oligopolistic industry structures, the profit pool of the industry expands significantly and sustains over a long period of time. So it's a classical template to invest into companies which operate in an oligopoly industry structure. And that is something what I'm seeing emerging in segment after segment wherever these tech companies are operating in that sense. So this is one sector where I think valuation does not matter, as long as you can pick the winners.
Got it.
We are, as you rightly said, at the Mercedes showroom here in the western suburbs of Mumbai. From what we've gathered for the last 1 week, there's been strong enthusiasm across the benchmarks. And to, just to talk a little bit more about this and to capture the GST rate cut benefit as well as the festive benefit as well, we're now being joined by Mr. Araman Thakkar. He's the Executive Director at Landmark Cars. Mr. Thakkar, pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us at NDTV Profit. One of the biggest, aspects for the auto industry has come in last week with the GST rate cuts from September 22nd. Yes. What has been the major jump that you've seen essentially in terms of inquiries as well as in terms of deliveries, if you can tell us, across, the brands that you operate in India?
Yeah, I think thank you once again for having me on your show. So as you rightly said, I think everyone was waiting for the GST rate cuts to come through. I think it was a fantastic move by the government to pass this through as well as simplify the GST rates across the board. So what we have seen since 22nd, approximately across the spectrum of brands that we represent, is that it has been a 30% increase in terms of inquiries as well as showroom footfalls. And in some brands, it is even higher. So that is something that we are seeing. In terms of the deliveries, I think those have kind of just started because before 22nd, due to the Shraddh as well as the waiting for the GST cuts to come through, the wholesale as well as retail was paused temporarily. All of that has just started post 22nd of September, and we expect it to continue in till October, till Diwali at least.
Well, the one advantage at Landmark is that you have brands like Mercedes, and I can see the shiny new car behind me, but you also have brands such as M&M and Kia as well at your onset. So within that, have you seen customers actually upgrading because of the GST rate cuts? A lot of cars which they were planning to take has actually gone cheaper. So do you see that consumers are actually going above the bracket of what their earlier choice was? Or do you see that a lot of consumers are just grabbing the opportunity now because of the rate cut?
It is, I would say, premiumization has been an increasing trend in India for the last couple of years. And the price corrections have been across the board. All IC engine cars have gotten cheaper post the GST rate cuts. So we are actually seeing customers who are on the fence take that leap and move up a segment as well. And people who are possibly just waiting for the cuts to come through have acted quickly and taken the decision in this festive period. And we do see that this premiumization is going to continue, and people are waiting to move up a segment or two. And I think these cuts have enabled that to happen at a faster pace.
The one question I had was on the input tax credit, and that was a big issue for dealers as well. And we spoke to a lot of them, and they were like still awaiting clarity from the government of what could be done about the input tax credit. What has been your experience with the communication gone to your dealers, as well as if any with Federation of with FADA essentially at this particular point of time?
So we do believe that this was possibly an inadvertently miss by the when the new policy was being rolled out. And as you rightly said, FADA as well as CM have put forth representation to the government for clarification on this point, and we do hope and expect that this will come through sooner rather than later. So I think that is something which will happen, and for the benefit of the entire industry.
The one key aspect also that we've seen is, essentially over the last year or so, you had multiple new showrooms launched across the country, across brands as well. Yeah. And a lot of them actually have gotten to the point where they are like 3 to 4 quarters in now. And that seems to be a very important for you, because then they start breaking even essentially. Could this be the year where we see Landmark Cars having a very strong expansion, at least in terms of margins? And if anything that you can guide investors as well who are watching NDTV Profit?
So you are right. So the last 2 years we had 40 new outlets come up. In the last year itself, we've added almost 25% of the organization. It takes around 3 to 4 quarters for new outlets to break even, and that is the pace that we have been seeing. Every quarter we have been giving the breakup of new as well as old outlet as they transition to the break-even point. And apart from, of course, the break.
साहब सिंह वर्मा जी, मदनलाल खुराना जी, ऐसे अनेक दिग्गज नेताओं ने हमें सेवा की अमिट राह दिखाई। अरुण जेटली जी और सुषमा जी जैसे कितने व्यक्तित्व ने पार्टी के लिए अपना जीवन समर्पित कर दिया। साथियों, दिल्ली और बीजेपी का संबंध सिर्फ एक शहर और पार्टी का नहीं है। ये संबंध सेवा, संस्कार और सुख दुख के साथी होने का है। पहले जनसंघ के रूप में और फिर भाजपा के रूप में हमारी पार्टी दिल्ली के दिल से, दिल्ली के हितों से जुड़ी रही है। जनसंघ की स्थापना के बाद से हमने दिल्ली के लोगों की हर तरह से सेवा की। बंटवारे के बाद दिल्ली आए पीड़ितों के लिए जनसंघ के कार्यकर्ताओं ने पुनर्वास की व्यवस्थाएं बनाई। जब यहां मेट्रोपॉलिटन काउंसिल बनी तो आडवाणी जी और वीके मल्होत्रा जी जैसे नेता दिल्ली के लोगों की आवाज बने। आपातकाल के दौर में दिल्ली के लोगों के साथ जनसंघ के नेताओं ने सत्ता के दमन के खिलाफ संघर्ष किया। 1984 में जिन सिख दंगों में दिल्ली की आत्मा पर, मानवता पर एक भयंकर आघात हुआ, उस संकट काल में भी दिल्ली बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने हमारे सिख भाई बहनों की हर संभव रक्षा की। दिल्ली और बीजेपी के साथ भावना का है, भरोसे का है। साथियों, जनसंघ के जमाने में और उसके बाद भी जब भी बड़े राष्ट्रीय आयोजन हुए, आंदोलन हुए, उसके केंद्र में हमेशा दिल्ली ही रही। और उस समय साल में 3-3, 4-4 बड़े आंदोलन जनसंघ और बीजेपी के लोग करते थे। हमारे लोग चुन करके कोई देश में ज्यादा लोग नहीं आए थे, लेकिन राष्ट्रीय मुद्दों पर आंदोलन की ऐसी परंपरा हम लोगों ने खड़ी की थी। हमारे भूतपूर्व सभी नेताओं ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने। और मैं देख रहा था कि हिंदुस्तान के कोने कोने से जब लोग दिल्ली आते थे तो कभी भी उनको ये महसूस नहीं होने दिया दिल्ली के कार्यकर्ताओं ने कि हम कहीं बाहर के हैं। दिल्ली के कार्यकर्ता देश भर से आए हुए कार्यकर्ताओं को अपने घरों में रखते थे, क्योंकि उस समय हमारे पास उतनी व्यवस्थाएं नहीं थी। और और जब जनसंघ के जमाने में, भाजपा के जमाने में कार्यकर्ता आते थे तो 5-5, 7-7 दिन रुकते थे। अगली ट्रेन का आरक्षण मिले न मिले इंतजार करना पड़ता था, इतनी दूर से आना पड़ता था। तो इन सबको 5-5, 7-7 दिन तक दिल्ली के कार्यकर्ता अपने घरों में रखते थे और उनकी सारी व्यवस्थाएं देखते थे। यानी एक प्रकार से पूरे देश में इस विचार को पहुंचाने में दिल्ली के कार्यकर्ताओं की वो अथक पुरुषार्थ, परिश्रम आज बीजेपी को यहां तक पहुंचाने में मदद की है। और इसलिए आज जब हम इस नए कार्यालय में प्रवेश कर रहे हैं तो हमें दिल्ली भाजपा के इतिहास, उसके सेवा कार्यों से निरंतर प्रेरणा लेते हुए आगे बढ़ना है। साथियों, हमारे लिए कोई भी भाजपा कार्यालय किसी देवालय से, किसी मंदिर से कम नहीं है। कोई भी भाजपा कार्यालय सिर्फ इमारतें नहीं हैं, ये मजबूत कड़ियां हैं जो पार्टी को जमीन से, जन अपेक्षाओं से जोड़े रखती है। भाजपा सत्ता के लिए नहीं, सेवा के लिए सरकार में है। ये कार्यालय इसी चेतना को जागृत रखते हैं। इसलिए हमें निरंतर प्रयास करते रहना होगा कि दिल्ली भाजपा के इस नए कार्यालय की पहचान यहां की सुविधाओं से नहीं, बल्कि जन सुनवाई और जन सेवा से होनी चाहिए। हमें हमेशा हमेशा याद रखना होगा, इस कार्यालय में हमारा कार्यकर्ता किसी न किसी जरूरतमंद की उम्मीदें लेकर आएगा। हम उन उम्मीदों पर खरा उतरें, ये हम सबका सामूहिक प्रयास होना चाहिए। इस कार्यालय में बैठकर लिए गए निर्णयों में जितनी संवेदना और सेवा भाव होगा, उतना ही दिल्ली के लोगों का हित होगा। साथियों, कई वर्षों के अंतराल के बाद दिल्ली में आज भाजपा की सरकार है।
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है NDTV के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।